Hi everybody, welcome very much to the stream. We are here today to do the watch party of day 2 of Pokémon World Championship 2025. The tournament of VGC has started already 3 hours ago. There were some matches. There is a pause between the previous set that just finished and Top Cut. So we'll take this opportunity to see the matches that went on stream real quick. We're gonna see who won and what not. Then, of course, checking in some players that I'm a bit more interested, like Wolfie, like the Portuguese player Miguel Paquet. Want to see how they are doing. And thank you for watching once again. Yeah, I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings, and emotions. A whole bunch of individuality, creativity, and responsibility as well. I've been having a great day so far. I wish you a beautiful Saturday to enjoy what you have been building up. So, thank you for watching once again. We are going to watch some VGC, going to watch some Pokemon Unite, play some games while we wait for the sets, and we are about to get into Top Cut. If you're not familiar with Pokemon tournaments, what does that mean? Top Cut means that the best of the best, like there are hundreds, if not thousand players playing only on the VGC category, and they're gonna go to like the best 16. So in order to go to Top Cut, I think you have to, in the minimum, win. I think like win six. No, you cannot lose more than 3 games. And we have people here most likely that are like 10 games, 10 wins, or 10 games, 9 wins and 1 loss. So this is really the best players in the world, also the best team builders, the best performers, because one thing is knowing the game, another thing is actually executing it. And I'm very excited to see this day of competition. It is going to be great. They are now watching a set that happened before. We're going to take a quick look at the first set of the tournament today. It was probably round 7. This is a match from round 10. It was the most recent round. So this is a match now from round 7, I believe, with Giuseppe Musico. Oh, James back with the Reggie leg. Actually, I was out of the house in the afternoon and I watched a bit of the stream and I noticed that James, I really like James, I like his content as well. He was using a Regieleki and I was like, hey, no, wait, also using Leftovers Volcarona, one of my favorite Pokemon. Very, very interesting. Of course, then Incineroars, Koraidon. Actually, I also seen yesterday a bit of Wolfie Sand and he's using Koraidon Lunala, which is my favorite restricted duel. I really like that. I would enjoy to see more Koraidon Ice Rider. I've not seen a lot of that, but we've seen a lot of Rillaboom, Raging Bolt, Agrapon, Incineroar, Zamoset, and Shadow Rider. I think they are the most common. So let's see how the match went. Let's see how James. I want to see the move set on the Regieleki. Should be Electro Web, maybe. Yeah, let's rub Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, Focus Sash, Terry Electric for extra damage. Interesting, interesting. Okay, Flare Blitz, Flame Charge, Fairy Desk. Oh, Giga Drain with leftovers. Interesting. Assault Vest. Okay, okay. Pretty normal. So this, I think it was um round 7. Uh, yeah, no, it was round 8 already. Oh yeah, because in the first day there was 8 rounds of Swiss correctly. So James lost 1 game, Giuseppe lost 1 game. I think everybody lost 1 game at this time, at this point in the day. First turn, Giuseppe going for Astral Barrage. Oh, he's seen a roll of Giuseppe's helping hand. That's really, really interesting. He's going for a fake out here, expecting James to terrestrialize, and that's a right read for Giuseppe. Did he went with full power with the fake out? Terror for him, yeah, both Terror Dark. Regeleki protects, but the fake out is going into the Color X. That's an insane read from Giuseppe. That's an insane read. Astral Barrage comes through. Is that it's gonna be insane damage into the opposing Calyrex, but not, yeah, not anything crazy. On second turn, that was a Volt Switch. James preserving the Eleki, he's afraid of losing it, or just wants to put the right Pokemon coming in at the right time. It's Incineroar, because now James Incineroar can fake out. Another Astral Barrage, resisted by both. If no crit, It's an Urkur Flare Blades here from Giuseppe. And knock out the Calyrex, the opponent. Interesting. Alright. Now, it's the parting shot. Maybe no Flare Blades there. Raging Bolt with a electric type Sucker Punch, aka, not aka, literally the Thunderclap. Great name. By the way, we have a punch and a clap being priority. Astral Barrage. Wow. Giuseppe's team is eating those Astral Barrage like breakfast. James still in a good position there. I guess he protected his Calyrex because he took no damage. Now, Giuseppe uses Protect on himself, on his own Calyrex, I mean, not on himself. Double Protect. Interesting. I've seen a lot of people looking for double protects, just scouting out what is going on from the other side of the field. Then James with a parting shot from the Incineroar, no switching. Yeah, I guess Giuseppe really wants the Thunderclap. Yeah. Because it's so tempting. Oh, no. I thought it would miss because Calyrex was doing something else. Calyrex goes down, Incineroar goes down too. That's a special attack boost for the Calyrex. Not looking good for James, but maybe Volcarona and Ilecki. Interesting. Ilecki can deal with the Raging Bolt. Can Volcarona do something to the Raging Bolt there? Protect on the Lecky. Lecky. Ah, you Lecky. That's like a music from Africa or inspired in Africa that was here in Portugal. That, ooh, Volcarona will take some damage there. Yo! Was that a crit? Ah, it's special attack boosted, true. Calyrex goes down though. Volcarona survived that. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's GG because James can't deal with a Raging Bolt with the Lecky. Alright, let's go to game number 2. Same lead. Terra from Giuseppe into Dark type Calyrex. Helping Hand, the fake out from James. Oh. James fake out. Wait, that's a lot of damage to the Dark type Calyrex. The Helping Hand is so good. Nasty plot from James. He's going super aggressive here. Giuseppe's reaction was like, oh shit. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Helping Hand again into Kali. Rex. Rex means king. Kali means bountiful, I think. Because the land where Calyrex was king was very bountiful. And California means also bountiful something. I don't remember specifically. I might, yeah, you know, you get the idea. I might not be entirely correct, but you get the idea. Zero Dark. Helping Hand. That's why some Calyrex, no. Yeah, some Calyrexes run Pollen Puff to get a Dark type Terrace. And to heal themselves, or the teammates, I mean. Nice protect from James. Incineroar should be going down here. Because, oh no! Damn! Incineroar ball, okay. Parting shot. Recycle that to Incin. Lecky. James was protecting a lot his Lecky last turn. Lecky. Protect from Giuseppe. Nice. Ooh, Incineroar ate that though. Like a cookie. Like a cat treat. And he should tank the Astro Barrage as well. Ah, that was insane damage though. Calyrex always surprises me, man. It's so crazy. I love that there was a guy, a Pokemon, I think content creator or player, a pro player, that used to do these insane Chi-Yu calcs back in the day. Because Chi-Yu drops a special defense of the opponent. So it was like Terrifier, Choice Specs, Max Special Attack, Chi-Yu in the sun or some with Helping Hand or something like that. It was something crazy. These crazy calcs, and he will post it on Twitter. That was super funny. The Chi-Yu calcs meme. Because Chi-Yu will do insane. It still does, but it's kind of hard to use it right now. There are a lot of counters. Protect from James. And Giuseppe Volt Switch. Nice, respectable damage. I see the point of Regieleki now. And then Regieleki gets boosted by Miraidon's Electric Terrain as well. At which point is it valuable to use a Pokemon with Lightning Rod? Maybe it's too predictable, right? And then they're not strong enough. And I'm not seeing a lot of Miraidons. So I don't think it's good to just focus that. Incineroar goes down. Calyrex wait, he went for a double protect? I think he did. Because he protected last turn as well. And now Incineroar can fake out next turn. Oh no, Incineroar is down. No. Incineroar did parting shot, never mind. Oh, the Overborn walls the Lecky. Thunderclap. Calyrex goes down. That's unfortunate for James. Thunderbolt into the grass type Ogerpon. No para. That's bad for James. I think he's going to get his second loss here unless Volcarona can clutch it. Let's go, Volk. One of my favorite Pokemons. You can do it. Yeah, most of my favorite Pokemons are fire types. Ogerpon thanks that. Way better than before. Oh, yeah, Pikachu. Oh, it's alright. I mean, it's not because Furiotonante. That's GG from James. For James. Giuseppe wins. That was a great game from Giuseppe. James was really able to play around Giuseppe's power. And I think Giuseppe's used better the Calyrex. Regieleki wasn't very useful. Volcarona wasn't very useful. What was the other register for? Oh, yeah, it was both Shadow Rider. They both didn't brought Zamazenta, I think. A lot of players choosing to not use both of their legendaries depending on the matchup. Good play from Giuseppe. James also played well, but I really think he wasn't able to make a lot of use of the Regieleki and the Volcarona, which he brought to both games. Next, by the way, let's see if we are now on a new set. Still looking at the old set. So, the other game. Bro, they have too much downtime, I believe. That's really anti-watcher, anti-viewer. Okay. This is round 10. Nick versus Ching Hung Chi. Torkel, my boy! Choice picks, yo! Smeargle, Lunala Ice Rider, Kyogre! The first time I see Kyogre on the stream. Flutterman, of course. So many Rillaboom, still so good. Is that... No, that should be Water type or Shifu. Dark type could be good, though. Could be catching people out of guard. Shifu as well. Yeah, that needs to be Water type or Shifu with the Kyogre. And maybe you want a Dark type Yushifu from Chingyun Chiu, because he's going Sun with Torkoal. And that might take the power from Urshifu. But I'm also quite sure it's Water Urshifu, not Dark. Indeed, that could be good to swap priority moves. Let's check the move sets. Glacial Lance. Oh, it's a Leech Hit. Ori Pulse. Water Spout, Hydro Pump for single target to avoid Wide Guard, very important to avoid a Wide Guard Hydro Pump. Water Style Urshifu, of course, for Nick. Taunt on the Fluttermane. U-turn on the Urshifu. Everything else is pretty standard. Ching Hung Chiu. Trick Room, high horsepower, no Leech Seed. That's very important. Yesterday on stream, we've seen some Ice Riders struggling because they couldn't hit Incineroars. Expanding Force Lunala. It is Dark type Urshifu. Okay, I'm rooting for Chinghu. He has my boy Torkoal. He has one of my favorite restricted Lunala. He has the Expanding Force tech. He's not running Lich Seed. He has the Smeargle. Yeah. Chingyu Chiyu. I'm supporting you right now. Oh, here we go. It's happening. Torkoal Lunala. But Torkoal overwrites the rain. I think it's a perfect matchup for Chin. For Chi, not Chin. Because he's not in control. But now he's boosting the Fluttermane, though. That's also why Nick is using the Fluttermane to get some good use of the sun. Because not only I think Nick's biggest bigger problem is not Torkoal, is potential Koraidons on the enemy team, right? So I guess it's because Koraidon brings Sun, a lot of people will be ready for Sun. So that includes Torkoal or Jump Love stuff. People are going to be ready because they have counter to Suns. But Miraidon, for example, he brings Electric to Rain. So people might not be ready for Rain, and Kyogre might have an advantage in that spot. Torkoal goes out in DD. Or we could expanding Force from Lunala would be crazy here. Terra. Terra Grass Lunala. Okay. Shadow Ball comes through. Shadow Shield is available for Lunala. Takes not a lot of damage. Ching Hung is like kind of confident here. Water Spout! Oh, it resisted in the sun and resisted by the grass typing of Lunala. Expanding Force, I want to see the damage. Yo! That's insane damage. I think it's not game for Ching Hung, because of the Calyrex of Nick. Otherwise, this grass type Lunala can tank anything. Indeed, he must have followed me. There was a taunt. Indeed, he can't use support stuff. And no psychic terrain. Now, Meteor Beam! Bro, Ching read the switch of Rillaboom because he knew he would lose psychic terrain. So he went for the rock type attack, the Meteor Beam. Did he predict the taunt though? Because Fluttermane lost a turn here, which could be used for insane damage for taunting. So if they indeed maybe bypass that taunt, I don't think so. They can still do good damage with Psychic though. And now Lunala with plus special attack, +1, because of the Meteor Beam. Into the Fluttermane, that's GG for the Flutter. Bye-bye. And Indeedee, what Indeedee did? Oh, maybe Indeedee, yeah, okay. Was it? What Indeedee did? Oh, she used follow me, okay. Yeah, now it's really tough for Nick, because Chin Hung just brings a Torkoal. Rain is out, sun is in. Indeedee comes out to then make Psychic Terrain again. Ice Rider. Interesting. Origin Pulse misses on Torkoal. Yo! I took single target damage on Torkoal. It wasn't split damage. Really been faked out? U-turn Terra Water to resist the ice type attack. Okay. Water Spout from Kyogre. Just to go for double them, for just to hit both opponents. I see the point. It's in the sun. Kyogre is not full HP. No Grassy Glide for it's U-turn. That's super effective. That's good damage. Good read from Nick. He brings the Ice Rider. Spout. Indeed, he survives that. Yo, that was a crit on Kyogre, no? No! It's just like that. Ice Rider just does that damage normally to Kyogre. Oh man, that's tough. That's why you don't see a lot of Kyogres around. That's insane. That's resisted damage. Split. Maybe it was a high roll. Leech Seed could be very problematic. Oh, that Kyogre is going down. Water. Just to hit the Indeedee as well and do some cheap damage. Because Water Spout is doing no damage at this point in the game. Sun, no HP. Leech Seed is Giga. Wait, no, that's so bad. The Leech Seed miss is so bad. because then you put grassy terrain as well, and you have two sources of healing, and your enemy is losing, so your enemy is not really healing with grassy terrain because he's gonna be losing HP from the Leech Seed. That's a boost and leftovers as well. So three sources of healing is insane. And I Chi Hung with a boosted attack. Very tough position from Nick. Bro, it's because the Rillaboom can fake out, yes. They're a fairy because Rillaboom can knock off, which is super effective. I don't know if this Rillaboom has knockoff though. Oh no, Nix. Never mind. They're a fairy here will be because Lunala can do Moongeist Beam. And that's super effective on the Calyrex. Trick Room is an option. Maybe not. And then you have Torkoal in the back. And Nick does not have high horsepower. So he can't really touch the Torkoal. Only with Leech Seed, which gonna take some time. Lunala comes out for the Torkoal itself. The great friend. Terra, Water. Maybe Rillaboom. I think Rillaboom has high horsepower. With Hammer. Nice damage, nice damage. Torkoal survives, no way! Glacial? Oof. Nick is celebrating because his Calyrex is healing a lot here. I see. Protect. Okay, Chi, sacrificing Chi-Hung, sacrificing the Torkoal. Lunala. Lunala can go down for Glacial Lance. Chi has to read this very well. I mean, he just needs to Moongeist Beam, just like because the Rillaboom can't do anything. You just need to attack the Ice Rider. Like there isn't like you don't need to make a big read here. I think unless Nick knows that his Shadow Rider survives because it's not boosted Lunala. It's not boosted because Chi Hung switched the Lunala. So it's just normal Moongeist Beam. It's not quad effective, just super. There was a protect, wood, protect. That was a double protect, right? From Chi. Yeah, that's why he's celebrating. That's insane. The double protect. Meteor Beam. But wait, Meteor Beam charges. Because oh! That was an insane play from Chi Hung. Bro, this is really the World Championships, man. Because the Nyx Calyrex protected. And the way Meteor Beam works is you use one turn to gather space energy, boost your special attack, and you attack next turn. And this is insane because Lunala is grass type. So if Lunala takes a Glacial Lance, it goes down, most likely. Because it's super effective. Especially if you protect with if Chin-Hun protects with Calyrex, then it's not spread, it's single target, and the Chin's Lunalis goes down. Instead, he reads the protect of the enemy. He reads that Rillaboom is gonna do the Wood Hammer into his own Calyrex. He protects his own Calyrex. Rillaboom, he gets the double protect, but it was insane high risk play. Because then he took this turn to boost the special attack of Lunala. Because Meteor Beam is also super effective, but it's not stab. Because ice is rock is super effective against ice. It's not stab, but you're boosting your special attack. And then in the turn after, you can unleash a Meteor Beam doing a lot of damage, and if you survive, then Moongeist will be boosted. I don't know if Meteor Beam is enough though, because it's not stab, but it's a legendary with +1 attack. That was an insane play. Reading, guessing the protect from Nick, boosting the special attack, and protecting their own Calyrex on a double protect. The risk is insane. Because the enemy Calyrex, Nick could just ice a Glacial Lance, and Chiun could miss the second protect and get wood hammered. Holy, insane play. But now Nick knows the Meteor Beam is coming. But he already protected. But if he goes for the protect, Lunala on the next turn, just Moongeist Beam, and it's super effective. Chi-Hung he's like, he has a plan and is about to execute it. Calyrex protects. It fails. Oh, it goes down. He tried a triple protect. That's insane. Let's see you. Meteor Beam. Yo! It was a crit. Did it matter? Bro. That was insane. Did it matter though? I don't know. Are we playing a new set right now? James is here. Oh, I know this player. I don't know. I remember him, but I don't know his name. Top 32. Hirofumi. I really like Hirofumi. Triple Cross. I know him. I don't know Haron. I know Victor Medina. I know James. Yashitaka. Maybe not. Mao. Mao Arada. I know him. Hyotimasu. I also know him. Cedric Berner. And Giovanni Chisque. Oh, because it's asymmetric. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Side B. Ah, okay. So now we have James versus Victor Medina. Right? Interesting. Victor with Shadow Rider Zama. Yeah, I've seen this team before. And James, so he made it, even though he lost that game that we just watched, he still made it. That's insane. Let's go, James.
Shadow Rider Calyrex and maybe bring in something like the Incineroar, get the roar off, but you would have to take that Astral Barrage first. And as we see the Terrestrialization committed, we know that's going to be going onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex to give it that Dark Terra and that.
They both have 8 too.
Yeah, Dark Terra, both players have on their Calyrexes, and it's just so good because it gives you that immunity to Psychic.
Ooh.
And both players are going to commit the Terra here, with Victor's terroring first. So one of the things to pay attention to is who has the faster Shadow Rider in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think
I love the music, bro.
Did
Reverse.
Terrestrialize first, but it's hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
Because we do have that mirrored on either side. But the fake out is also going to be faster for Victor. So Rillaboom is not going to.
And then the rock in the background.
James has decided instead of going.
Oh, the Smeargle! Annoying goal. Smeargle is nasty, bro. Nasty plot! No way!
So you do get the boost up here, and now you're threatened by Grassy Blight just knocking out the Smeargle. That being said, you got to +2. The opposing Calyrex isn't going to do a ton of damage. Smeargle actually does get a speed boost. You can see James.
Speed boost is insane because of Spore.
You don't Grassy Glide that slot, it will be able to just get a Spore.
Yeah,
boost, right?
exactly.
So you can see
If you don't Grassy Glide, Spore is coming and you don't want that.
Victor's also saying, well, I think you know you have to respect the Spore.
Wait, he's switching.
So why don't I take advantage of this and
Because it's predicting James to Grassy Glide that slot. James is gonna read it. James is gonna read it.
Would be immune, and so now as the Incineroar comes in, it's also kind of nice because you're getting an Intimidate drop onto this Rillaboom while also being able to take a Grassy Glide better.
Absolutely.
Protect.
Just opting for a protect here. Doesn't want to take any damage and try to avoid that potential spore. And so this is James.
Rillaboom is Assault Vest, but he's +2 single target Astral Barrage.
But let's see how much this does. +2 life orb.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Assault vest being a huge item.
That's insane.
Rillaboom actually goes for the U-turn. I was going to say, if it does go for the Wood Hammer, likely would knock itself out to that recoil, but instead decides to go for the pivot, and now we'll get a chance to see what else James has brought it back for this first game. Looks like it's going to be the Regieleki. What a cool Pokemon to bring in.
Yeah, it's cool, but where do you go from here? You just protected your Calyrex, so Incineroar pivoted out. That was a great switch by Victor, playing one step ahead and even conserving Smeargle. So now you have Fake Out Astral Barrage really freely, right? And so I think the question for Victor is, do you want to make any really crazy predictions? You could also fake out until a Regieleki slot, but it just feels very, very safe to, of course, target Calyrex. And a +2 Astral Barrage with that fake out will definitely put it in KO range of another Astral Barrage. And so just opting for the safe fake out.
Nice, James switching out.
Realizes, I do not want to take damage. I'm going to pivot back out.
But it's really tough.
Yeah, Regieleki could Electro Web. I don't know if he's fast, but it's Focus Sash, Reggie.
James is giving up yet another boost to this Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's going to be +3 at the end of this turn.
Yeah, Shadow Rider's gonna be +3.
Victor still gets away with it. +3 Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to run away with this game.
Yeah, I think the upside for James right now is that at least your Regieleki is focus hashed, and the Dark Terra should save Calyrex, I think, from getting one-shot by the Astral Barrage, but it is looking really, really scary. I think the advantage, though, that James has is that you do have the fast Calyrex, and you have Regieleki, so this next turn, you do pressure with a lot of damage, right? But Incineroar is pretty decent. I think Koraidon actually maybe makes the most sense to come out now for James, and then you can pressure with something like Electro Web plus an immediate attack from the Koraidon, try to get a knockout. If you are Victor, you could potentially protect your Calyrex Shadow Rider then, and either, go for a switch with the Incineroar, or, even go for a parting shot in this position. Yeah, exactly as he's opting to do. With the idea that even if you lose your Incineroar, you at least get a free switch in afterwards.
Yeah, either way. You still have that Smeargle in the back as well, so that is something that you can also use as a sacrificial piece. But the fact that it does have the fake out, really nice thing to have as one of those free switches, so you can guarantee that you're going to be able to get damage off with this Calyrex. So it makes a lot of sense here. Protect the Shadow Rider Calyrex on your side if you're Victor, and also go for some type of pivot with the Incineroar, and just hope for the best. We'll see the protect first, and how James decides to respond to that now.
I think James is exerting a ton of offense right now, so this is a little bit scary for Victor because, like, Regieleki's Electro Webs, it's gonna miss the Incineroar.
Oh.
Not really super relevant from a damage standpoint. Koraidon does Collision Course here, and so this turn works out really, really nicely for Victor. I was saying it's a little bit scary because...
Yeah, but now Koraidon does threaten the Shadow Rider.
And that Calyrex, like, baiting out that Terra early was really nice. That's part of this idea of Calyrex plus Koraidon as a duo. So many opposing Calyrexes are Dark Terras. If you get that Dark Terra out, well, you just threaten with super effective damage. And so Smeargle right now can come in for free. There is the ability, of course, to now go for a fake out. If you are James, though, you could theoretically just protect both of your Pokemon and then afterwards go for an Electro Web plus a Collision Course. However, the Smeargle has the Wide Guard. Okay, no speed boost there.
I was like, ooh, but defense.
Yeah, Wide Guard could stop Electro Web. Can, will, I mean.
I think James still needs to get a couple of turns right
Huh.
in order to really take advantage of that offensive pressure that he has on the
Yeah,
field.
it's a tough position for James. Victor Medina is it's not an easy position for Victor, but Victor has more control. Well, James is like, he has to do damage. Victor can play a bit more around.
You're not going to wide guard, right? And so I think, yeah, I'm already thinking one turn ahead. I think this turn, because there's fake out pressure, if you are James, you definitely do not want your Koraidon going down. Makes probably the most sense to just protect both.
Protect, nice.
So we'll see the
Yeah, two fight fake outs.
follow with that protect, and the Koraidon following suit. So Victor is going to get denied this fake out plus
Fake out, protect, nice.
Here's where you
Good play from James.
This is the turn we're waiting
This
for.
is the turn, in my
But we
opinion,
could
of
see
the game.
Moody.
I think whoever comes out of this turn with the advantage will very likely run away with the game. So let's see. It's going to be intense, and this is the mind game that you have with the Smeargle. So you obviously have Wide Guard. If you go for that Wide Guard, Electro Web then does not work onto either. Astral Barrage just picks up the knockout onto Koraidon, and the Shadow Rider here
Moody?
run away with it.
Attack, no speed, no speed, no speed.
Moody boosts relevance. so yeah, and then if you
Bro,
still
speed boost there would be insane. Because that means almost a spar.
be a follow me, like if you
No, because then Rage like he should still be faster and then Electro Web
Thunderbolt instead, and
would knock out the Smeargle.
for example. And so, yeah, I think like
Maybe
Victor,
White Guard now.
he's thinking about White Guard's safe, right? And so, yep, Koraidon is going to pivot, recognizing, okay, I just can't go for the Electro Web, otherwise I'm going to fall short. But I mean, this should give Victor a huge advantage.
I think so, especially because it's going to have to be the Shadow Rider Calyrex that comes in to take its place. And they're still going to be taking a ton of damage despite...
White Guard. I think James now knockouts the Smeargle.
But if this Regieleki decided to follow up with that Electro Web, it is
Yeah.
going to be denied.
And then he can Electro Web. And because of Focus Sash, he survives this Astral Barrage.
Continue to turn positive here for Victor. You've got the free switch now into
Oh my
that
goodness.
Incineroar.
That, bro. Nasty plot on Calyrex Shadow Rider is should be illegal.
I think it was actually probably always safe for him to wide guard there because the Calyrex was already so boosted, so you do knock out the Koraidon, and Shadow Rider presumably is faster. If your Shadow Rider is slower, then that becomes really scary, but basically, yeah, it's like, what do you do now, right? Now, Raging Bolt hits the field, there is the pressure with the Thunderclap, and this was kind of my fundamental problem with Regieleki. I think it's just so hard to execute. You need to actually get an Electro Web off with it. If you don't, I think it's actually just useless, and with double...
Yeah, this Electro Web needs to come out.
Such a big deal, but if he had stayed in with that Smeargle, and it got knocked out by U-turn, this would be a completely different match because the Electro Web from Regieleki would have been able to actually get that speed drop. But
Protect
now,
again.
okay, well, you get a speed drop, but how are
Okay.
you dealing damage to the Shadow Rider?
Oh, true. There is no damage to the Shadow Rider. Yeah.
And while the Thunderclap is going to fail because it was targeting into the Regieleki, this Raging Bolt is still going to be able to take this Astral Barrage pretty comfortably.
Yo! No, it wasn't a crit. It was a lot of damage though. Yeah, and that's gonna be +4. Calyrex for Vitor.
Yeah, and the Koraidon just comes back out, but now you can just Thunderclap into the Shadow Rider and knock out the Koraidon, and so this is looking...
Yeah,
really
Thunderclap into the Lecky.
And yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a huge testament to the support that Smeargle provided in this game, right?
Smeargle was the White Guard.
Makes Regieleki, I think, relatively useless, and you're calling this out in the pregame, right? There's two White Guard users to deal with. The Regieleki wants to click that Electro Web, but are you ever actually going to be able to accomplish that if Victor has any White Guard user out? But I think the key turn that I want to dial back into was that turn with the U-turn, right? And Smeargle actually...
Thunderclap, of course.
He got that boost, so I think James definitely got really scared and had to respect that slot, but now it's just Thunderclap and Regieleki faints.
And this poor Koraidon is going to be...
Yeah, Koraidon is going down.
After we see this final Astral Barrage of this game number 1. So congratulations to Victor Medina, up 1-0 in this best of 3. James in these next
Well done,
games,
well
they
done.
have to bring it back, but when you take a look at those adjustments and think once again about the things you've already called out, this is Regieleki just...
Let me check the side stream.
I just think it's so hard to execute well, right? Like, in my opinion, if you are bringing up Regieleki, the only thing it has to accomplish is get that Electro Web speed drop. If you don't do that,
They're on a
I just
break.
don't think it's really accomplishing much. James maybe feels pressure to do it because he's like, otherwise I can't really deal with your Shadow Rider really well, but it's just really difficult, right?
And on the Unite stream,
smartly saving that Smeargle, I cannot stress
we
enough how
will
big that
play a
was
match
for him.
after.
But how much
We're
does
waiting.
James get a chance to take away the fact that he knows his Shadow Rider Calyrex is faster? I think that's also a key piece of information we were highlighting before we got into the match.
Yeah.
Is that something that actually changes your mind at all about whether or not you bring the Regieleki?
It's tough, I think, because even though it's faster with the Dark Terror on Victor's end, it's like the opposing Shadow Rider actually doesn't really become that much of a threat. So it's like, then for James's end, the one way you really take advantage of that Dark Terror is going to be...
Oh,
the
he's
Koraidon,
out?
but then as we saw,
Maybe.
the Koraidon's slower than the Shadow Rider, right? And so it's really, really tough. I think if you're James, you might be thinking, okay, well, you just revealed Smeargle plus Shadow Rider as your lead, and so what are the possible counters I can have for that from the get-go? Part of it is maybe just like double protecting and then damaging it. Although what's scary is like Victor so much frequently loves going for this Dark Terror Nasty plot play, and so you also have to respect
Yeah,
that.
Dark Terror Nasty
It's like,
plot play is
I think
insane.
Victor was just clicking Astro Barrage every turn, and James just had no response.
Then maybe you bring the Incineroar with Roar.
Yeah,
you just
I
lead it right away.
I don't hate that. I think that's...
There you go,
an
game
option.
two, game
It's
two,
like
game
James just
two.
kept running it back with Rillaboom Calyrex.
Rillaboom Kali, Incineroar Kali.
But it's going to be Victor that actually makes
It's funny because like Rillaboom and Incineroar kind of play the same role. Fake out users, they are starters. They can do some good damage. Incineroar is more bulky, but Rillaboom is usually used with Assault Vest, so it also becomes quite bulky on the special attack side. But I think the Intimidate value for Incineroar is very big as well.
Really good in this matchup, and so I'd rather actually conserve it a little bit more until the end, right? He is going for that Dark Terra on Calyrex though, so James theoretically could go for Fake Out onto Victor's Calyrex, Terra his Calyrex, and then maybe go for something like a Nasty Plot.
It's so tough. I mean, when you think about like the Rillaboom as well as the Incineroar matchup, are you also feeling pretty confident about the speed interactions there as well? And does that maybe that helps inform you about whether or not you could feel comfortable going for that fake out play? But for now, it is going to be the Terrasalizations.
Does James call it and go for a fake out onto the Shadow Rider slot? It seems risky, but it actually makes a lot of sense because you are staring down Astral Barrage pressure as well. Once again, we're going to see both players Terra their Calyrex. It just makes so much sense in this matchup. It's like if you don't, then you risk losing the game literally immediately on turn 1 to an Astral Barrage or a knockoff. And so this is a relatively safe Terra, and there's a reason why everyone is running Dark Terra on Calyrex right now.
Yeah.
Ooh, no fake out. Okay.
Oh, nasty plot from James. No fake out.
Nasty plot as well. And so we'll see those nasty plots mirrored, and this is about to be turbo mode game 2, Aaron.
Yeah, I would give this advantage to James. Gets the U-turn off as well. That's super effective damage. This is so much better for him. Now you can just go out in a Koraidon, and you've gotten the +2 boost on your Shadow Rider. You're faster. You threaten with just Collision Course plus Astral Barrage, and so it's actually going to be the Regieleki here, which I'm a little bit surprised to see over Koraidon, but it's going to be knockoff to come out here.
It is going to knock off the Life Orb that James's Calyrex is holding, and the critical hit certainly doesn't help either. It's going to basically even the score for the amount of damage that these Calyrexes have taken from each other.
Yeah, I think the upside for Victor here is you can just protect, and your Incineroar should survive a turn here. Like, I don't think +2 Astral Barrage plus Thunderbolt even knocks out the Incineroar, so you can see Victor hovering that so much, and he's like, okay, now I can at least switch into the Smeargle. I think you could Parting Shot here instead. This is a little bit scary, but I think theoretically it should always be Astral Barrage coming out here instead of a Psychic, so then the idea is Smeargle at least gets to come in, even if it gets brought down to Focus Sash. You have
Incineroar coming back.
But is the Smeargle actually going to get knocked out? Like, let's say James calls it. You go
That would be
Psychic
crazy. If you
Oh.
Psychic into that slot, then, like, kudos to you. I think
Bruh.
this is, yeah, that would be nuts. That would be absolutely nuts.
Okay, well, let's find out, right? We saw the Protect first, and then go for the Thunderbolt into
Now the Smeargle coming.
So, okay, well,
Smeargle undamaged.
turn, but I just
Astral Barrage does not affect Smeargle. He's a normal type.
It's definitely
It's a normal type, I mean.
in such a favorable position. Right now, pretty even. James and Victor still with a pretty healthy HP total between everything. And
Special
Smeargle
defense
has a
rose.
special defense boost.
Route
Yeah,
1
Route
is a
1,
speed
by the
boost.
way, as you called out, the knockoff onto Calyrex is a big deal because it removes the Life Orb. So I was thinking, okay, you should switch in Koraidon, but James recognizes, well, if I bring in Koraidon and then you get the knockoff onto my Calyrex, I don't think +2 Astral Barrage actually knocks out Victor's Calyrex. And so that's actually the reason why he brought out that Regieleki first. But this last turn ends up being perfect for Victor. You know, we were thinking, oh, does Smeargle at least get brought down to Sash? Doesn't even get KO'd, but the answer is neither. It gets to come in for free with full
Wide guard?
You are
No.
with Fake Out.
Yes.
Astral Barrage instead. It's going to be that wide guard, though. Okay.
No fake out again.
That's really safe, actually, because now the opposing Calyrex can't do anything.
Thunderbolt? What a read!
From this Regieleki that does bring it down quite low.
Psychic! Okay. James read the wide guard. That's really impressive.
Focus Sash, but it's the return damage from the Shadow
And now
Rider.
Astral Barrage.
It's going to make such a big difference on this turn. Both Pokemon on the receiving
That's
end.
okay.
It's brought down to the
That's
Shadow
okay.
Calyrex so low.
James is faster.
So Victor ends up actually not going for it ends up going for that wide guard, and James is not getting baited by it.
Yeah, James reading the non-wide guard was insane. Because like Aaron said, it was such a safe play from Victor. So maybe that helped James predict that.
Close right now, but you know, James does have the major speed advantage in the current moment. That being said, Victor's done a lot of damage, and you are getting to a point where you can start thunderclapping. However, you still have to deal with that Koraidon in the back for James.
And it's tough because I think even though you bring in the Incineroar here, you have to pick and choose what you're going to actually fake out. This Shadow Rider Calyrex is still very low, and once this Incineroar comes in, you have two targets in front of you that are naturally faster than your own Calyrex.
Absolutely. This is scary for Calyrex, and this is where having the slower Calyrex really can be
Yeah.
detrimental. So James is
Having the slower Calyrex can be really bad.
and just go for Astral Barrages, and so Thunderbolt comes out.
That's insane damage on the Incineroar.
Meaningful damage there with that attack.
Yeah, it's looking quite good, and that's another reason
Nice Astro Barrage as well.
Special attack damage output, even if it was nerfed
Mm.
just a little bit here in the Scarlet and Violet era. And now both
James in a good
Pokemon
position,
both
but
Pokemon
Incineroar can
Unite,
fake out
there's
next
two
turn.
play force Pokemon
Or
in the
this
back
turn.
that he can utilize, but this is so risky.
And James knows it, though.
Going for the switch into Smeargle, going for a fake out here. I mean, from James's end, I think you could probably just double protect, but basically the theory here is if you double protect, I've gotten Smeargle out, I can wide guard, and then you cannot hit the Incineroar essentially. Neither Pokemon
Oh, Reggie goes down.
does get a knockout here.
The knockout onto the Regieleki is nice too because you know the Smeargle then, it probably is coming in scot-free. And this Astro Barrage will hit the Incineroar, but you've got the Smeargle, which probably you aren't going to be psychicking into a Dark Terra, Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yeah.
Okay, now Smeargle can get the speed boost. +3 Calyrex from James. And healing.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. I think I definitely give the advantage to James right now in this game. I think
Moody? Okay, no speed boost. Because speed boost means Spore. That's really bad.
Speed increase there on the Smeargle. That obviously is always really scary.
Rillaboom can fake out the Raging Bolt. But then, I mean, Raging Bolt maybe doesn't survive +3. But Smeargle can fake out as well. Double protect now. But then that means that next turn. But then, no. That would mean more HP for Calyrex, but also, I don't think it's enough. Dragon Pulse.
Which makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, it does, because maybe you're expecting that this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to protect itself.
Yeah, exactly.
So
No protect from James. He makes the read. He makes the read. What? He's trying to knock out. He's trying to one shot. No, she just made the read on the Thunderclap. But now Victor can just Thunderclap. There is nothing that really stops the Thunderclap. Spore? He's predicting a switch. That would be an insane read from Victor. Vamos, Victor, vamos. No, switch from the Rillaboom. That means Spore useless. Thunderclap comes through. Rillaboom, what we gonna do? Grassy Glide, no more Smeargle. That's good. But how does James stops the Thunderclap? Because I still don't think James Calyrex survives the Thunderclap.
James's Rillaboom actually ends up being really crucial here. I think it's not the easiest Pokemon to execute in this matchup either, but it makes a lot of sense into the Assault Vest.
James can protect again. I mean, he can, but the odds are low. Protect from Victor. It fails. So it is another nasty plot. Did I say Thunder plot? Nasty plot. But then what? Now what? You gain more HP. Maybe that's enough to survive? Because then you can protect again, gain more HP. Exactly. He's buying life.
Right, well, protect for James, and a double protect here for Victor. That's huge. No more Grassy Glide to KO this Shadow Rider Calyrex. And while Victor is still going to be stuck, having done no damage.
Double protect from Victor is huge.
Critical for him.
Yeah, absolutely needed to double to stay in the game. So everyone heals back a little bit more. And I'm also wondering, like, if there's any chance Calyrex is bulky enough where it would even be able to survive a Grassy Glide, because terrain is still up. And so you can see, oh, Victor's thinking of going for Nasty Plot. You know this is the last turn of terrain, so it's like, do you want to go for a triple protect? Or are you like, you know what, I feel back enough where Grassy Glide doesn't KO.
Thunderclap? It survives. It survives. That's gonna be insane damage now. +4. Why one hit knockout on the Thunder on the Raging Ball. GG 1-1. That was a great game from James. Going around the thunderclaps, some good protects, and he didn't reveal his last Pokemon. That's really important.
But Victor was like, well, you could just Astral Barrage at any point. I think James played through that massively, where he did not get baited by the wide guard turn.
Yeah, not getting baited by the wide guard was insane.
And it opted for the
Insane.
wide guard, and there were no spread moves from the opposing side. You put something to sleep there, like the Shadow Rider, I think it's a very, very different game. But that to me feels like the absolute critical turn. I believe this is actually the turn that we were just talking about. But I like James's decision. He's like, look, I know that my Shadow Rider is faster, and I actually know that my Rillaboom is also a really strong Pokemon in this matchup, and just surviving with the sliver of HP is a really big deal. From Victor's end, like, having some priority early on would be nice. I actually consider if he would ever bring his Rillaboom, right? Because look how low Shadow Rider and Alecki were in that last game. Like, I think that's one option. Zamazenta hasn't come out, and I mean, it is nice with that wide guard, but I think you might be scared of the +2 like Life Orb Psychic from the opposing side.
Yeah.
And so I actually could see Victor switching to either Rillaboom or Zamazenta here.
That would be a nice adjustment, but I also feel like both of these trainers must have had a lot of experience playing.
Game 3, bro. Game 3 is always tough.
As a player that has really watched the European scene develop, you know it's Zamazenta, Shadow Rider, Calyrex, Smeargle.
Yeah.
You know you're going to be playing against that. So I feel like this is
Bro, 41k people watching the stream on Twitch. That's insane.
That wide guard turn, but I was just really impressed overall with the Thunderbolt damage that this Regieleki was doing.
It was no joke, yeah. I mean, did nearly 50% to Incineroar. I think for Victor, you could play turn 1 differently. I actually think the leads were not that bad for him, but turn 1 just did. He was, I think, hoping to just like catch Calyrex off guard and say, you know what, I'm just gonna get a knockoff into you. But yeah, I think like you could consider
Game 3 is on.
scouting the other Calyrex, but it's a return to Smeargle, which I think also makes a lot of sense. You got the fast fake out here, and it gives you the protection against the opposing Calyrex immediately.
These are the same lanes we saw in game number 1, and Victor was able to find the edge to carve out that first game victory. But now as we enter into the third
Game 3, game 3.
down to this top 8 on the line here for James and Victor, and we'll see what happens on this first turn. We've seen the run back of these dark terrasalizations on the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
And bring it, yeah, because James has been psyching that slot, you know.
Double, triple fake outs is like sometimes you bait a protect. If you protect and then you switch in your fake out user immediately in the back, then you could just fake out what just protected the previous turn. But turn 1 already very, very spicy.
Yeah, you got this Incineroar, and as we were talking about in that second game, that Intimidate still plays a huge role again versus this Rillaboom. Didn't see it go for the Woodhammer, but there was an opportunity to do that on the last game. So imagine if you do that this time around.
Grassy Glide, no Psychic. No, exactly. To break the focus sash, exactly.
Oh my gosh, the Incineroar coming in was so big, yeah.
Oh my goodness, he gets away with so much in this turn. You don't even get the boost if you're James. Now your Calyrex is boosted.
Nasty plot. Nasty plot.
Oh, it's a phenomenal turn by
Yeah.
Victor, and you know it's so scary to fall behind like this in one turn.
It's so difficult, man. Because James made the right choice to deal with a Smeargle, but not with Incineroar.
He didn't actually terrasalize on that last turn.
Yeah.
You do save the Terra for something else if you choose to, but right now
Switch from Calyrex? That's kind of crazy. Whatever coming in is going to take insane damage. Lecky with Focus Sash?
these Pokemon. So Victor knows you
Nice
are
fake
going
out.
to remove this Calyrex. I'm free and clear to go after this Rillaboom. Fake out, Astral Barrage. Regieleki breaks the sash, and Rillaboom just
Rillaboom goes down.
That's it. One Pokemon down already.
That's
for
crazy.
James in this first game.
This is looking so difficult to come back, and that fake out damage, I think, you know, having
Plus
literally
3
just
Calyrex
getting
from
the
Victor.
Rillaboom into knockout range, but survives the attack.
At
Now
least-
you can get a free switch into, say, that Koraidon and then pressure with
At
Electro Wave,
least
Collision Course free
James
out.
can now go for Electro Wave, so Koraidon can be faster, but still, I don't know if that's good enough. It's good, but I don't know if it's good enough, you know?
So it's gonna take a huge, incredible comeback for James to make it out of this one, because I feel like Victor, that turn 1 alone was game winning.
And
It was really
Victor
good.
has the
Turn 1 was
opportunity to
crazy.
protect here. If you are expecting that Koraidon is going to try to get the knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex, there's a great way for you to try to weave in something different. We see the Raging Bolt is available in the back. That's something that Victor used in that first game for that Raging Bolt to capitalize on the Sun, get its photosynthesis boost, and preserve that booster energy for later.
And I think this makes so much sense where it's like, okay, I've got a new trap, right? If you don't knock out my Raging Bolt right now, next turn, Thunderclap, Astral Barrage, GG, shake my hand, right? And so we'll see if the Raging Bolt can survive the turn, but I think this makes a lot of sense. No need to even risk knocking your Incinerate.
Protect from Victor is crazy good.
Actually targeting the Bolt, and the Bolt faints, but it's going to be Thunderbolt to start.
Okay, that's not great.
Yeah, the resistance is so good here.
Flame charge for the speed!
Absolutely.
Great play from James.
Helping you get the speed control. The Koraidon can do it all on its own.
That's absolutely huge because
What an insane play!
Hold on. James found the one play that I think can bring him back into this one. Now there is still the Dragon Pulse pressure, but Koraidon now, of course, is faster than the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It can just go for a Terra as well.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think Victor switches here.
Like that,
Because
that's the one play James could have made.
Koraidon can just go collision course now.
We've seen him in games 1 and 2
Protect.
for the Dark Terrestrialization on the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
He wants Lecky to go down or switch it and then bring a fake out user. But wait, is Rillaboom is dead?
Damage is still going to be a lot to the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Wait, is bringing his Kali? Is it Terra?
Just that Calyrex.
It's going down!
Wow, I mean, this Koraidon really could take it, but we still have a couple more turns we need to get through.
Yeah, because you just switched in on an Astral Barrage. You can see James shake his head. I'm kind of shocked he did that, quite frankly. I think maybe hoping that, like, oh, like, your Calyrex, you know that you're staring down Koraidon and exerting a lot of offense. You have to switch out your
That's tough for
Calyrex.
James.
You know what? I'm just going to launch my attacks there. I think James had the opportunity to maybe go for a Fire Terran attack there, but this also could be James saying, I feel like I'm so far behind in this game that I do need to make some crazy plays, back-to-back turns, but it feels like that advantage that he had just built up now is slipping away once again.
Oh damn, I think James played well.
You missed such a big opportunity to go after that Shadow Rider Calyrex. And now James is down to his final 2 Pokemon with this Game 3 as the decider for who moves on to the top 8 at the World Championships. James got top 4 and the
They'll
other
protect.
restricted formats that we've seen so far in the video game. And looks like he might be going down here.
It's so close. Like, it feels like Victor should have the advantage. In my head, I'm thinking if you're Victor, you can protect your Calyrex and attack with the Raging Bolt. What you would like.
Let's go, let's see. If James can still make this back.
Follow me and then Astral Barrage, and I think that should be game. And so if you're James, you might actually want to be a little bit wary of that. Victor's actually just going to opt for a double protect. It looks like we
Terra
see that Terra, but you can't help but
on James' side.
one turn late sooner.
Yeah, it's going to be
There's a Lecky!
all right, so Terra Electric, Regieleki. That Terra Electric going to be very good to help boost up all of those electric attacks
So
that it has.
he wants to target the Calyrex with the Lecky and the Bolt with the Koraidon.
James, can he get enough done with this Koraidon? And especially with the Regieleki having this extra damage, but I can't get it through this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be the Collision Course coming out and that Thunderbolt as well, giving it the extra damage that it would likely need to knock out the Shadow Rider. But this is now so scary, right? You can Thunderclap into the Regieleki slot or Dragon Pulse, like you said, super effective damage into the Koraidon. I think if you're Victor there, you actually wouldn't have minded Raging Bolt going down, but I think James was saying, well, I don't think your Bolt will go down just from a Collision Course here. But now you're staring down 2 things that exert so much offense. It's going to be Thunderclap, potentially into Regieleki. Regieleki then to get around this can, of course, go for a Protect. But Raging Bolt is looking really good in this endgame with that Smeargle support as well. And you still have Incineroar in the back, and so...
Yeah, the fake out.
Goes for a Protect, keeps James in it for a little bit longer, but I just don't see it.
Now this Koraidon is still going to have to get a lot done. At least you bypassed the Raging Bolt's damage. So
Yeah, that's good though.
Koraidon is free and clear to go for the Collision Course.
Great
You need to
animation
build a
as
lot
well.
so that you don't have the downside.
Great animation from Collision Course.
Like close combat instead.
One of the best animations in the game, but now you have Incineroar, Smeargle, both 2 fake out users. It's insane.
You can bring out Smeargle, fake out into the Koraidon, and just Dragon Pulse into a Regieleki, right? You don't care if Regieleki gets an attack off, Koraidon doesn't have spread moves, and then the subsequent turn you can just go for Follow Me and Dragon Pulse. It is the last turn of Sun, so then there will be no more photosynthesis, but I think that's fine, right? And so the Terra Eleki, you know, it's cute to get the knockout, but then not protecting Koraidon was really rough.
Well, don't forget, we still have the booster energy on the
True,
Raging Bolt.
yeah,
So the
yeah.
sun going away,
Doesn't
no
even matter.
problem for this Raging Bolt.
Exactly.
Victor
But yeah,
Medina, wow.
I think it's like James found an awesome turn to get himself back into it, but then just letting Shadow Rider fade. I once again can totally see why he went for it. He felt like he was so far behind in this game, and he was like, I think you're scared now. You're gonna switch out. Crydon's going to go for that protect, but I think for Victor it's just very safe. I don't see, yeah, like
Oh, the double protect is good.
Okay.
That's a big turn though still, because that means that Regieleki does not get faked out and faints on this turn. You can
Next turn maybe he can get
you should be able to get some damage
the
off, as
Raging
long as
Bolt
Raging Bolt
out.
does not go for a thunderclap to try to knock it out from this range. But oh my, it's tough. You just take a look at this position for James, and how do you claw back in? Sun is gone, and there's the booster energy. You get that boost right back.
Yeah, and I just feel like now without the Sun...
Bro, that's a tense game. It's a great game.
It's just so tough, right? Because you can just go for a follow me.
Follow me, okay.
Double protect, does it even really end up mattering? I think the only thing is if you were to...
Follow me, just, yeah, just locks it for Victor.
You see, okay, yeah, I can just go for the follow me and then just Dragon Pulse Crydon.
Yeah, Crydon just goes down to the Dragon Pulse.
Maybe even stand a chance, you like need to get a double protect off with the Crydon. If Crydon faints, the game is just over. But this is the thing, like Raging Bolt feels like the second restricted here because it does so much damage. Crydon's not going to attempt the double, and that should mean Raging Bolt should secure the game.
Smeargle says, look at me, I am the center of attention. Let me take this collision course in your stead, Raging Bolt. I got the focus sash. I can hang on for just one more turn while also keeping you safe from this Regieleki as well. So Raging Bolt should be free and clear. We do see the Electro Web actually be able to hit both targets, but as this Raging Bolt is still going to resist that damage, it really feels like it's just a tickle. And as the Raging Bolt now can go for this next attack, is it just going to be a one-hit
GG.
onto this Crydon? It's super effective.
Eesh. That's insane damage.
Another Pokemon down. Victor Medina knows, with just the Regieleki left, he is in the top 8.
That's insane damage, bro.
2023 top 8, 2025 top 8. He has been in, I feel like, literally 10 to 15 top cuts. He has not won that major championship that he has been seeking, but this was a statement here in Game 3. That turn 1 alone lights out hard reading what James was going to do, and it just gave him such a huge lead.
Why the protect though?
I thought Regieleki was going to be a really difficult
Just
Pokemon
buying
to
some time,
match up.
I guess. Going after the fake out. He can't really attack. He can't do damage to the Raging Bolt. That's the problem. Oh, James played so well, but the turn where he lost the Calyrex was really bad.
Coming out, one last attack for James, but we know how this is going to play out, and it damages the Incineroar, but that's okay because
GG, James. Victor played really well. That turn 1 in this turn was insane.
Wow, what a match between Victor
Good,
and
good,
James.
good, good.
James being able to tie up the series in that second game, but Victor Medina able to win it all at the end of the day. Two incredible players in the video game. And James is still an international champion. He still made it to World's top 4s 2 times already. And it's amazing that despite not having that official tournament practice in this regulation, was able to make it as far as he did to top 16 of Worlds again.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a couple of things that I want to point out from Victor's team here, right? I think the Smeargle with the wide guard, that combination alone is a huge difference maker alone, and Smeargle applied so much pressure. Victor didn't always get it right with the Smeargle, but that was okay, right? Like the thing with Smeargle is if you get more of the coin flips right, it's going to work out in your favor, right? And so being able to threaten with that wide guard was huge. And that turn 1 in Game 3, it was like James was clearly trying to go all in, respecting the Smeargle. To switch into Incineroar and getting a nasty plot boost was just like such a huge lead that it felt basically impossible to come back from. And part of the thing is if you look at James's team, there's no wide guard. Everything takes over 50% essentially from a +2 Life Orb Astral Barrage, right? So while Victor at the slower Calyrex, he's like, well, I don't mind being slower because I am just going to set up and then attack, and you're not going to knock me out because you're not, like, you don't have Crydon out on the field.
But then James got that one turn correct.
It was sick. Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like the Crydon going for the Flame Charge instead, not
Getting the
having
speed
to rely
boost,
on
that's
their
right.
Regieleki, but then missing the opportunity to just go for the Terra and that collision course into that Shadow Rider. It was not protected. It would have gone down, and I can't help but think about how differently that their game would have done, like kind of finished as had James been able to get that knockout.
Yeah, I think James in that position, and once again, like, it's very easy to watch and be like, what just happened? Like, why in the world would you do that? But I actually think
True.
from James's end, it makes a lot of sense because
Yeah.
James is like, well, I just boosted my speed. There's no way you're gonna let me just knock out your
Yeah,
Calyrex.
exactly.
Victor was
course,
saying
yeah.
in that position, I think he's like, look, I'm willing to just take the damage trade, even if you fire Terry or Crydon. I at least either, I mean, if you let me get the Astral Barrage up,
Because this is like World Championships. You think that the other player is going to make the best play possible, right? You're not thinking he's going to allow you to knock out this Pokemon for free.
But yeah, I think from James's POV, he's like, okay, I can get back into this if you end up switching your Calyrex out. I protect my Crydon to prevent it from fainting from Dragon Pulse. I get my Calyrex position out, and now I can Dark Terra my Shadow Rider, and my Shadow Rider is going to be the star. So I think James basically bet the game on that turn. He was already playing from behind. It didn't work out, but that's the kind of play that you have to make when you are so far behind. And the fact like he even put himself in that position after finding the Flame Charge play the previous turn was, honestly a testament to his skill.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
indeed.
amazing. It's what I expect out of a player like James, though. You know, he still has that incredible amount of experience from, again, almost a decade of play in this game, if
Yeah.
not more than that. And he's found himself as a 4 times regional champion. That's why. It's because he can make plays like that even while behind. He's able to bring himself back into things. And I know we'll continue to see more of James in the future.
We got to talk about Victor, though.
We absolutely do.
I think, Shadow Rider Zamazenta coming into the World Championships, like everyone knew people were going to use it, right? But who is going to be able the one to take it to the top? Victor's had so much experience with it, and now we're able to actually hear a little bit more from him. So let's throw it down to the floor for an interview.
Thank you.
All right. I'll do a break. Then we'll be come back to play some games while we wait for the next set. Hi everybody, I'm back. Welcome, welcome. We're now going to be playing some Pokemon Unite while we wait for the next set to start. I have the page of the Pokemon Worlds here on the second screen. So I know when it will be starting. Okay, let's play some games here. I wasn't able to play a real ranked match yesterday while we were waiting for the next sets because we played against bots. Also, wait, I'm getting overloaded. Stop it, bro. So, yo, these gacha games, bro, these live service games go crazy sometimes. So many like opportunities, but I want to play the game. Okay, yesterday we couldn't really find a lot of matches because I'm very low ranked, and I'm a returning player as well. So it's like the game is like seeing me, not really putting me with other people. Now, while we wait, we can show you the progress. Still on a break. And they'll be back in 2 minutes, but then they should be rewatching another game from the side stream. And we got the game on Pokemon Unite. Here we go. Oh no. Wait, I didn't no, I did accept, right? Okay. Great. The last set we watched in the World's VGC was so good. James versus Victor was so good. I like James as a player. I like his play style. He got Regieleki, he had the Volcarona, but he ended up losing. Victor comes through with a more traditional team, but the Smeargle, very strong and very cool to see. Bro, can't play a game of Pokemon Unite? Come on, is this game dead? Oh, there we go. There we go. I want to play some Raichu. Alright. It's gonna be a fun match. Our team is alright. Yeah, there are a lot of cool Pokemons in Pokemon Unite. And I really like in Pokemon Unite how they make the Pokemon feel like the Pokemon, in the game. It's not just a water type, it's not just a Blastoise that uses water. It's like a Blastoise. It spins in the shell, is a defender, is tanky. Yeah, like a Lunar Raichu. It's fast, attacks a lot, gains movement speed. Makes sense. Our team is not bad. We have one over every role. And these guys are not bots. We have one all-rounder, one speedster, one supporter, and one defender. We're chilling. We are vibing. Pikachu! Alright, good progress early on. There you go, I stole that! That was great. There we go. Nice. That's a lot of experience. Our jungler is here. Nice. I actually really enjoyed the Electro Ball yesterday. Nice. The Magic Card. Okay. That's the jungler. Nice. Nice. I can see the time because of my camera. Okay, but they went middle. Oh, my attack didn't got the Indeedee. Didn't get, not didn't got, right? Yeah, I can see the time. I don't know. I really like Thunderbolt. Bro, Thunderbolt does a lot of base damage. Nice. Nice. Oh, wait, wait, wait. Okay, we're good, we're good. Oh, sorry, sorry, sorry. Nice. Alright. One of them is arriving. Good. Oh, Flame doing so much damage there. Oh, there is a set already starting, bro. I thought it would be more break. Still 6 minutes to go. Okay, I'll put the set on screen. I'll be finishing this game. I don't want to leave my teammates behind. I hate when people do that to me, so, you know. Nice. So let me put this here. Oh, wait, what? Sorry, bro. Wait. Wait, teammate. Alright. Okay. So I can't really see chat at the moment. Oh, it's Nick. We were watching it earlier. He, not it, him. Alright. Raichu is really good to attack into bases, just saying on Pokémon Unite. Because we can just help. Oh! I was stopped, really. Let's go, let's go. Oh no, I thought it was a Dark Urshifu on Kotsuki there. I'm only level 11 in Unite here in this game, but we'll be doing way better. Okay, the set on VGC is starting. Two great teams. I guess we're really listening to the music of Pokémon Unite. That makes no sense. But I can fix the stream now. I need to help my team. In Unite. Just, oh. Nice heals. Oh, the guardian got me. Okay, I can fix the stream. I can fix the stream.
So almost if there's a contract,
Okay, let's go. Now you guys can listen to the stream. You can see the match. I'm gonna finish this Pokemon Unite match and then come to commentate on the match as well.
So that's something that Nick can use to their advantage.
Yeah, and again, this is going to be a top 16 match again for Ko to try and make his way back into a finals. Another World Championship title for Nick to yet again be doing the best world performance he has, getting into the lead. Double restricted for Ko. That's Lunala and Miraidon right away to hit the field, whereas Fluttermane and Kyogre. This Fluttermane as well. This can offer a lot of pressure, of course, being able to go for super effective attacks, but also a little bit of speed control in itself. And Kyogre, of course, the rain. That's the watch out, because Miraidon looks especially scary.
Yeah, definitely scary because of the pressure that it's putting on right now, and that Kyogre almost feels like it either has to switch out into something a little bit more preferable, like the really
Nice knockout. Okay, we're just winning here on the Pokemon Unite match.
I think if you go for that grass terrestrialization, you have to be worried, like you say, about that Fluttermane going for that icy wind. And it's not only that as well, it is the Shadow Ball, the taunt that it's got access to, where it can potentially shut down opposing Trick Room being set up by Ko in this scenario. It's also got the Moonblast as
Okay.
well, maybe locked into to pressure that Miraidon.
That's one of the things, is that Ko has some fast Pokemon, but he also has way to switch the dimensions if really wants to be playing at a different pace here. But Nick, right away, this is a very fast
Okay, Pokemon Unite match ended. We won. But here, Nick Navarre versus Kutsuki there. I like the team of Ko. Miraidon Lunala is pretty cool with the Electric Seed. So yeah, today there is less downtime between matches. You have to keep that in mind.
Moonblast boosted by the terrestrialization into the Miraidon. That terrestrialization paying off huge. Now Draco Meteor in response into Kyogre. Not quite the one-hit KO. It is going to hold on throughout this turn. Now the needed. Water spout from the Kyogre is so pitiful. Now the Lunala, it's taken no damage. Moongeist Beam.
Moongeist Beam.
Flutter Mane
Ooh, good damage.
on this turn. No KO's claimed quite yet, but that Kyogre's in a scary spot.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, right? From the last turn, we see the Fluttermane be the choice on Nick's side. Terrasilize, trying to snipe off that Miraidon, but really smart Terrasalization from Cole to say, okay, well, that is a threat. I know the item on your Fluttermane, it's probably max speed, so we've got to kind of have a little bit of a tussle here.
Hey.
Getting out of that weakness, Terrasalizing, and then dropping the Draco Meteor onto the Kyogre really smart, just to cover in case we do see that grass Terrasalization. And it's in a spot now where it is threatened from the Fluttermane, so maybe wants to protect, maybe wants to utilize that Lunala that is in that comfortable position. You still have to be wary about the Hydro Pump, the Origin Pulse threat, but if you can remove that Kyogre or just kind of try and mitigate the
Oh,
damage
damn
from
it.
that Pokemon here, it will allow you, but Nick in a nice spot as well.
It is going to be a swap. That Kyogre's taking so much damage, not necessarily vibing with the board situation. It's going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider to take its spot instead. When I mine up on the Miraidon on the other end, again, it has had its special attack greatly reduced.
Okay, here we go. Finally. Sorry, guys, for the delay.
Isn't going to be a choice item lock Pokemon. Get to that in a second, though, because it's going to be a switch of piece. Whimsicott now to hit the field for Ko's end. Shadow Ball from Fluttermane into this Whimsicott, so it's not going to be a welcome greeting on the field. Just a little bit of damage. Volt switch
Here we go.
now. Not necessarily looking for the most damage here, because you actually get a considerable amount, but this is going to greatly make sure that Ko has some good positioning here and can bring the Lunala in, or we can get a sneak peek at that fourth Pokemon.
It'll be interesting to see what that last Pokemon is, but now a really nice switch to that Whimsicott for Cole, because they've got access to that instant Tailwind that's going to allow whatever comes in next to it to get the speed jump on that Fluttermane and potentially be able to remove it from the field, because it is right now a huge threat. Of course, you can't ignore that Ice Rider. Calyrex has just entered the field, still in a really healthy position, and is going to start threatening with those maybe Glacial Lances, or start spreading the Leech Seed depending on what Cole decides to bring in.
I'm curious how much that damage it did take on that swap in, though, is going to make a difference, because Calyrex Ice Rider, I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that can normally survive one hit, but when you are eyeing up a Miraidon, that can deal so much damage. That can be a
Okay,
serious
Lunala's
hit.
back.
Lunala is definitely not one that it can deal some damage out here, and that will be the one to re-hit the field. So where do we go from here?
Well, this is it, because I think now with the Whimsicott, you've got the option to go for that Tailwind and then utilize the Lunala to either remove the Fluttermane or the Calyrex. Like you said, that chip damage from the Volt Switch onto the Calyrex has probably put it in range of a Moongeist Beam, which is something you can't Terrasilize out of the weakness. So Cole's got to really pick carefully here. The one thing that you would say that they've got in their favor is the Fluttermane doesn't have Protect, so it's an easy slot to go into. So you know you can guarantee damage into that slot. Whether the Fluttermane stays in or switches out is the question here. Whether it depends how much Nick really values that and what they've got in the back.
Rillaboom coming in, most likely.
Has got the Assault Vest, so maybe one of those options that could come in. Just give him a little bit of room.
Glacial Lance, super effective into the Whimsicott.
Because that Whimsicott is threatened from a Glacial Lance, and it's unlikely that we see the Lunala go for the Wide Guard in this situation when there's such an offensive option in front of them.
Well, we're about to find out, but yeah, we talked about the Fluttermane. That's going to be the swap out. And
Tailwind, that's really good.
In this position, as
But Rillaboom cannot fake out, because Lunala is Ghost type.
what we can see from the Lunala, that Moongeist Beam,
Into Rillaboom, I think. Yeah. That's good damage, though. Oh, the sound was cut. Ooh, the Whimsicott goes down. Lunala takes that really, really well. Cole must be happy with that, because now he can go for a free switch in after the Tailwind. Tailwind will give a boost to speed on his team, so now I can bring maybe the Miraidon, but Miraidon can be faked out by the Rillaboom. Calyrex getting a lot of HP from the terrain, from the leftovers. And Lunala cannot be faked out.
Grassy terrain now on the field, and it is going to help top up that HP. Keep that Calyrex in a nice, healthy position. You've got the Rillaboom on the field, of course. It doesn't have the support options that you would like against the Lunala, because that is still a threat to your Calyrex. It is
Incineroar! Yeah, that's okay if that Incineroar does not get faked out. If it does get faked out, it's okay. And the Calyrex cannot deal with the Incineroar because it has less shield and not high horsepower.
Using any support, and then go for that Moongeist Beam into the Calyrex, which is susceptible right now.
Yeah, and this Incineroar, I mean, this just makes so much sense for the Pokemon. Now Nick is just so threatened on this turn. And Ko, I mean, you've managed to take a lot of headway. We've gotten to see the Tailwind, so of course Ko is going to have the speed advantage moving on forward. Incineroar offers so much pressure on this turn, and we saw how much that damage that Moongeist Beam from that Lunala did into the Rillaboom, and that's something that can be fired off into the Calyrex at any time. One thing for the Calyrex, with that leftovers, it has been getting a decent little amount of recovery, so we are getting closer to the Calyrex can survive hits mode, and doubly so with the Protect on this turn. Make sure that Incineroar, fake out, no good. Now it's just going to be Moongeist Beam into
Nice
the
protect.
Ice Rider, nothing, and Incineroar not going for that fake out.
Knockoff.
Going to be the knockoff, the double up.
Oh.
Good protect from Nick. Now it's going to be only Rillaboom to act on
U-turn.
U-turn from the
Nice
Rillaboom.
switch.
Not really about the damage. It's going to be about the pivot.
Yeah, and it's all about that protect there, and I think what Nick needs to do now is try and stall out these tailwind turns. Once they go, then your Fluttermane's a bit more enabled to come in and support whatever's next to it and try and get rid of these big threats. As long as this tailwind's in effect, though, then Ko is kind of in the driving seat. And the problem that Nick's got is a lot of the Pokemon that he's got remaining have such low health, so the switching game to stall things out is getting a bit more limited. And yeah, the Calyrex in that position now, it's pretty healthy, but again, you don't really want it to be in that spot where
The Calyrex still will take a lot of damage from Moongeist Beam, but will survive. Not to double up. Kyogre can go for Origin Pulse, still doing a lot of damage, because also using the Mystical Water will boost the damage of the Water type attacks. And in the rain as well. So that's going to be insane damage from the Kyogre anyway.
So it's not really going to be in the position to pick up a knockout here.
At least for Nick, when you are trying to play the waiting out game, when you have this Kyogre that's built out with the Mystic Water as opposed to the choice specs, you do have a little bit of options with going.
Considering the switch into Fluttermane, okay.
Choices on what has to well, just go out on the field and get KO'd if you are looking to preserve that Calyrex Ice Rider. Fluttermane might be the sacrifice of choice here. Hitting the field already is taking so much damage down to a third. And if Ko is going for that slot again, it's going to be Fluttermane. No.
Moongeist Beam coming crazy.
Staring down on the opposing end. Fluttermane in.
Fluttermane goes down.
But Nick slowly but surely getting through the turns. But again, will he have enough?
True. Yeah. That's a good question by the caster. Does he have enough after the tailwind ends?
Nick really needs is to try and maybe get that trick room up now with it, the Calyrex, because if you can get yourself into a position where you can get that trick room set up, it's going to put you in a way better position. You've still got to worry about the Incineroar, but I think the key would be maybe get those leech seeds started to spread around the board, and if you can do that, you're chipping away constantly at your opponent. You don't necessarily need to worry so much about the Intimidate cycle, but right now in this position, it's not looking too good for them, and a lot to play for. The problem is with the Rillaboom as well, you can't really fake out, you can't slow down that Lunala because of its ghost typing and the immunity there, which makes this extra difficult. This Tailwind was just well timed by Ko and taken full advantage of the turns that they've got remaining with it.
This could be where Nick can try and make a call, though, because Rillaboom hitting the field, you can try and offset a little bit of pressure instead. I mean, obviously you can't go for the fake out into the Lunala, and the Lunala maybe having to go and make a choice into it. Of course, the Incineroar does still output a little bit of pressure here, which could be scary, but if Nick, if you...
No, I think Incineroar doesn't do a lot of damage here. Of course, Flare Blitz into Rillaboom will do a lot of damage. That means the Kyogre would have to go down first. Kyogre is faster than Lunala, right?
No, it's not. And if you get the slot wrong in that situation as well, that's where the Moongeist Beam lands. I think that kind of claws his game up, one up pretty quickly. So we'll see how this plays out as that Kyogre does exit the field as the Tailwind turns do count down.
All right, so Calyrex Ice Rider, see if we can get onto the field safely, or at least make it through, as this Pokemon could be important.
Moongeist Beam into the Calyrex. Yo! Double up. No. Insane damage, though. Into the pivot. Into the Intimidate. Recycle. Dropping the damage of the Calyrex. Miraidon. Could be faked out.
I think even if Cole takes an attack from the Rillaboom here and it goes down, which is not going to be the case, he wouldn't mind, because I think it just opens the door for the Incineroar to come back into the field. You got that active fake out, even though the Tailwind's about to end, and the Lunala still in a really strong position. But now you get the Miraidon onto the field, and that is in a really dominant position where it can target either of these
and whatever you don't target, the Lunala kind of picks up that slot, and you're going to be able to close this game out pretty quickly. I don't know how Nick gets out of this. I feel like I'm in a really tough spot right now.
Yeah, when you have 3 Pokemon left and the speed's not really in your favor, even with that Tailwind expiring, you just have naturally slower Pokemon. And the most
The
HP
music is epic in the background, man.
that is just quivering when you're staring down the Miraidon on the other end. It is a scary situation. Ko just having the natural speed here. I feel like this one is a little bit of a tricky puzzle to maybe think about where things can change up. Again, that Tailwind, that speed. Ko just had so much in his favor, and even with some well-timed protects on Nick's end, there was just too many turns to go through.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of just delaying the inevitable here, so maybe just utilizing this time to rethink and reevaluate what's maybe not gone your way this game and how you can go into game 2 to kind of pull things back around. And that's a fine thing to do, because it's so easy for Cole here to just attack into the Kyogre with
Okay, the Kyogre protects.
with the Lunala. Your hope is that you can kind of
Electro Drift comes through. Calyrex goes down. Great animation.
Ko one Pokemon closer to claiming the first game in this set. I mean, when it's top 16 for Nick, play it out, see what can be done in this point. And it's not
Calyrex goes down. Miraidon goes down too, though, for recoil. Or for life orb. Yeah, life orb, yeah.
recoil. It is going to be down to
So 1-for-1. Trick Room. Because it will make the Lunala faster than the Kyogre. That was a great play. You get rid of your faster Pokemon, and then you can use Trick Room with your slow Pokemon in Lunala and Incineroar. That's a great play.
I think you're going to protect the Kyogre. I'm going to go after the Ice Rider. I'm going to utilize this turn. I'm going to get some
Yeah.
value out of it.
Nick, GG's. Totally understandable.
Position where, you know, the Incineroar's going to come in. You would expect that to be the slower out of the two, and itself and the Rillaboom. So going to have that faster fake out here, and that's why we're seeing the cancellation locked in. Cole taking game 1.
Yeah, that Trick Room was just so well done. Because if it was a situation where, yeah, we went for the attack into the Kyogre had protected, and we got that fake out, it could have been, you know, actually a possibility here for Nick. But Ko just making sure this is a safe play. This is the guy that went 8-0 on day 1 of Swiss. You know, we're going to see some safe plays. We're going to see a game locked up. And it was just so strong. And that was a really just strong start. I mean, even when you're looking back at that turn 1, the amount of damage that you're able to offput from Ko's end, sure, you didn't quite pick up KOs to start, but the Kyogre was in a spot where you couldn't really offput damage. You just had these faster Pokemon at any point, and it was just so much pressure throughout the entire match.
Yeah, it was a story all about speed control, right? I think that's the key to this. I think leading off of the Miraidon, putting the pressure on to that Kyogre in particular, and then getting the Whimsicott in at a really key moment to get the Tailwind up. And then, yeah, I'm not worried if it goes down, because, yeah, you might get a Chilling Near boost, but I've got Incineroar on the back. You don't have the Clear Amulet. I can just drop that, keep you in check, and keep that pressure on with the Lunala. It was something you didn't have without that speed control. And like you rightly said, at the close of that match, the Trick Room at the end was key, because you get the Rillaboom in next to it, you can fake out the Incineroar and get a free Origin Pulse off with the Rain. It kind of almost forces the hand of the Lunala in that situation to either go Wide Guard and not attack, or attack and maybe possibly lose the Incineroar, and then things can start to turn. So just locking it up perfectly executed by Cole.
Even with the Hydro Pump, if you could stop one slot and just anticipate. So it is close, but again, just Ko making sure that there was no door open, absolutely no possibility, and playing so smart to the end. But now, where do we go into this game 2? Because again, that was pressure that Ko had from the get-go. Where can Nick switch this up?
I think you've got to get a bit more utility out of the Kyogre, honestly. I think it was a bit of a shame that, you know, the Kyogre lost so much health on that turn 1, and the Water Spout was so whiffy. So I think if you can get more damage out from that Pokemon in particular, it can be the way to carving out.
Here we go. Round 2.
Well, it's a Kyogre that's not offputting any pressure on this first start of the match, because it is not leading the charge. It's going to be Ko going again with that double restricted lead.
I love that duo. Miraidon Lunala. I really like Miraidon Lunala and Kuraidon Lunala. I really like it. Flutterman Rillaboom. Have some fake out. Strong damage into the Lunala. You can even predict a Terra from Lunala and fake out the Lunala. Because if you don't Terra, it takes huge damage from Shadow Ball. But most likely then just switch. Do not commit a Terra this early.
is a nice play to get rid of the electric train to stop that big damage coming out, and the Rillaboom in a position where it can potentially get some value here. It can get some chip damage into the Miraidon, maybe pivot out, keep that grassy train active in the back, or you can break the Shadow Shield or get some big damage onto the Lunala if the Shadow Shield is broken by the Flutter Mane.
Terror from
Right, so
Lunala.
on this first turn, a lot of different options here for Nick, and on the opposing end, Co switching up the Terastallization into this Lunala instead.
So it can be faked out.
Both of these Pokemon, so you really have to pick and
I guess Miraidon is a bigger threat.
making sure Lunala is not going to be taking super effective damage, and that is
No fake out from Rillaboom.
He's off. Out of ball, Shadow Shield, and not too much. Special defense will drop. You didn't take too much damage. Electro Drift, Volt Switch, sorry.
Volt Switch just casually doing half HP into the Flutter Mane.
That's for Ko to switch things around.
Yeah, this is just so well played by Cole, saying, okay, I'm not repeating what I did game one, because you probably want to go after the Lunala, expecting the Miraidon, because we talked about it, how pressured it was. That is the obvious choice for the Terastallization, co-identifying that, saying, no, I'm going to protect my Lunala this time, because it was so pivotal in that game one. I'm going to Terastallize that in case you go for that Moonblast, the Shadow Ball into this slot. Don't want it to be super effective, don't want to put myself in danger of getting knocked out by a double up into it from a Wood Hammer that potentially is coming out from the Rillaboom. It's in a nice position, especially with that Volt Switch damage into the Flutter Mane there.
Yeah, the wood hammer wouldn't be too much of a problem in this position, but into the switch win could be. So Volt Switch can still be a bit bad for Ko. Yes, think well about that. It's just a scenario, it's chill.
Call to, I mean, leave them right on in position where that could have been eliminated
yeah.
on the very first turn.
So brave.
So brave. That's going to be now Incineroar after a little bit of thought to hit the field, but Rillaboom not eyeing up a big attack. Instead, this is going to be the pivot as well. And in the back, it's going to be that double restricted for Nick. Now Kyogre onto the field, but I'm still intrigued with Lunala and what it's gone for on this turn. We've seen the Terastallization, so we know it can survive through the turn, and now this is where we go for the attack. Into the
Flutter Mane goes down.
Going to be Nick down a Pokemon already.
Yeah, and that's a big play here for Cole. I think as well, getting the Incineroar in is great, because now you've got the option, although that Kyogre comes in, you think, wow, that's putting on a lot of pressure, especially to the water weak Pokemon in Incineroar, and the neutrally hit Pokemon in Lunala. You still don't, if you're Lunala, you don't want to take a Hydro Pump from the Kyogre because it is going to outspeed you. So you're in that position where you can use...
Yeah, Hydro Pump will be insane.
Nick playing into this, bringing the Rillaboom in, it has that faster fake out, so can pin that Incineroar, go for the fake out into that.
Yeah,
slot,
Origin
and it
Pulse
frees
will
up
be
the
insane
Kyogre to
damage,
get
by the
those
way.
big attacks off. So gotta be careful here if you all Cole, because Nick placing these Pokemon
Miraidon resists the water type attacks, but still, it's gonna take insane damage.
to this game.
And I love the fact that we got a Kyogre that actually has a lot of health now, right?
Yes.
And the difference in the move going for either a single target
Oh,
or
yeah.
spread damage.
Right now, you just go for the Water Spout. You don't need to go for Origin Pulse.
I mean, calling out Fako, but I'm curious if we are just going to see that Swapperoo. They could be a big one, but over on the opposing end, Lunala switches. So it's going to be another Pokemon to hit the field and potentially take a lot of damage from this.
Miraidon comes in.
Kyogre. At least Miraidon will be taking the hit quite well, and it is going to be a Pokemon to reset the train. Actually, a double pivot from Ko.
That's interesting, and I think one Pokemon that you've got in the back, if you are Cole, to come in and take one of those big, powerful water type attacks, if not two, is going to be the Whimsicott and that Miraidon, with the Dragon typing going to help there, and obviously the Whimsicott with its Grass typing. So nice position, and getting that Whimsicott onto the field now is really nice, because once again you can go for that Tailwind that's going to put the Lunala in that more preferable position, and the Miraidon and its Electric Terrain going to be really strong this next turn if it can get through it.
Kyogre
Water
worked so
Spout.
hard to get a Water Spout with that
Ooh, that
and the
damage.
From Ko, that is a lot of damage, but it is going to be two Pokemon that survive.
Miraidon is alive.
Yeah, it is, and that is massive, because now both these Pokemon...
That was in the rain. Mystical Water boosted. In the rain, Mystical Water boosted. But both Pokemon resisted it, right? I guess that's a play. That's a thing to consider.
It is going to have to worry about the Miraidon, because you would expect maybe a Tailwind to come out from this.
So now, it's like Ko can KO the Kyogre, but can be protect. He cannot KO the Calyrex, I believe. The timer is running down for Nick. He makes the switch.
Kyogre maybe feeling a little bit of a threat from that that Miraidon on the opposing end. We'll see a switcheroo once again as Rillaboom, again, better poised to take a hit and reset that train, bringing the Grassy Surge, limit the damage the Miraidon can do. This has just been a straight-up pivoting game from both of our trainers, though. Whimsicott is not looking to set any sort of tailwind, instead switch back
Nice
out.
Incineroar.
Bring the Intimidate, and that's going to be great when you're eyeing up these two physical attacking Pokemon on the opposing end. Now we're eyeing up the Miraidon, and the pivoting isn't going to stop there. It's going to do a little bit of damage, and yet again, Code to pivot things around.
Nice volt switch. Nice volt switch. Really good.
Any Pokemon if he doesn't have to, and I think that's a really good way to go forward in this match. Keep all your pieces active as long as possible. Now you've got that Intimidate onto the Calyrex. It's going to mean that the Glacial Lances aren't hitting as hard. You can get your Lunala in a bit safer, and your Incineroar's not really going to worry about this with that active Fake Out.
Insane tank. Go not worrying about it.
Miraidon back onto the field, all the Whimsicott to help support, disrupt things on your side.
Looking at the pivoting too from Ko's end, I mean, for the Water Spout one, you took a lot of damage, but you had Pokemon that survived the turn after the switch. And again, with this double pivot to be able to bring these Pokemon in, the Glacial Lances did really not that much damage.
No, and I think that's the problem with one Intimidate. It feels very underwhelming, doesn't it? And it doesn't feel like you're making the progress that you want, unlike something like Kyogre out on the field that you feel like, wow, this is making steps forward in the game, where the Calyrex feels way, way less impactful. And do you want to slow the game down even further by going for those Leech Seeds and kind of have to rely on that as the way to chip down your opponent? I don't think you've got time to do that against this powerhouse in Lunala. We saw how heavy it hit in that game one. If you give it an inch, it's going to take a mile, and that is something that Nick can't allow to happen.
Every single time
Calyrex switch.
Seconds on the clock left for Nick as he is
Afraid of that Moongeist Beam. Kyogre. Kyogre will tank here, no problem. Maybe parting shot from Incineroar? Knock off. That's a good damage, bro. That's insane damage. Rillaboom is faster than Lunala. That makes sense, yeah. Here the damage is gonna be crazy. Hydro Pump. Hydro? Why not Water Spout in this position? Because he's predicting the switch into Whimsy and wants to do as much damage as possible. Because then Water Spout would be shared damage, and Hydro Pump is not. Hydro Pump can miss. It can miss.
Let me tell you about Hydro Pump. So that is something that can be really scary on this turn, but if you are anticipating it is a wide guard, it might be the only
Oh yeah, because Lunala is wide guard, true.
Lunala is switching out, so could have been that opportunity to press one of those more accurate moves.
Shiny Whimsicott is one of the best shinies out there. With Hammer? Oh, nice! Nice!
Hydro Pump will connect, but that's not necessarily where you would have wanted to take the damage. At least you don't
I'm checking the reaction of Cole. He doesn't seem very happy about it. Yo! That's insane damage, and the mystical water is now out. And the rain stops as well. Kyogre not doing as much damage now.
Doesn't mind the Whimsicott going down there as long as it helps preserve the other restricted in Lunala, keep it healthy. And I think the main thing that you've got to do now is get rid of this Kyogre. Once that Kyogre falls, the rest of the dominoes go with it. The Rillaboom, the Calyrex are going to really struggle against that Lunala, especially when you've got the support of the Incineroar there, which is sitting pretty comfortable at the minute. It's not really worrying about much outside of that Kyogre, which you can cover with that Miraidon.
And you talked about Kyogre being the one to really kind of set the pace when we saw how little damage that the Calyrex Ice Rider was able to do and things like the Incineroar, especially after Intimidate. But the Kyogre
here we go. Miraidon is back, threatening the Kyogre.
The problem is with the Miraidon as well, because of the life.
No Grassy Glide because of electric terrain.
And once it uses that, the recoil damage is going to take it down. So you've got to be really convinced with where you're landing this attack. You don't want to waste it into a target that might not pick up the momentum that you need to get forward in this match. Make the progress that you're looking for.
Yeah, so do you target into the Kyogre and try and take care of that big threat for Nick?
Kyogre is pretty cool though.
And then you can maybe just lose the Miraidon without doing the damage if the Rillaboom opts in.
Yeah.
Or do you target into the Rillaboom, even resisted? The Rillaboom no longer has an Assault Vest, and it's still a Miraidon with the train. So where do you target down for Ko with that one last attack? If it is into the Kyogre slot to try and get rid of that restricted, well, instead you're going to be targeting into the other one, the Calyrex Ice Rider back.
Oh,
Still
Ice
has a
Rider.
lot of health, but still would not appreciate
Could
a hit
take
in
a
this
Flare Blitz. Oh, no,
situation.
knockoff.
Tying up this Miraidon. Where do we target? We're going to have to wait a
Oh.
second longer.
We're gonna have to wait a little
Lunala
longer.
comes in.
Yeah, even if it is into the Calyrex, I think the thing
Miraidon
is
could
that
be
you've got that
exposed
Calyrex
here.
still to bring back in. But if you get into the
Draco!
Calyrex slots into the Rillaboom.
And that's what
Nice.
Draco means.
Nice.
Drop the Pokemon on the other end. So
Miraidon goes down
taken
too, though.
The Miraidon, though, as you called, that is it.
But then Isidore comes in with a fake out.
One and done. Miraidon is down. Whether it's a worthwhile trade, we'll have to see. Both trainers down to 2 Pokemon apiece.
The one thing that you would say Cole's got at their advantage right now is the ability to bring in this Incineroar, which is really smart, switching that out and not the Miraidon in that situation to preserve it. You've got the Incineroar to come in, you've got the fake out, and that might be enough to sway this game in your favor. You can fake out and get a trick room set up, and that will give you maybe the room that you need to be able to get through this Kyogre that right now is threatening some big potential knockouts.
You only get the one fake out, though, into the 2 Pokemon on the opposing end. So there is still the option for Nick to be able to target into something. Something like the Kyogre can be getting rid of the Lunala in one fell swoop. But the Calyrex is a Pokemon.
No, he's thinking about Origin Pulse. Terra Fairy to not take super effective damage from Moongeist. Lich Seed. Slowly but surely, that's true. With the Lich Seed, can be done.
Yeah, and the one thing that Nick's got in their bank is the terrestrialization. They haven't used that yet, so they can take advantage of that. And but I think you're right. I think the Leech Seed now is something that you're going to have to really lean into to try and get through this match. You've already taken Intimidate from the Incineroar, so your Glacial Lances aren't going to be hitting as hard. Kyogre in a bit of an awkward spot, and now you've got that fake out, which is really pressuring you. And on the back of that, we are seeing that terrestrialization trigger pulled.
Make sure this Calyrex Ice Rider has what it takes to make it through the turn. As we saw, it wasn't going to be a Protect locked in. So make sure that you can try and make it through to the next step.
Protect the Kyogre.
Also looking to make it to the next stage. Protect. So no damage coming out from this restricted.
Fake out into Kyogre.
As well. It's going to be between the Lunala and the Calyrex Ice Rider. Did Ko ready up an attack or the attempt at the
Oh, into the Kyogre.
Well, we saw the lock-in from Nick. This Calyrex Ice Rider will be twisting the dimension, so this is more for itself, but that Kyogre's going to struggle here.
Yeah.
I think Nick maybe have predicted the Trick Room from the Lunala, expecting that and saying, no, I'm not going to allow you to get the Trick Room, trying to reverse it there, but it's almost backfired by Cole going for an attack.
Legit now will go first, but
Kyogre is in a really awkward spot because the double up into it is active. The Incineroar can go for a knockoff into it, and then you can just go for a Moongeist Beam. That will be enough to get rid of the Kyogre, leaving all the emphasis onto that Calyrex Ice Rider. Can Nick go for a double protect there? Maybe get a Trick Room again with the Calyrex to flip the dimensions back to normal and put that Kyogre in.
tough position from Nick, but he has a way out. I don't think it's over right now.
Itself, with the Kyogre being in a situation it might not necessarily appreciate, staring down the 2 Pokemon on Ko's end. Now the dimensions are twisted. All down
Double protect is insane.
1 and 3 Kyogre stay safe this turn. Calyrex Leech Seed into that Lunala.
But
Perfect situation
what
for
about
Nick,
next
given the
turn?
situation. Now knockoff, of course. When Pokemon is already protected, this seems like it could have been so safe. So Kyogre makes it through.
Oh,
Both attacks into that Pokemon.
Okay, and this isn't so bad either. I think this is another road that Nick can go down. He's obviously identified a win condition going down this route, but needs a little bit of help getting there, getting these Leech Seeds off onto both of these Pokemon before that Kyogre goes down. And I think now the door opens where you can get the Leech Seed into the Incineroar, and between
yeah.
the Leech Seed, the leftovers recovery, it's going to be very hard to take this Pokemon down. It didn't feel like the Calyrex
He's going for the Icicle Lens, though. Glacial Lens.
There, of course. The Kyogre still threatened this next turn. Really nice to get that double protect, of course, but are you just delaying the inevitable where the double up comes this turn into the Kyogre and does remove it, leaving the Calyrex and the Lone Ranger going into the rest of this match?
I mean, even this Kyogre, you got the double, you go for the triple. It's gonna hit
The triple protect, bro. That's giga insane.
Get its way through the trigger as fast as it can. Calyrex on the offensive now, and Ko, you can see head in hands, and of course you have to anticipate that would have been a double up into the slot instead. Kyogre has been such a
I
big
did thought
threat,
about the
and it's
triple
been a while
protect,
that
but
Ko has not been able to take down it
I was pretty sure
in
Nick
the
couldn't do it. But
Lifeline
at the same time, it was
emerged,
kind of the only play he
going for
could
it all
do.
the way. The time is chipping for that Lunala with these leech seeds sapping away. It's close now to going down to a Glacial Lance from this Calyrex. And now if you're Nick, do you go for the fourth protect? Do you get it? That is going to be huge if you do, because you're getting through these trick room turns. And then if you can do it, the Kyogre are going to be in that spot to just clean up, wash away the
I think
opponent
Nick
and
wins
take this
now.
to a game
Because
three.
even
But
if
it's getting
Cole
close.
knocks down the
Everything on the
Kyogre, he
line
can't
as
really
we're
deal with the
getting into
Calyrex.
latter stages of this game too.
Might be pushing your luck with that one. The triple is impressive enough, but when that has been all going on and so much attention on this Kyogre, the Calyrex Ice Rider has made such great progress on the field. Now another round
GG.
of this Glacial Lance. The Sunala has been taking so much, and now it's been taken down. It's only Incineroar for Ko. All the attention on the Kyogre has just allowed this Calyrex Ice Rider to do whatever it wants.
Yeah,
Ko
totally.
only without one Pokemon left, and no matter where this
Great
starts,
game
I mean,
from Nick.
Calyrex at the full HP.
He did the
But
plays he
Kyogre
needed
that
to do.
finally gets hurt on this turn, doesn't get taken down, and a Hydro Pump that gets to connect and take Incineroar down. We're going to a game 3.
This is what we want. It's the
That's
World
insane.
Championships. We won a game 3. We got a triple protect. We didn't expect
Triple
it. Great
protect.
play here
Crazy.
from Nick in a really
Courageous
awkward
play from
spot.
Nick.
Felt like the match was just slipping away from him, but doing what needed to be done and taking full advantage of the Calyrex. You've got to give Nick huge credit there for utilizing the Leech Seed when they did and the Glacial Lance when they did. Yes, got a bit fortunate with those triple protects.
Yeah,
Go for
true.
it.
Hey, that's why you gotta have
It was
fun
really
with
lucky,
your
but
Pokemon.
it
power
worked out.
relationship really coming in clutch there. I mean, sometimes that's what it comes down to. Sometimes we see those critical hits. Sometimes we, he knows it. You see that laugh. He knows it. I mean, sometimes that's how the game goes out. But playing to your outs, and while all that attention on the Kyogre, because again, you can talk about the triple and maybe, talk about the luck factor of it, but playing out of what could have been a very scary situation when you're anticipating that maybe Ko was going for the trick room, you said it yourself, and just, wow, okay, what do I do from here on? Finding the only win con out of it to make your way into game 3, I think is just wholeheartedly impressive. From Ko, that has to be devastating though, because you were just one double up away from, moving on into top 8. Now you're going into a game 3, and that is terrifying.
Yeah, and I think this is the testament to Cole right now going into this next match. I think with how well they played game 1, how well they played the majority of game 2. But how that
Yeah, game 2 it wasn't bad from Cole, totally. The casters are right.
Is it going to affect them going into game 3? Because a lot of players that would affect.
Because he
that would
played
definitely come into your
the
mind.
early and mid game really well.
To win
It
this
was just
set.
in the late game, it was a tough situation, you know?
Just got to stay cool, calm, and composed. I think we talked about at the top of the show how experienced they are at this stage, in this kind of environment, this big stage, the World Championships. So maybe it doesn't affect them. Hopefully not. But I think you've got to evaluate what you're doing there. I think there's got to be more emphasis on trying to get rid of that Kyogre earlier on in this match, if you can. Nick playing so well, not allowing that to happen. So it's not going to be easy, but I think once the Kyogre falls, I think all the other things kind of fit into place.
Especially since that turn where Nick set up the trick room could have been a situation where Nick just claims it with
Game
Ko.
3, here we go.
To reevaluate, is there a switch up? If there is, it isn't in the lead though, heading into
Difficult
game
match.
3 here, top 6.
Yo, Santiago.
Switch up from
Sorry,
Nick, though.
I wasn't
I believe
looking at
every-
chat. Benfica Nacional, you're gonna play tomorrow. Nice. I wish you good luck. Did you practice today, Santiago?
Pokemon from Cole, the Lunala not wanting to take a Shadow Ball.
Benfica is playing now versus Estrela Amadora, but I prefer to watch the Pokémon World Championships. It's only once per day.
Maybe not, you didn't in game 2 and everything worked out, and that Trustalization at the end probably gave you just the edge you needed.
Talking about the mind games and everything else, Fluttermane has had 2 different targets for these first 2 turns. First game we saw the Trustalization.
Lunala has been knocking out of Fluttermane rather easily.
Game 2 we saw the Moonblast into that Lunala, which would have been Oodles, but it had Trustalized for Ko. Which Pokemon did
Santiago
Trustlize?
saying there was game today, but it was a steal. There was a robbery, and there was a lot of mess. It was super messy. Oh, okay. Okay, good for you though.
Both of these Pokemon here, if no Trustalization, and the Miraidon.
Miraidon
is in
coming
that spot where
out,
it can just put attacks and
threatening,
whatever it
being
wants, but it
threatened
is
by
leaving the
ice.
field.
It
and
does not
Fairy
want to stick around to
from
find out if it was
the
gonna
lead
be a Moonblast.
of
Fire
Nick.
Knock into that slot. Incineroar's
Intimidate
Swan
is good,
a
but
lot more
still.
safe. Intimidate into the Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be so nice. And Terrestrialization, well, when you see the Miraidon leave, you know it can only be for one target. That Lunala into
Lunala.
that fairy type. So this seems to be the best of both
Okay.
worlds. Now you don't have to worry about the Shadow Ball. Miraidon doesn't have to worry about
Yeah, not super
anything
effective
at
Shadow Ball
all.
coming
But
through.
Terrestrialization piece for
Terra
these
Fairy.
trainers, well, Ko is making sure that, hey, this Lunala
Terra Fairy
stays.
Kali.
Nick is making sure his restricted is preserved as well. Calyrex Ice Rider into that fairy type. Make sure it can soak up as much hits as possible. Now,
Shadow Ball comes through. Not super effective.
This is going to be breaking that
But
Shadow
Glacial
Shield.
Lance will do a lot of
See how
damage
much
anyway.
can be done now in return. As again, Ghost type attack
Into Flutter Mane. That's the focus Sash.
We're bringing it down to Sash. We're making it interesting over here.
As a Tiago, you want to fight instead of taking the free kick, I see. Good,
See how much that Intimidate pays off.
Yeah,
Good
it's a
Glacial
really
Lance.
strong Intimidate. You can see the Glacial Lance just not having
Didn't
the
do
impact
no
that they
damage.
wanted
The
it
Intimidate
to,
is
and the
super
Flutter Mane
important.
there, taking the advantage of that focus sash, right? You rightly called it out there, where it has the ability to just sit in front of these really big threats because it knows it's got that blanket, that security, where it can just choose its target wisely and try and get some crucial damage off. Unfortunately, not really paying off there because of the terrestrialization on the Lunala. Now the Incineroar comes in. Do you go for the fake out into the Calyrex to slow down? Probably not. You probably want to try and pivot out, get that Incineroar off the field to drop that Intimidate a little bit later on when necessary to further weaken that Calyrex. And now you've got the opportunity to take down that Flutter Mane. As we know, it's got
Trick Room.
an easy target for the Lunala.
Taunt.
Ooh, eyeing this up. Fluttermane taking a pause.
I don't know.
Wait for these attacks and said taunt into the Lunala.
U-turn.
So we won't be able to
Nice.
see
Free
any
switch
further
basically
attacks
there.
from that Lunala for the next couple of turns.
Trick Room
So
here
Fluttermane
for
with 1
Calyrex.
HP.
But
Fluttermane
he's doing no
using the
damage,
U-turn to be able to
though.
take care of that Pokemon and get a switch. I'm curious with what Ko can bring out onto the field here with that knowledge of, well, the Lunala is taunted and what can be used to support it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go back to game one, I don't think the taunt matters too much. There was not really so much emphasis other than that very end turn on the Trick Room being important for Korra. It feels like that. I think the emphasis is on utilizing that big Moongeist beam, and that's what I expect to come out into the Calyrex here. Of course, Nick taking the smart choice to terrestrialize out of that weakness, so it's not going to take as much damage, but it's still going to be taking about 40 to 45% of its health. And if you don't see a response in a Leech Seed, that Calyrex is going to struggle to kind of keep up with the rest of the field.
Ooh, a little bit more of a switch up from Ko. It's going to be none other than the Urshifu.
Trick Room. Alright. But that will be okay. Because Calyrex doesn't really have a way to damage the Rillaboom.
Onto that Urshifu, but that taunt and then Nick going for the Twisted Dimension itself.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Nick probably wanted to set it up there because now in a really nice position where you've got the Rillaboom in, you can pressure the Urshifu. Is banded, I believe, and then you've also got the Woodhammer, which unintimidated is going to do a lot of damage to that Lunala. Now its Shadow Shield broken, but the nice thing that Ko's got in their back pocket is that Incineroar that's now on the field. It's a pretty easy switch in here to drop that Intimidate and further weaken the Calyrex. The Calyrex, though, in a nice position to start spreading those Leech Seeds around, especially because the Lunala has been taunted. It can't really do much but attack, and it's in a prime position to have those Leech Seeds put onto it, start slowly chipping away at it if you don't want to utilize the Rillaboom and maybe go for that.
Alright, let's see what the players will do here. Urshifu. Oh, it takes the Aggressive Glide. It's so much damage. Leech Seed into Lunala. Rillaboom with Assault Vest wouldn't take a lot of damage from Lunala. That goes into the Rillaboom. So close combat from Urshifu. U-turn. Oh! Because it's banned. It's just choice ban. Insane.
Key U-turn there, and now the Incineroar going to be able to come back onto the field.
Because the Trick Room turns are going out. And now Incineroar can come in and drop the deck of Calyrex. Miraidon is not great because Trick Room.
Hasn't got the emphasis and the power that you'd want with those Glacial Lances because of the Intimidate. But the thing is, with the Leech Seed, as long as that Lunala stays on the field, you can switch that Calyrex out, reset these Intimidate drops, and whatever comes into this slot will be able to kind of reap the rewards of that recovery from the Leech Seed each and every turn that Lunala sticks around.
I mean, eyeing up the board with the Leech Seed, I feel like the
Maybe you knock off with Incineroar just to take the item away. Kyogre is here, slower than Lunala though. Fake Out is available, Protect as well for Kyogre. Game 2, you know, Triple Protect came through.
And with this Kyogre, it was an emphasis throughout the rest of the match. When you are in this Trick Room situation, it's a Pokemon that's going to struggle just a little bit more. So now you have to see, are we going back to the Protect to try and make its way through, and the Calyrex is just going to make a headway here? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, I know.
Because I think Lunala doesn't do a lot of damage to the Kyogre. Kyogre is kind of free, right? To just do whatever it wants.
Yeah, it's a really tough position here because the Kyogre is a prime fake-out target where the Lunala maybe wants to switch out here. Maybe Cole wants to get rid of that preserver for later on in this game. And then you've got the ability to U-turn out on the Kyogre the next turn to...
Okay, Lunala goes out to break the Leech Seed. Urshifu could take a lot of damage. It's the Miraidon. Miraidon could take a super effective Glacial Lance there. Unless it's in order to fake outs the Calyrex. It fake outs the Kyogre.
Taking damage from that, it will be faked out. Glacial Lance into these Pokemon, and Incineroar will take the hit quite well.
Oh, that's
And the
okay because of the
Miraidon, with all those
Intimidate.
Intimidate drops, still is
That's super okay because of the Intimidate, no problem.
Three there really showing through. The Glacial Lance not having any impact onto this super effective damage that it would normally do onto the Miraidon. It's still not in the best of positions. Like you say, it can take those water type attacks from the Kyogre pretty comfortably, but not the Calyrex. You're not going to be able to sit there for so long. But it does have Protect, of course, so it has a way to kind of allow that Incineroar to kind of pivot off the field if it wants to, and the Miraidon can try and wait out these Trick Room turns.
I'm just eyeing up this Calyrex and how much setup you can have, but Ko being able to just keep pivoting out. When you are looking at maybe just going through the Leech Seed, if you can get a KO at any point, it'd be nice to reboost the attack up, but all the Pokemon on Ko's end have so much health. Nick, yet again, so stressful, always making sure it's the last couple of seconds. Calyrex is going to be the one to protect on this turn, looking at the preservation of these Pokemon and the Kyogre as well. So we're just looking at getting...
Double Protect. Now Nick wants the Trick Room to be over. Miraidon also protected. Everybody's protecting.
Nick, it might not make a lot of sense all around, but I think you're expecting the Miraidon to protect here. You want to kind of try and lock in this board, prevent the Incineroar from going for the U-turn, keep it on the board so nothing else can come in and support that Miraidon. Now the Miraidon in that really awkward spot where it can take an attack from these two Pokemon. The Calyrex, we know the damage that Glacial Lance is going to do, and then anything that the Kyogre follows up with into that slot will be able to remove it. So you can remove one of these big restricted targets this turn. Really nice play there from Nick, and putting a lot of pressure onto Cole and having to make some big decisions going into this next turn, because inevitably you want to keep that Incineroar, so you have to go for the U-turn. You don't want to allow it to go down so easily to whatever the Kyogre is going to throw out, be that an Origin Pulse or even a Water Spout at this stage where its health is so high, it's going to be able to get some big damage off.
Just the seconds ticking away, and Miraidon, since the Protect was burnt, is just going to be switching out, bring another Pokemon in from Ko's end.
Lunala comes in. Glacial Lance. And can Lunala survive the Kyogre attack? That does a lot of damage. Kyogre lost the boost. Origin Pulse connects. Double knockout. That's tough. Incineroar and Lunala will come in soon.
Really nice pick.
Soon, no, after this one.
Two big threats. Now, the knockoff there was interesting. You get rid of the Mystic Water, so it's going to reduce the power of those water-type attacks on the Kyogre. And the Rain...
If Trick Room runs out, it's good for Ko. Because both of his Pokemon should be faster than Nick's Pokemon.
Favorable position is going to put on a lot of pressure on that Kyogre, cannot terrestrialize, and the Calyrex as well has taken so many Intimidates up to now. It's not really got the impact that you want, and one thing that Cole can do is take advantage of the rain, because we know the Urshifu is in the back that's going to be able to throw out those big surging strikes boosted by the item that it's holding.
Yeah, eyeing up this.
And Calyrex can protect because of Urshifu.
And Pokemon from Nick that the Kyogres already have. It also just doesn't fare well against that Miraidon. And a Calyrex, yeah, it's full health, but when you're eyeing up a Choice Band and the Rain and this Urshifu, I mean, the list is getting long, and the Calyrex looks, it looks scary for the Calyrex.
It looks scary, yeah, it does. I think the one thing I'm querying is, if a Glacial Lance, we know it's going to do about the same amount of damage again, but that damage plus the Life Orb recoil, will that be enough to get rid of the Miraidon? That would leave then the Urshifu on its own to have to deal with these two remaining Pokemon. So I think it's really crucial that you...
I think Ko is in a very good position. Develop it to the Calyrex could be a bit risky because Calyrex then can protect and you let her drift into the Kyogre. GG. Go wins.
Kyogre, no chance. One Pokemon left for Nick's world.
Because it's the place for Nick. If he protects there and Ko doubles up, even if he protects as well with the Calyrex, Ko just wins next game.
Quite yet, but the Calyrex Ice Rider, I don't think it's going to be having enough here. That we've seen how the Intimidates have really stacked up. We've seen how little these Glacial Lances have been doing. We see the health bars. Rhydon will be taken down, but the Ursh will be enough for Ko.
Yeah, it's a great.
GG, bro. Good game. Ko played really well. Nick also played really well. Especially the second game was crazy. But here, Ko played really well, positioning the Urshifu and the Mid Island for the late game. Well done, Ko. He played really well. Watch out for Ko. Great switch-ins with Urshifu. The U-turn on the Urshifu. Great switch-in also with Incineroar. Mirador and Lunala doing a lot of damage. He kind of let the Lunala go. He was in a good position. Well done. Guys,
So
I'll take a break.
difficult situation.
Get something to eat. Bathroom. I'll be right back. Hi everybody, I'm right back on time because we have another set starting right now. Here we go. I was having dinner. I ate a beautiful sandwich with a bread full of fiber and a pack of fried potatoes from pair of fries. Oh, you have Michael Couch. He went into the finals in 2023. He's running the Zamazenta, the Kali, the Chen Pao, the Dragonite, Ogrepon Stone. I think he was in the first match of the stream yesterday. I love the Ogrepon Stone Mask. And he's playing versus Montana Mott. Also, Shadow Rider Calyrex, Chen Pao Dragonite, Chen Pao Dragonite. I love it. Both of them have Among Us, right? Spore, Sludge Bomb, Rage Powder. Sludge, Spore, Rage Powder. Yeah, true, the team is very strong.
The positioning, they're all about how the players react to the scenario in front of them, the calls that they can make. Yes, sometimes they go down to these sort of speed tie interactions, but there's tools on both of their teams respectively to be able to deal with that, to outposition their opponent. They don't have to have those mirror Pokemon on the field at the same time. They can switch things up. They can play in a way that takes away the chance for that to ruin their tournament run and to end their day here at the World Championships. And I think this is such a matchup where it's all down to the intelligence of the players as much as anything else.
It is going to be a match of two of the best trainers we have in the competitive Pokemon video game.
Here we go.
I want to hear you out there. Let's get some noise, Montana Mott and Michael Kelch, top 8 of the World Championships.
There we go. Top 8 of Worlds. We are here. Zamazenta and Michael and Chen Pao, joined by Zamazenta and Chen Pao on the other side as well. No, it's not Chen Pao, it's Bao Jian.
Defensive play, so the Zamazenta are in great position to start whittling down the support options on either side of the field. But really worth noting here that the Sword of Ruin is not affecting either Chen Pao, so it will depend on the terror, it will depend on the targeting, it will depend on the heavy slams coming out from either of these Zamazentas as to whether or not we're going to start to see some KOs, or whether or not the Zamazentas want to start targeting each other down, whittle that resource away, take away the option for a wide guard so Calyrex is in the back and have a nice time later.
Nothing says mind games like the same lead apiece, but are we now going to have our first difference?
Terra Ghost on the Chen Pao, trying to avoid body presses.
Fighting type damage can affect that slot, but now super effective dark type damage can.
Also Terra on the other side. Yeah, the Chen Pao can target each other, but it's a Terra for the Zamazenta. Dragon type, weak against the ice.
All about our trainers just picking the moves in the moment. Let's see
Icy
how it
Wind.
unfolds.
Icy Wind, reducing the speed over on Michelle's side of
Zamazenta will go for a body press, maybe into the enemy Zamazenta. Yeah. Yo! Chen Pao, Ruination.
halving that HP bar.
And Zamazenta going for the body press into the Chen Pao.
Oh, the Chen Pao from Montana is out. And the Zamazenta is at half HP, literally.
Cool move.
I feel like Montana's actually got the better end of that in some ways because the Zamazenta on Mashal's side has taken so much damage. And now it's kind of tempting for Montana to start bringing in the Calyrex, but I think this bringing in the Amoonguss here is a really clever way to adapt to the situation because it means that you can start putting on that Spore pressure, start putting on the redirection pressure and make sure this Zamazenta that's taken half of its HP in damage and is now weak to those Ice-type attacks from the Chen Pao, just that little bit safer on the field. Not to say that Amoonguss is going to enjoy taking any sort of Ice-type attack from the Chen Pao at the same time, so I think both of these trainers have got to carefully regulate exactly the risks they're willing to take.
Zamazenta scampering back to Michelle. Now Calyrex Shadow Rider will be hitting the field in its stead. The reveal of the other...
The Shadow Rider comes in. Amoonguss for Montana. Michael is going strong here. Because Amoonguss is not really... Bicycle Spinner. Dice Spinner is an insane damage to Amoonguss. Breaks the potential Focus Sash. No, Focus Sash is on Kali. Spore.
But Mashal's done really well to reposition here. Getting your Calyrex in on a turn where the opposing Calyrex is not on the field really does put you on the front foot. It does allow you to start thinking, hey, what can I do to pick up some KOs here? Now, if this was a Life Orb Calyrex, I'd be thinking that Zamazenta was a little bit in trouble in this spot. But actually, because it's carrying the Focus Sash, there's more of a chance for the Zamazenta to be able to hold on and a heavy slam to take it down to that Focus Sash. And certainly in these mirror matches, with knowing that Montana has a Calyrex in the back, if the Focus Sash gets broken on Mashal's side while there's a Focus Sash still intact on Montana's side, actually, this could be the end game that Montana is looking for.
Oh, Chen Pao switches. The big switch.
Joining the field in its stead.
The Dragonite. Astral Barrage will do so much damage. Let's see it. Amoonguss goes down. Zamazenta still alive.
Hanging on. The Pokemon numbers look very much in Michelle's favor, but that at this stage of the game is not necessarily all said and done. The heavy slam into Calyrex Shadow.
Half HP, but Calyrex Shadow. But now the... Oh. And Montana's Shadow Rider still has Focus Sash. Dragonite can Aqua Jet. And then if Michael knows his Calyrex is faster, he can take the risk.
I mean that they're in a bad spot at the moment. The Focus Sash is doing so much work in this spot. Maybe there's a chance that it comes down to a little bit of a speed tie between the Calyrex.
And the Chen Pao for Michael, perhaps a Sucker Punch as well to help out with the Calyrex.
Gets the upper hand on that front, then the Zamazenta in combination could really do a lot of work here. Equally, Dragonite could just lock into extreme speed, knock out that Zamazenta, play a little bit defensively, and try to trade evenly until...
Nice protect. I think Michael wants to break the Focus Sash with the Dragonite. And what? Dragonite is multi-scale here? Can he tank the Astral Barrage? I think so.
Dragonite is in a focus. It's not multi-scale. It's going to be taking...
It's inner focus, but still good. Still... Oh! Oh, it survives! No way! Outrage!
Into that move, and you cannot choose where it targets. Means that the Calyrex's Focus Sash is broken.
But you win either way here if you're Michelle on that trade. Yes, the Dragonite cannot switch out anymore, but it has managed to break the Focus Sash onto the Calyrex, and where you've got a few...
Now the key is if Michael is faster with Calyrex or Chen Pao in the back.
Could go first in this position and put all their eggs in that basket where Michelle, even if they don't win the speed tie, has the opportunity to come back with their Pokemon in the back. Certainly a Sucker Punch on the Chen Pao's looking pretty spicy right about now, if it can wake up in time.
And that is a big if, snoozing away in its Pokeball. Montana is going to win that potential speed tie here. That will be Calyrex Shadow Rider down. That will be Dragon.
The speed tie, right? Potential speed tie, we don't know. But good knockouts for Montana. But now we have a probable Sucker Punch from Michael's Chen Pao. Zamazenta is bulky. He's gonna take... No, he already took a body press, so it's only half HP.
But does cover the switch in for either of the... for the Calyrex.
Bojan!
Michelle had decided to switch it out and not risk the speed tie.
Zamazenta once more reducing the defenses of everything on the field, and now we have mind games aplenty here. Does Michal Zamazenta go for the wide guard, blocking the Astral Barrage? When will Chien Pao wake up? Will it be going for the Sucker Punch? Does Montana attack as a result of that?
I think Montana goes for the attacks here because I think the Chien Pao, and I might have missed this, but I think the Chien Pao has not yet taken a turn of sleep. It's mandatory turn of sleep, let's be clear.
Oh, Chien Pao is asleep. I forgot about that.
It's in Michel's best interest to play defensive.
Oh, Zama protects. So Chien Pao goes down this turn. Astral Barrage, right? Psych? Oh. The Psychic Heavy Slam from Zama? Yeah. Oosh.
The Chien Pao brought down so low. It needs to set its alarm soon, because if not, it's going to be snoozing all the way into Montana taking this game.
Worth noting as well, there is the Ice Shard onto the Chien Pao as well that could knock.
Ice Shard on Chien Pao, no Sucker Punch, no risk.
Being Terra Dragon, it's probably within range of that too. And so Michel does have options for the Ice Shard or the Sucker Punch. Doesn't matter which one goes into the Calyrex as long as one lands. But the Zamazenta on Montana's side does have some advantage here because it did go first against Michel Zamazenta in the early game. However,
it's all about the sleep turn here. It wakes up, Ice Shard into the Calyrex, goes down, insane. Michael, he took the risk, he benefited.
Ticket through to game 2 with a win. The body press, it's a double KO. Michel
GG.
with the Midas touch.
Oh, Michael's Zamazenta was faster now. So it's the Zamazentas are speed tying.
They can barely believe it, but they're keeping their heads strong, and in that game, the reads, everything that was going on there, the calls that these trainers had to get right. It went Michel's way that game, but is it going to Montana's in the next?
This is one of the things that I respect so much about Michel Kelch as a player. Even though that was absolutely clutch what happened, you can see how well composed he is in this moment. Nothing is on his mind right now other than the match in front of him, and I think that's the right attitude to have in that scenario. Now we know in these sort of mirror matches that it can come down to those reads in the moment, those small turns, and I think Montana played it so well to give themselves the best opportunity for success. But it was that early terrestrialization, I think, onto the Chien Pao that really made that difference in the end game.
These Astral Barrage mind games, these focus sashes being broken, the fact that Dragonite locked into the Outrage into Montana's Calyrex Shadow Rider as opposed to the other target, this celebration when Chien Pao was waking up. I mean, there was so much there that might not have gone in Michel's direction, but Outrage was so nice to lock into because if you don't target the Calyrex, then you just get super effective damage into the Terra Dragon Zamazenta on Montana's side of the field. But Ben, is there anything Montana can do to try and make a win for them slightly more guaranteed? Is there anything they can do to strip away all of those chance elements?
I think it's going to be hard to get away from it completely, especially actually thinking about it. The Icy Wind coming off onto the Zamazenta in the early game made the Zamazenta go slower against Montana's first time round, but actually second time round it looked like Michel's actually was outspeeding, so that's definitely something that both players are going to need to take into this match as we get another
second game
on the field. Calyrex and Amoonguss with them.
Game 2 between Montana Mott and Michel Kelch in our top 8 here. Now, with the Zamazenta staring
Michael leading with the Amoonguss, that's really cool.
Defenses being dropped. We have Wineguard mind games aplenty. Amoonguss could well be shutting us lot down immediately with sleep.
It certainly could be. I mean, this is the other difficulty here, though, is that Calyrex actually is putting a lot of pressure onto this Amoonguss, and a double up with Calyrex's Psychic and Zamazenta's Body Press, depending if it goes for Terra or it doesn't, really does make this quite difficult for an Amoonguss to get something done. But of course, that's the read that you make in these spots. I mean, if the Amoonguss just goes for a Protect, then you can launch those attacks into it, and they're all for nothing.
Protect, of course, meaning that it would be completely...
The Terra coming in. Zama. Terra Dragon. Okay. Can still put to sleep. Oh, it was from Michael. Okay. Zamazenta, no Spore this turn, because protect. Everybody protecting.
Turn. That option has been spent. So much less likely to work heading into this next turn of our top 8.
Not only that, but the encore on this Calyrex could really pay a lot of dividends.
Oh, Encore on Calyrex.
Amoonguss, then the Amoonguss is just stuck on the field going for protect, and that's not particularly nice. You can get away around that if you're Mashal by just going for the Rage Powder this turn. I think that's why Mashal was probably comfortable to do that, because just redirecting attacks away from the Zamazenta usually works out in your favor overall, and certainly with the Terra Fire on that Amoonguss, actually against the Zamazenta is looking pretty good overall. Certainly not going to take too much damage, or certainly not necessarily going to be in KO range from a combination of attacks here.
Time for the responding terrestrialization over.
Respond Terrestrialization from Montana with the Dragon type Terra. Both Zamas with the same Terra. Psychic into the Amoonguss. No way that's a one-hit knockout, bro. No way. It's so powerful. That's insane.
But taking that Behemoth Bash means its Focus Sash is now not intact anymore.
That was a crit. Zamazenta tanking that pretty nicely. Breaking the Focus Sash on Calyrex, of course, is important. But now Michael's Calyrex should come in. Is he faster, though? Amoonguss is out. Not a lot of support available for Michael.
Great spot to just start thinking about bringing the Calyrex in this situation, but they've both got the Zamazentas if Mashal decides to choose for that next to them, which offers the Wide Guard, which stops the Astral Barrages, and then it makes Psychic not actually that effective against the opposing Calyrexes. So
with Ice Shard, it's not enough for the Calyrex, I guess. Encore. That was Behemoth. Oh, the Raging Bolt is there. Still weak against the Chenpao, though.
Montana's going to have to think very hard about how they navigate. Equally, there's no Terra Ghost on this Chenpao this time round, and the Chenpao cannot play defensively whatsoever, so the Calyrex does get the opportunity to play on the defensive this turn, and Montana can just choose to launch a body press into the Calyrex, but I do wonder if there's a little bit of a bait going on, whether the Calyrex can switch in on Mashal's side and then take nothing from the body press, get that in for free while you start whittling down even more of the health on Montana.
Oh, Calyrex protects. Michael's Chenpao will take a heavy... Oh, Ruination? But it's going to take an heavy slam. That's a knockout. I'm pretty sure. Oh, Heavy Slam comes in now for Montana. That's a knockout, right? Yeah, that's tough.
The one-hit KO onto Michelle's Chien-Pao, already brought down to their final 2 Pokemon.
Not just getting the KO here, but covering a...
Yeah, Michael losing a lot of Pokemon real quickly. But now, he did chip damage. Maybe he can get a double knockout here. But then Montana still has Raging Wolf and his own Chien-Pao in the back.
Conditioned for this game state, where the Calyrex can take at least one more attack if Mashal knows that the Zamazenta on his side is just that little bit faster. A double target into the Zamazenta on Montana's side could seal this game up, could seal his potential to go into top 4 for the...
Wide Guard is crazy. Michael, he's praying. I think he didn't Astro Barrage. He's happy with this. Good damage. Encore. Interesting. So that means no Astro Barrage. Huh. Interesting. Do you encore Zamazenta now? I still it's hard for Michael. I don't think he has enough damage. Then go through the other 2 Pokemon in the back.
It's in the back for Montana, actually. There's quite a lot of potential here for Montana to take us to a game 3.
Zamazenta will be keeping itself this turn as this mirror match plays out across the field. The wide guard over on Montana's side. What has Calyrex looked into for Mishael? The Psychic from Montana into the Zamazenta.
Great protect from Zama.
Calyrex Shadow Rider having gone for the Psychic into Zamazenta. Is this going to be enough to claim the KO? Yes, it certainly is. Montana.
Good play from Michael. Great play from Michael, absorbing the damage from Calyrex and getting the Zamazenta down. Now you can go for Astral Barrages for free. Wait, because Montana's Calyrex was faster though. And Chen Bao is Sucker Punch.
Now Chen Pao enters the fray, and this is the same situation that we had just a moment ago, where the Zamazenta on Mishael's side is looking pretty good to be able to knock that out, but not necessarily before this Chen Pao can launch out a Sucker Punch to be able to knock out the Calyrex. Now, both of these players have been in this situation before. The obvious play is the Sucker Punch, but that doesn't mean that that's what's coming out. And you've got to read
nice
a
spinner.
level and a level and a level above in these sort of high-intensity matches. It's not as straightforward as what it looks like right now.
Mishael's Calyrex.
I think Montana double target the GG.
Mishael's Zamazenta there. There's no critical hit, but it's
the
good
ice
damage.
spinner.
Now the Ice Spinner super effective into Mishael's Zamazenta. It is down and out. It's just going to be Mishael's Calyrex Shadow Rider against the world.
And this looks like Montana maybe a few turns away, or even just one turn away from taking us into a game 3, having a bit of a trouble in game 1. Not big.
GG, yeah. That was a tough last turn for Michael.
These trainers working so hard to lock their way into top 4. Can Mishael do it again, or is Montana going to knock Mishael out of contention to be our next world champion?
It could go either way in this next game. It is essentially all come down to a best of 1. Montana adapting so well, and it felt like, Ben, that they did indeed find a way to be able to make this slightly less positional, slightly less mind-gamey. And you could argue even that the encore coming out from Mishael's side was sort of, it gave them information. It meant that they were locked into a move. It almost made the battle slightly easier in that sense.
Definitely more predictable overall, and certainly that does help both trainers in some way, but I think it definitely favored Montana, where they were just more ready to be able to go on the offensive because that Chen Pao had been knocked out early. And I think that's probably one of the keys to this matchup, where Montana lost game 1 when the Chen Pao went down turn 1, and Mishael won game 2 the other way around.
Yes, it's game 3, trainers. The final matchup between...
Final match, here we go. Chen Pao's Calyrex from Michael. Chen Pao Zamazenta. Chen Pao is upping a bit more Montana here because of the defense drop, but the Calyrex is here threatening a lot of damage into the Zamazenta. Zamazenta may be forced to terrestrialize, but then that means it will be weak to the Baojan of Michael with that Ice Spinner. We see a Icy Wind from Montana.
Actually, that seems to favor Montana a little bit more in this situation, because that Chen Pao on Mishael.
Baojan doesn't want to be knocked out by the Zamazenta. He goes out.
This Pokeball.
No more Chen Pao for Mishael. Instead,
Hutasa.
that mushroom...
Protect. Interesting.
Calyrex Shadow Rider will be hiding behind its Protect. The Icy Wind, super effective into the Amoonguss. The speed drop doesn't matter here. It's such a slow Pokemon as it is. Connecting down, every little bit of chip counts. You can, of course, regenerate to switch that away. Just the body press as well is still really, really great damage into that Pokemon. You can see the dividends that the Dauntless Shield defense boost pays.
But now this Calyrex is going to have a little bit of a tough time trying to dish out damage to an Assault Vest Chen Pao. Only the Astral Barrage is going to do anything, and that can be both blocked by the Wide Guard, but also blocked by the...
I guess Amoonguss really needs to put Chen Pao to sleep here. But I don't think Amoonguss can't. Michael is in a very bad position, because Amoonguss just goes down. And like the caster said, the Calyrex cannot do damage to the Chen Pao. So we need, or not we, but Michael needs the Zamazenta to take care of that Chen Pao.
But I think that Icy Wind onto the...
Encore, that means body press. Icy Wind from Chen Pao. That means sleep. That could be a sleep turn. Hutasa? Body press. Oh, gets the damage. No way. Gets the knockout.
And now Amoongus is down and out. There's not going to be any pesky Rage Powder, not going to be any pesky Spores coming out over on Michelle's side of the field for the remainder of this game.
Maybe Michael wants to bring his Chen Pao and Terra Ghost. And then Zamazenta can't do any damage to both because they're going to be both ghost types.
Anymore, but the second is that it can't now lock into Heavy Slam. And if this Terra Ghost Chen Pao from Michelle comes back in, then maybe that's a slight ticket to be able to deal a little bit more confidently with this game state where Montana's Zamazenta is just putting so much pressure onto really anything that Michelle could have in the back, whether it's their own Zamazenta or of course that Chen Pao. And I think going back to game one that Michelle won.
It's Zama. Interesting.
Has joined that field. The defense boost
Good to deal with the Chen Pao, that's for sure.
somewhat, but of course it is still super effective. In the previous two games, we saw those terrestrializations so early, but they have not been used yet in this one. Both trainers are going to want to be preserving that little bit of extra information for when it matters the most, but Montana's considering it on their Zamazenta here.
It's like definitely worth considering in this spot. You don't want to take a super effective Heavy Slam if you can avoid it. I think the most important thing is that the Icy Wind went off onto that Calyrex, and so it being a Terra
True. Calyrex is slower now.
worry about the Zamazenta, but equally it just means that it's always going to be susceptible to a Sucker Punch if it stays on the field.
Zamazenta now has finally gone for its Terra Dragon once more, which worked out so well for Montana in the previous game. Let's see if it will do so again. Zamazenta.
Protect on Zama from Michael. What's going to be the play here? What's the Calyrex going to do? Chen Pao, Sucker Punch, GG. GG. What was the plan there for Michael? What was he thinking about? He was expecting the Chen Pao to protect, I guess. Because he's being threatened by the Zamazenta, right?
This stage of the event, all of our trainers here are so well versed in these matchups and the mind games that go alongside it. It's so difficult to dig deep at this late stage of the tournament, but Montana looks like they are just a few turns away from potentially taking it all here. If the Chen Pao or the Zamazenta on Michelle's side of the field go for one of their Terras, then Montana's not going to be doing as much damage, but it does mean that the other one is going to be weak to the body press that Montana's Zamazenta has been locked into, and with a guaranteed Chen Pao on the field until either Michelle's is knocked out and or Montana's is mocked.
The thing is, Michael can Terra Ghost his Chen Pao to dodge by press, but then it's going to be weak into Sucker Punch. It's going to be the Dragon type.
Typing, meaning it's no longer taking super effective damage from Montana's Zamazenta's body press here. That Bark of Victory, will it be a Bark of Glory? The Icy Wind, dropping the speeds of both, dropping the HP bars of both a little bit, crucially connecting, not always going to happen here. Super effective on the Zamazenta, chipping away. Montana Zamazenta going for that body press, taking so much better. Now Ice Spinner, super effective. Michelle once more with the hands clasped. Zamazenta though, is going to be hanging.
That did no damage. Chen Pao goes down, that's great for Michael, but the Ice Spinner damage was so little. Alan Almanza, welcome, hi. Hola.
So better to play it a little bit safer, but also to get that Icy
Calyrex
Wind
come
off.
in.
If the Zamazenta does in fact go for a wide guard to block an Icy Wind, then it's not going for a
Michael brought a lot of momentum to his side. He can knock out the Calyrex, but he has Focus Sash. The Calyrex with Focus Sash. Really tough position for Michael. Losing his Calyrex was too damaging for him, I believe.
enough to make this, or even Ice Shard there.
Not gonna happen.
Bro, the Zamazenta is taking so much. That's insane. Oh, Zamazenta. Oh, GG. Michael can't deal with that stuff, bro.
That could be
Michael played really well in game 1, but in game 2 and game 3, he made some harsh predictions, harsh reads, and that punished him. He played really well, though, in the first game. Montana. Top 4. semifinals of Worlds, right? Montana qualified. That's insane. Michael Kelch did really well though, but he took some risks there and he paid for it, right? It always felt like Montana in game 23, like he was kind of reading the switches of Michael really well. And I think he had the faster Calyrex as well. That makes a huge difference.
That they went from top 2 at the World Championships to top 4 to top 8, 3 years in a row, top cutting the World Championships. That is something that most trainers only dream of.
Yes,
That's insane for Michael Kelch. That's insane indeed. Top 2, top 4, top 8. Next year, top 16.
all the way, but I think ultimately
The Sucker Punch read, of course, it was really good. Then I think on game 2, Michael also lost his Chen Pao too easily, quote unquote, because it's never easy to play these games at this level.
there's
Alright, guys.
addresses were on the field and opposing each other with a
I'll go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. everybody, I am back. Let's take a look at the Pokemon Unite stream. So here
up
we
the
have
stage and lighting up.
very nice Aegis Flames now in esports at Luminosity. That's going to be a great game. Just the Division 1, Santos Laguna. Because I know some teams. I know Insomnia is good, but Unite is really good as well. Luminosity is really good. Noun is really good. Horus Juicers is good as well. And then I don't know the rest of the teams. What was the last game here? It was quarterfinals, Laguna versus Cake Kalok.
Completely dominating game 1 and 2, heading to put some more
Pacific
points on the
West.
board.
That's an interesting region.
They don't need it, however, as they sit in the middle of the map. They are heading to the semifinals, and they are on fire.
And what a convincing win, too.
I mean,
what
it's
a
impressive.
convincing win, too. It kind of seems like that's the...
Definitely going to slay. And, you know, the court, it's been doing
you have a Pokemon-
really well across the entire weekend.
We have a Pokemon Unite match starting here right now. We could take a look at it. While we wait for the Pokemon VGC stream to come in.
The Mamoswine, which has gone through a whole lot. There's a lot of options for the defenders right now, but we've been seeing it. You can see 20%, which is relatively high for that kind of like second-tier defender.
I think it's also going to be showcasing why maybe we didn't see the Zera Aura ban outside of Peru Unite. I think Mamoswine is actually an incredible matchup into that particular, and yeah, Aegis Flames, all of their damage.
Now we have a team from Brazil. Let's go, Brazil. Bora, Brasil. Bora, Brasil. Vamos, Brasil.
Aura. So we're going to have a lot of up-close personal damage. That's going to be really tough for them to kind of avoid Draken's terrifying Ice Fang. I mean, I talked about how Peru Unite is a story team. That's one way to do it. And yeah, why not just throw in the Armorish? We got the Charcadet Bros on opposite sides.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I've ever seen in a tournament match both of them on the opposite sides. They're actually also on their own perfect, like purple and orange side.
Wow.
It's pretty perfect. This is
That's true. The Armarouge and the Cerulege. Armarouge on the orange side, Cerulege on the purple side. That's cool. That's cool.
But yeah, no, some really, really interesting stuff in this draft. I think Peru Unite really doing their homework on what Aegis Flames likes to play, and specifically how their strategies play out on the map, and trying to
I really like the team of Peru Unite, the Pokemon that they picked. Leafeon, Memo, Lucario, Clefable, Armarouge. But Aegis Flames maybe have more utility with the Snorlax and the Hoopa.
on our tournament, but we have seen the evidence of it doing extremely well into these brawl-style compositions.
right. One thing as well that I think needs to be watched out for, though, and kind of like the opposite direction, is the Clefable being so dependent on everybody being around you means
Everybody's on their phones. Now we see, I think, 2 players on the Switch. Yeah, 1 player on the purple team is on the Switch, and I think 1 player on the orange team is on the Switch. Everybody else is on the phone.
that was extremely fast. But we've seen some plays so far this weekend that have just torn entire teams apart.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, you're talking about that Cerulege Unite move that has this huge hitbox hitting multiple targets at a time. One of those kind of soft answers is a cleanse, some kind of full heal or something. However, there's no other support Pokemon on the side that could do that. Clefairy having amazing healing, or sorry, Clefable once again, but has amazing healing, but will not be able to cleanse that Cerulege.
Oh, Clefairy went down rather quickly over
I
there.
mean, there are a few other things as well. I mean, the Cerulege would be the scariest, of course, if it does fully land. We've seen that.
Oh yeah, this is South America duel. I like that. Peru versus Brazil. Vámonos, Peru. Vámonos, Peru.
Damage. And then Snorlax, honestly, you usually use it a little bit more defensively, but if everybody's stacked up, it can launch an entire team.
Yeah, we have seen some really proactive offensive Unite moves from Snorlax in the past. It's kind of a do-it-all Unite move sometimes when you just flop on the ground and get that big shield. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing what Atharas can pull off with this Pokemon, especially against such a world-class defender in Draken. I know Spraggles and Duke Snacks have gotten the chance to cast over Peru Unite matches a lot, and they love talking about the support of Kea and the tank of Draken. Nemo going in for the offensive pressure, but we're also pushing here on bot side.
Yeah, pushes from both sides, or I should say in both paths from Peru. However, they're getting pushed back up top. Anemo just trying to escape. A great counter engage from Tempo, who, oh my goodness, is barely escaping. Tries to get chased down using the middle beat for a little bit of
Good pressure from the purple team.
Not going to be able to catch.
Yeah, it's a team from Brazil. Good pressure from them on the top path.
Most, I guess, concentrated healing in the game. It is so incredibly fast at pulling you back up. You just got to be close.
Yeah, and not to mention when you get that plus upgrade of it, it just AoE becomes gigantic.
Yes.
It's covering just entire areas of where team fights are going to be going on. I like Tempo's play on the Lucario there. We are going to power up punch. We don't have access to...
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Lucario because at least what I remember last year, Lucario wasn't great. Maybe they got some good buffs.
Short, but they do make it safely back. Lucario's passive in Steadfast really helping it out in the early game. And I think one of the major reasons why this matchup with Buzzwole versus Lucario is actually going so well for Peru Unite right now on the top side. Problem is, Aegis Flames has a big successful push as Anemo goes down. Leafeon KO'd, Aegis Flames dumping in points into tier 1 on bot side.
That's a lot of points, and especially with Hoopa, they've got to be careful of that. Get a little sad on the bottom. Both Peru and Aegis sit at 71%, but Peru with 31 more games played. We have a hat count coming next game.
Okay,
are we getting spoilers?
Okay, all right. Well, I do love that we have incoming warning of these lower thirds. I love that a lot. But wow, what impressive win percentage for both these squads.
Yeah.
Aegis Flames having quite the tournament run, but Peru Unite a bit longer of a chance to be playing in these events, clearly. These Hoopa portals from the Ocean are going to be...
Yeah, Hoopa portals are so good.
Around the basement
So good.
Reggie battlefields. You see Snorlax already trying to take up space. Peru Unite taking this one a little bit slower, as Anemo is actually going on a bit of a central area invade for experience instead of trying to fight over the red steel.
I like that idea a lot. The rotation ability from Aegis is so strong from Aegis Flames. Ooh, but they are going to all rotate down to the side of Peru Unite, trying to push down this tier 1. Tons of damage here, just all on top of this pad. They're going to have...
Good attack from the orange team. Good attack from Peru Unite. Aegis Flame wasn't able to defend. There is already the top NPC, the Regieleki.
Help. They will be breaking this pretty exactly, I think, right there. Like 5-point overdone, something like that.
Yeah, I was honestly shocked that they didn't do it earlier. I saw Zanus sitting there with 7 points, but against the Hoopa team, you want to do that as early as possible. Shatter that tier 1 goal zone. But I saw there Anemo wanting to get just a couple more attack weight stacks on that. Leafeon wanted to knock out one more ball toy before you break, and they were able to do so and rally back for the Regieleki defense. Aegis Flames not going to take that line down, though, as they're pushing towards this tier 1.
Ooh, I like this thought. They're going to go in really, really far. Buzzwole starting
Bro,
the
great
initiation.
push from the blue
Unite
team. That's
coming
crazy.
out. That's going to be one
The
KO
Buzzwole
already on
Unite,
the swing
though.
Double
That was
altogether.
really
That should
good.
be a third with... Oh, well, I was going to say with Zynas going down, but hold on. They're actually managing to escape really, really well. Then, especially the extra damage of the
Maruj
burst,
running
it's actually
away,
starting to add
gets
up.
the
Finally
knockout.
managed just to catch all
Gets
the way
knocked out,
down,
I mean.
But that was a pretty good delay as far as things go. One more target with Tempo on that Lucario, who most likely won't be able to escape. Yeah, finally getting KO'd, but delayed long enough that we are going to get some revenge KOs as Anemo comes back into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Nemo stacking up this attack point. Oh, what an eject button earthquake combo from Draken to finish things off. And Nemo going to be stacking up the Excel Bracer by 1 point with that assist. But either way, clean little comeback from Peru Unite, but certainly the major win in that team fight going over to Aegis Flames. A lot of big knockouts. Tempo on this Lucario really trying to kind of push the limits of this Pokemon, find these KOs in pretty dire situations. I think so far it hasn't worked out in their favor, but they are keeping pace on levels, at least with their roster, slightly behind Aegis Flames right now.
Oh my goodness, just exploded right there. That's going to be a double for Mats, maybe going for a triple. Oh, yep, 3 all together. Actually, maybe a 4th up there as there's a 1v1 happening as this Regirock is going down
under
very
control.
quickly. And finally a little bit of an assist. Oh, the Unite, I think, maybe connecting. I'm not sure if that connector barely missed, but regardless, they're both going to get out of that. Oh, maybe a little bit too risky. Some damage coming in the other direction. The Armor Rouge definitely could melt both of those melee Pokemon just by standing close to them.
Yeah, and Matt's just getting this discharge shield becoming such an important factor in a lot of these engagements, allowing them to just barely escape getting KO'd, and then of course get some of that return damage. And yet again, Lucario getting punished. Cerulege Unite hits 3 targets, sets themselves up for a KO streak of 2, but that's just so far, making a triple as Draken and Anemo trying to create a little bit of space, looking for the last hit of the Regieleki, but it comes via the Cerulege.
Wow, they do manage to get it, but then once
Blue team with a good payback now. They lost Reggie, but they did a lot of knockouts, good damage, and that's also perhaps some moral victory. You know what I'm saying?
Well, nice skill to have is what I was going to say for playing that Pokemon. But they do finally catch, and things just seem to be going the way of Aegis Flames altogether. It's not like it's a one-sided game, but they're ahead in most areas.
Yeah, they are. I think right now, Peru Unite has been relying, though, a lot on Dragon's Mamoswine to achieve anything in these team fights. It feels like it has been an uncharacteristically...
Memo is only at level 10, though. We have a Cerulege level 14, Zeraora and Buzzwell level 13 on the other side. I'm still live, Paul. Welcome. Today we're going late. We're watching the Pokémon World Championships. We're now watching the Pokémon Unite match before we continue the Pokémon VGC match. And I used to stream, and I used to have a team of Pokémon Unite as well. It was pretty cool back in the day. And I played the game today, but today there is less downtime between the VGC matches, so we don't really have time to play Unite. But I already leveled up all the Pokemon that we need to level up for Pokemon Legends Arceus. So next stream of the Nuzlocke should be Monday, because tomorrow we're going to be watching the finals. Because tomorrow is the final of Pokemon Go, TCG, Unite, and VGC. So we're going to spend the whole day watching finals tomorrow, and then maybe on Monday. Yeah. Zeraora is super cool in Pokemon Unite, bro. Zeraora is super cool in Pokemon Unite, trust me. It's very, very cool. It's crazy. I love that this zoom out camera. Okay, so now they have to kill the Rayquaza in the middle. I really like to play Zeraora. Oh, nice fight for the orange team, but good Unite's there. Orange leading. Who got it? Orange got it. Peru. Zeraora's alive, can do a punish here. And Swine he's tanking it. Bro, let's go. Zeraora got the knockout. Bro, they couldn't score. They scored 70. Is that enough, though?
Able to kind of crowd control Sinus for a little bit, but can't break that final piece of shield. There's still over a minute left on the clock. Aegis Flames with a very remarkable team fight. Maybe they lose the Rayquaza, but not a lot of Peru Unite walking out of that fight with Rayquaza's shields.
The orange team is winning. The players don't know the score. When you play Pokemon Unite, you don't know the score. You receive certain messages at specific times telling you are in the lead, or behind, or very behind, or very in the lead. So we know the score, we know Orange is winning, but Orange might not really know they are winning, or they might not be sure, or they know they're winning, but they don't know how much they are winning for.
Yeah, they at least have a little bit of time on the clock, so a team fight is still available. 10 seconds on the respawn timer for Zinus for this Armorish.
Nah, they can score. I want the team from Brazil to win, because Portugal, Brazil, you know, but I think they can't win this match. This best of 3, they can still win the 2 next ones.
3 down, just the Armorers, just the Leafeon left to defend, but still, Aegis Flames has not found an angle to get these scores in. Hoopa too low, Anthorus needs to make it back to the portal, but all they can do is run.
Hoopa's running to the top path, there's 5 seconds left, they need to get it in. There's
oh no!
Dead. No, they're not going to be able to make it!
That would have been a crazy play, scoring, because in the last 2 minutes, the points that you score are doubled. But a great play from Peru. Let's check the VGC stream.
The Rayquaza with what I have to imagine was that Psycho Boom Unite move right on top of the Rayquaza pit. Just
especially after Shoma Honami finished in 2nd place in a grassroots tournament over in Japan with Koraidon plus Calyrex Ice Rider. That's what Hirofumi is using, but he's got some really unique techs. First of all, he's got Smeargle. This Smeargle does not have...
I really like Hirofumi as a player. Are we going to see Hirofumi now?
Shield. Very, very unique way to, of course,
that and how that actually maybe some lots of
coverage of the convention video game with Aaron series. We are well underway.
Look
with
at everybody
our here for the video game.
Look at everybody in the venue. That's crazy. That's so cool, bro. Going at Worlds should be. I think it's insane. I think it's super cool. Hopefully they do Worlds in Portugal so I can go watch.
I think is going to be special, featuring 2 phenomenal players in Victor Medina as well as Hirofumi Kimura.
That's a great game. Victor Medina and Hirofumi.
Mainstream. We've covered some of his games on the side stream, which we broadcast on the mainstream, but he's a phenomenal player. I mean, 2 times Japanese national champion. This is his 4th Worlds top cut, almost won Worlds in 2019, and made it to top 32 both last year and the year before, but got bounced in the first round of top cut. Here he is in the top World Champion.
Oh, there you go. Montana, Giovanni. Okay, here you go. Hirofumi and Victor will decide that. And then Cole playing James Evans to then go play Montana. Okay. Here, I think I want Hirofumi to win.
There were some rumblings of it.
So unconventional. I do wonder how much practice he has had in theory against a team like this.
Absolutely. My guess would be very little, and certainly not the variant that Hirofumi is using. So as we quickly take a reminder and look at Victor's team, the classic Shadow Rider Zamazenta core here with triple fake out from Incineroar, Smeargle, and Rillaboom. Victor's playstyle so far this tournament, he really...
Yeah, Wolfie's out. I think Wolfie didn't make it to day 2. I'm not sure. But Wolfie was out, yeah. I think he still played. No, I think he made it to day 2. Maybe he got top 64. I think. But Medina with a triple fake out is insane. Let's see the team of Hirofumi.
Picking up some of that support itself. Let's go ahead and look at Hirofumi Kimura's team though in more detail.
He has the Landorus, Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, Saint Seer Storm, and Protect. The Smeargle, Renation, Spiky Shield, Grassy Glide for Rilla, Low Kick for Koraidon, Trick Room, Lich Seed for Ice Rider. Knockoff Parting Shot, Flare Blitz Fake Out for the Incineroar.
You might want to try to do with Smeargle is just like double up into it. Well, you can't go for that nearly as comfortably when it can actually protect itself, right? And so I'm definitely looking at Smeargle from both players' ends here.
True. You can't double up into Smeargle because it can... I mean, you can, but the risk is that it goes into the protect.
Barrages.
Yeah, and I think that's where actually I look at this team and I go, Wide Guard is going to be so important. You've got Sansir Storm on the Landorus, you have the Glacial Lance from the Calyrex, as well as, just knowing that both of those moves are just so powerful. Really nice to have either of those options.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, honestly, one of my biggest questions is who do you actually decide to drop in this matchup? We've seen a lot of players like to bring Rillaboom into these Shadow Rider teams because it's like a Solvaz, and of course you can soak up damage, but we also saw how Victor dealt with that in the last set we saw him on stream, where he was able to just boost his Shadow Rider +2 with the Astral Barrage and a fake out. A little bit of chip damage was enough to get a one-hit knockout onto Assault Vest Rillaboom, right? So I think if you're a Hirofumi, you have to be careful because Victor's plays so well with this Shadow Rider, right? So if you let it get a nasty plot boost, it can be really scary.
That's true. We saw it earlier today. Victor, I think, versus James Bank, and he played really, really well with his own Calyrex Shadow Rider because James also had Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then I think Victor used his position as well. His Calyrex way better, got some good nasty plus. It was really nice.
Hopefully that's not the case, but does feel like a little bit of deja vu right now.
I know the mind games would be so powerful.
Game 1 is on. Victor Medina versus Hirofumi. I like both players, and I'm rooting for Hirofumi. No way, 2 Smeargles on the field. Paul asking what time is it for me? It's 11:14 p.m.
Right, and so you see the Incineroar in the back immediately contemplating switching in here. That, of course, will allow you to take a potential Spore. You have to be a little bit careful, though, because your Zamazenta then is potentially vulnerable to eating up a Spore, but of course you could just protect, as you can see Victor is debating about. And so I think Incineroar is such a key Pokemon in this matchup because it's also this non-clear Amulet Calyrex set. It's really nice.
What time is it for you, Paul?
You can really do is click Leech Seed, and Leech Seed is nice, but then, like, you're just not getting that much value, and so...
Okay, let's see. The moves have been locked in. Smeargle switches into the Incineroar. Oh, it's 8 a.m. for you. Lol. I see. Okay. Enjoy your weekend, by the way, Paul. Victor, Terrasalizes the Calyrex. I think it's Terra Fairy. Yeah, Terra Fairy. So it's not a Fairy type, but it does not lose the stab. If he goes for an Ice type attack or the Psychic, he still has stab. Protect on the Zama. Oh, it is Hirofumi that is tearing. Oh, true. Victor has Shadow Rider, not Ice Rider. Oh, the safety goggles denying the sport from Hirofumi. Time zones are crazy. I love it. Makes everything different. Moody? Special defense boost, not speed boost. Okay. Yeah, speed, because I'm thinking about Slicker. Now, Smeargle has the Moody ability. So at the end of the turn, he gets a boost on a random stat and a decrease on a random stat. So if you get a speed boost, that means then you can use Spore if you're faster than the Zamazenta, for an example. That's insane. Great tech.
Could, of course, fake out the Calyrex and go for a heavy slam onto it as well. But it ends up just being a split in damage. But this is really scary.
Zama, body press, focus sash activated. I thought it would be no heavy slam. It would be super effective into the Calyrex, but heavy slam does damage based on the difference of weight, and Calyrex is pretty heavy as well. Oh, the sleep! Wait, because oh no, yeah, because the fake out weight into the Calyrex, because you can't really just freely attack the Smeargle because of the Spiky Shield. And Spiky Shield is not just protect, it also does damage if you do a physical move or a move that does contact.
Also be valuable if you add it in the bag.
Bro, I love the music of Scarlet and Violet. It's so cool watching a Pokemon match from the World Championships and this music is in the background. This makes it even more exciting.
Through those sleep turns,
Yeah.
you don't want to take it out, and so Leech Seed feels like you're almost more often than not going to be able to get a couple of good turns out of it. On this one though, Zamazenta will take its first turn
Oh,
of sleep,
Ruination.
and this
Half HP is gone. Parting shot, that's good. Decreasing the attack of the Calyrex. Bye-bye. And then you can come in and do another Intimidate, further reducing the attack of the Calyrex.
Of Ruination here, right? Because basically, normally, Smeargle just wouldn't be able to offer any offense. Kind of feel forced to switch it out. Instead, now you can go for Ruination and Leech.
Great point from Aaron. Aaron's Cybertron Zang, one of the best, if not the best Pokemon commentator. He's really, really good.
Normally, you're like, Zamazenta's the perfect counter for it.
And he has his own YouTube channel. Check it on YouTube. Great VGC content.
And it's only taken one turn.
I think it was kind of through Aaron that I got into VGC. I remember watching some matches randomly, but then I discovered this channel and I started watching more. It was pretty cool.
goodness, I was holding my breath, but this Smeargle is going to be on 1 HP in a dream and +6 special defense.
Maybe this could go be the good opportunity for you to have Endure. I know Endure is kind of just like Protect, but then you can have Protect and Endure and basically be invincible. Endure, Protect, Endure, Protect, Endure, Protect, Endure, Protect. The thing is, in double teams, in the double formats, you can be doubled up. But if you can kind of press your opponent into a situation where he doesn't want to double up with your Smeargle, you can just keep wasting the enemy turns.
Terra on the Ice Rider is just really hard to do a lot of damage onto it, and damaging it for 40% is not going to do anything in this kind of matchup because you have leftovers and you have Leech Seed, so suddenly you just heal all that damage back up, right? So Victor is looking to actually get a knockout, probably wants a special attack boost, whether it be from its ability or from a nasty bot. Feels so bad to switch out a boosted Zamazenta like that, but it just feels like otherwise it's going to stay on the field for forever and do nothing.
So that's why you at least have the Incineroar to come in and drop this Calorex's attack one more time, and hopefully...
I think that's Calorex's -2 attack. If not -3, that's crazy.
If it's Incineroar, I mean, that would be crazy. But to your point about the leftovers, the Leech Seed recovery, you've got Rillaboom now that's going to add in the grassy...
Yeah, I love this Ice Rider strategy. Leftovers, Leech Seed, and Grassy Terrain recuperation.
My goodness. But Trick Room is set up. However, Victor has gotten the Incineroar out of the field, so you have the ability of...
Calyrex is faster now because of the Trick Room.
How much life looks like he did to an Assault Vest Pokemon there. So, makes sense. I think Victor wants to respect Smeargle potentially.
Indeed, bro, the Calyrex did so much damage to the Rillaboom. That's crazy. There's Assault Vest. It means you can't use fake out or protect. You can use protect or status moves, but you get a special defense boost.
Do a significant amount to this Terra Fairy Ice Rider Calyrex, and at some point you really do have to start laying some damage down onto that Pokemon. Otherwise, you're going to see Hirofumi start to outpace and get those damage trades just a little bit more positively. So I'm curious to see how this next turn is going to go, because Hirofumi at this point with the Trick Room set up has the speed control.
Yeah, I think Hirofumi basically, his Ice Rider is like, it's nice, but it's not doing any damage really. It can Leech Seed. So I think what
Yeah, Ice Rider is really not doing a lot of damage. That's totally true.
focus it in the very end, right? So Fako plus Astral Barrage was super safe here, covers for any
Bye-bye, Smeargle.
Pokemon. You basically can get a knockout either on Rillaboom or the Smeargle that switches in. Glacial Lance comes out, but this is a -3 Glacial Lance, and Calyrex base.
Bro, that's no damage. I think Hirofumi was hoping for a crit or something, because crits ignore the stats drops. Hirofumi starting bad this round
Actually
3.
not getting up to the point where
This best of 3, I mean.
be really healthy. That's 50% now that it's able to stay at. And Hirofumi, maybe like a positive for him is that because this Smeargle got knocked out, you're able to get the Rillaboom in and ensure that you have a fake out for this next turn.
Oh,
but it's Landorus as the final
here.
one.
Interesting. Okay.
Landorus is interesting, but is it good?
Victor's team, like ground type damage is already just so powerful, and you also have the Sludge Bomb on Landorus so that could deal with Rillaboom, but I was thinking Koraidon actually would have been a pretty nice Pokemon to bring in here. I think actually Landorus also not bad because you can pressure with Sandslayer Storm plus a Glacial Lance, and so you can see Victor's like, okay, I know you're going to outpace my Calyrex right now under Trick Room. I'm just going to protect. I'm going to decrease your damage output. I don't have to worry about your Ice Rider that much, and Incineroar should be faster than Landorus under the Trick Room, and so I think Victor actually is not in a bad spot because Hirofumi set up that Trick Room. It's kind of actually working against him right now.
Really is. I mean, a double protect here from Hirofumi to try to stall out one turn of his own Trick Room here, but also, of course, to be able to bypass some of this extra damage. So a really moot turn here, but I think Victor is still continuing to get some better opportunities from this.
Yeah, my main question this next turn is, like, now that you've baited out the Protect from Shadow Rider, you can obviously double up into it with the Glacial Lance plus an Earth Power. The key question is, Incineroar is going to be able to get that parting shot off onto Landorus before the Earth Power comes out. So can Shadow Rider actually survive? And it looks like Victor doesn't think that will be the case. And so you see he's making a nice defensive play here, actually going for that Water Terra, so potentially covering for his Sandslayer Storm in this position, right? And so, yeah, it's like Calyrex is just not the bulkiest Pokemon to begin with, right? So even with the parting shot, Victor's like, I don't think I can actually survive a double up here. Why don't I sacrifice his Zamazenta? My goal now is actually stall out your Trick Room, then get Shadow Rider out, because I've already eliminated Smeargle. So if I get Shadow Rider out after Trick Room ends, I can just click Astral Barrage freely.
Yeah, no more immunities. Zamazenta is going to come in and almost act as a sacrificial piece here because it's really not going to be doing much else. Here, also, of course, you have to see that terrestrialization that Victor locked into for that Terra Water on the Incineroar. I love this play as well because you know that even if the Ice Rider Calyrex does manage to switch out and set those drops, it's still going to be a little bit hard, but a Leech Seed call out here into the Zamazenta.
Leech Seed is really good. That means a lot of HP. Oh, the knockoff. Good damage to the Landorus. Yeah. Of course, their water not super effective from the R-type attack, but Calyrex getting so much HP back now.
There, I think the Terra makes a lot of sense because at this point in the game, there's nothing else to really Terra, right? Shadow Rider is Dark Terra. That doesn't help you defensively in this one. Really nice Leech Seed, though, just to continue healing up with the Ice Rider, right? Intimidate is the way you shut down this Ice Rider's damage output, but being able to just steal HP turn after turn after turn is a big deal because by the time Shadow Rider hits the field once again, Ice Rider's going to be back at full HP. Then it can pressure to even set up a subsequent Trick Room, right? And so right now what Victor's trying to do is stall out the Trick Room, then get Shadow Rider.
But Ice Rider is still -3. That's not great.
Actually even set up a second one.
That would be crazy, especially if the Shadow Rider Calyrex finds itself into a position where it's under Trick Room again. That's a nightmare situation there for Victor. And Hirofumi says, okay, well, I mean, thank you for all of that HP.
Yeah,
my Calyrex is,
I'm good.
Yeah, gonna go back there and we'll see you later. As the Rillaboom now takes the field in its place, Landorus just goes for a Protect. We will get through this final round of Trick Room.
Nice parting shot here to be able to pivot out with the Incineroar there. Landorus, I think, had the ability to go for damage this turn, actually opts not to, and so now Victor will be able to get a free switch. And I think one of the things is that the Smeargle coming into the late game is also incredibly scary because Victor then can spore with it, right? I think Victor is aiming for this end game where you've got Shadow Rider, you've got Smeargle to support it as well. He still has all his Pokemon, right? So I think he's managed himself into a really solid spot. And Zamazenta manages to wake up as well. Goes for the
That's
heavy
very
slam into
good.
Landorus. Landorus was really
nice
worried about
protect.
a double up potentially into that slot, so opts to protect. But great pivoting from Victor. He's distributed damage really well so far in this game with Astral Barrage, and now that Ice Rider is off on the field, Rillaboom's able to heal back a little bit more, but Zamazenta waking up means it is going to be able to pressure with damage, and Instant plus Smeargle just provides so much support in this end game.
But I'm even looking at the fact that even if Zamazenta doesn't go for damage, now you have the support with the wide guard.
Yep.
If you look at Landorus, it really forces you in that position. Instead of going for Sandsea or Storm, you have to go for single target, either the Sludge Bomb onto the Calyrex or the Earth Power onto the
But Victor didn't click wildcard, I think. So that mind game is still there, though. That plays a big part in Hirofumi's decision making.
The Landorus switches out, but
The switch is very interesting here. Calyrex is now resetted. He's not -3 anymore. That's going to be so much damage now. Rillaboom is dead or knocked out. No, it's not. Interesting. It goes down now. Okay, no problem.
to finish the job. I was kind of wondering if in that situation the Rillaboom survives, maybe you're still able to get a less powered Woodhammer off into the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and maybe you're able to finish it off from there. But it's looking a little tough here. Hirofumi has to bring in this Landorus again and is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game.
yeah, and this Calyrex was just able to get so many Astral Barrages off. Hirofumi managed to set up that Trick Room, but to me, like, this game really started going downhill when the Incineroar actually switched in, able to have a faster fake out under Trick Room. There was never just that much damage, right? It was just Ruination and Leech Seed and maybe like 1 or 2 Earth Powers coming out, but Victor stalled out Trick Room really, really effectively. And so I was a little bit surprised to not see the Koraidon come out in this one. Koraidon has so much good damage across the board, right? It actually has 1-hit KO potential onto almost basically everything. And so I think for Hirofumi, he's probably going to start thinking about that Koraidon going into game 2. That last turn, by the way, super safe to just go for Astral plus the Heavy Slam into the Rillaboom slot. You know you'll likely knock out the Landorus anyway. And so Landorus tries to protect here. I think last-ditch effort to maybe try to get a Trick Room up here with the Ice Rider, but it's just not going to be enough.
I mean, the Astral Barrage is still
Astral Barrage is going to knock out the Calyrex, I think. Yeah, it's a knockout. Exactly. I knew it.
from that critical hit as well.
Yeah, and this was just dominant by Victor. I mean, the early game looked a little bit awkward, right? Where, like, Victor got spored and the Zamazenta was forced to switch out. But the thing is, Zamazenta isn't meant to be the star in this kind of matchup. I think Shadow Rider position probably can be incredible. The main thing is you have to get rid of that Smeargle. Smeargle, when it's out on the field, is so awkward for Shadow Rider to deal with because you have to play the guessing game. Oh, like, is it going to Spiky Shield? If your Shadow Rider gets spored by the Smeargle, it's a complete disaster. But basically, Victor never opened that possibility up. And this is where Hirofumi's lack of, like, burst damage really came into play. But if you want some burst damage, you've got a Pokemon on your team, and its name is Koraidon.
I feel like that has to be the adjustment. I don't know if you can continue to go for that slow Trick Room game plan.
Yeah.
Because I also think that Victor's Pokemon are much bulkier than even I was anticipating heading into this matchup. Outside of something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider, everything else actually has pretty good sustainability.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the main thing is Smeargle plus Ice Rider is just not going to deal that much damage. It's great if games are long and drawn out and, like, it's end games where you can't switch out of the Leech Seed, but being able to pivot out is really, really tough. And Calyrex just got way too many Astral Barrages off for free in that game. And so going into this next game, I think the adjustment that Hirofumi needs to consider is how do I make sure that Calyrex doesn't just get to click Astral Barrage at no punishment, right? And
what's the
I wonder if
format?
part of
It's double restricted format. So 2 legendary Pokemons, Calyrex, Miraidon, Koraidon, Kyogre, Groudon, Lugia, 2 of those allowed, and then no mythicals, and all the Pokemon available in Paldea Pokédex, and Blueberry, and Kitakami, all that is available. So, very common is, for example, Ursaluna, Rillaboom, Ogerpon, Incineroar, Urshifu. Not a lot of Farafs this time around. Some Smeargles, Among Us, of course. some Landorus, some Indidis. In terms of legendaries, we have a lot of Lunalas, Kuraidons, Miraidons, Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow. We've seen some Kyogres, also some Clefairies. I know they're not legendary. What else? What else? I've seen one Urshifu Dark, mostly Urshifu Water. We've seen James Beck using Regieleki. We've seen some Volcarona. No Regidrago. I like Regidrago.
You know that we will have
Some Tornadoes as well.
because it doesn't have actual. Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't have fake out, and it also doesn't.
Oh, Flame Blades!
So Incineroar is
Protect.
able to break that focus sash from just the fake out itself, and Hirafumi. Is this Koraidon actually? Yeah, it doesn't do it.
No speed! That means Spore can happen next turn.
Happened. Speed boost means now, of course, you have the ability to go for that Spore into the Shadow Rider slot. That's really, really...
Yeah, Incineroar can be put to sleep. He has safety goggles.
Being like, okay, I know this is my star player. I'm going to pivot out.
I've seen one Annihilape as well. I remember that right now.
Fall asleep. A Water Terra here means that you will survive against the Koraidon, and so you're baiting Spore. You're saying, look, I'm going to let something fall asleep. A Water Terra here is safe. I'm just going to knock out your Smeargle. That means no more Spore and a Shadow Rider, and that's one of your main win conditions out of the way.
And Victor.
A lot of Zamazentas, of course. I forgot to mention. One of the most common Pokemon of the tournament is Zamazenta.
Leech seeds and recognize outside of being able to just do damage and also have access to wide guard. So Victor putting a lot of pressure on this particular.
The Spore comes through into Zamazenta. Zamazenta slips.
Get away with this.
Flame Charge into the Zama. And that, oh, it's enough for a 1-hit knockout. A critical hit. No way.
You want that just because...
True. I was thinking that you want to get maybe 2 speed boost? No, maybe you just want to keep the Zamazenta being useless asleep on the field, you know?
Like the Flame Charge play a lot.
I'm quite excited for tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to be seeing the finals of all the games in the tournament. Unite, Gold, TCG, and VGC. And for the first time ever, it will be in an arena for Pokemon. It will be crazy. Tomorrow, for you today, Paul, you know?
Right, but I love the adjustment to Koraidon. This is exactly what we were talking about coming out of Game 1, and now you have so much more offense with this duo than you previously had, and so now...
I like the Landorus here, but how are we gonna really do damage to this Incineroar? Knockoff. Knockoff will do a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, well, I feel...
Because Knockoff does more damage if the enemy is holding an item.
If you were just running max speed investment or close to it, then you would be outspeeding the Smeargle. But to your point, there is an Ice Rider, there's Trick Room here. They could be super, super bulky Landorus that's slower as well. And so Smeargle with that Focus Sash means it has the ability to go for a Spore. And it's going to be a switch immediately out into the Incineroar. So maybe trying to bait a Spore into that slot. I do think this is the absolute correct decision, by the way, to drop the Ice Rider and switch to Koraidon instead, right? It just offers so much more offense. And so Koraidon going for this Protect, I think this...
Yeah, exactly. That's really what Hirafumi lacked last game. It was the offense. It was the damage. Now with Koraidon, it feels so much more in his favor. By the way, chat, would you prefer Koraidon or Miraidon?
Landorus, but of course because the Smeargle is faster, you don't actually get that combination of things to happen.
Oh, and a speed drop, actually.
No. Okay, that's the reverse of what a Smeargle would like to see.
This is looking like a win for Hirafumi already, honestly. Like, you can just double up onto Smeargle now with Fake Out plus Flame Charge and get a knockout onto that slot, right? And so the Clear Amulet is such a big item here for the Koraidon. The Incineroar just feels so sad. What is it going to do, right? At this point, it's just opting to target the opposing Incineroar, and so we're going to see Smeargle faint here. Opting for Flare Blitz here, saying, okay, well, this means if you switch into the Shadow Rider in case you're super bulky, I guarantee the knockout onto the slot.
Yeah, it's a very tough game for Victor now. Paul saying that he prefers Koraidon. I prefer Miraidon, but Koraidon is very cool as well.
You know, like, I'm going to win the 1v1 against you anyway. And so this is a completely different match from the last one. And I think it makes so much sense. This was exactly the offense Hirafumi was lacking.
So with the Koraidon coming into play, and also being faster than the Shadow Rider Calyrex after that one flame charge, if you're Victor going into a game number 3, what are you looking at in order to answer this particular Pokemon?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm going to pause you a little bit here because I'm trying to think, is there a way for Victor to actually...
Yeah, Miraidon looks cool though. Koraidon looks buff, that's true, but Miraidon looks... The color scheme is really cool, and then he looks really, really cool floating in his ultimate form.
I don't want to call the game yet, but I do feel like it looks so difficult. And so we'll have to see how this sprint plays out. I think it makes sense to try to fake out and maybe get a nasty plot off. As you can see, yeah, like that's the only comeback potential, but even then it's scary. And there's no protect from the Koraidon either. So you can see Victor's like, my one way of winning is hoping for you to protect the Koraidon. Hirofumi does not give it to him. Flare Blitz comes out, and bye-bye Calyrex.
That is going...
Great game from Hirofumi, great game, GG. We're going to game number 3 on the World's quarterfinals.
Okay, Rose, let's go back to your question. So
Yes.
you were saying Koraidon's hit the field now, Smeargle
what?
Koraidon is the lead, exactly. Now what? It's a great question. I think if anything, Victor may have led that Zamazenta in game 1, partially to deal with Koraidon. You do have the Water Terra available on it. And if you look at the Terra types on Victor's end in this matchup, like Shadow Rider, I think just has like very little reason to Terra. Incineroar is a decent Terra, right? Because it allows you to survive for a little bit longer, but it didn't have any value in that last game. And so I'm thinking maybe you make an adjustment back to that Zamazenta. Part of the strength in that game, of course, was Smeargle being able to get that speed boost off, pressure with that Spore as well. And so you might also be like, okay, well, if you don't get the speed boost there, the game looks a little bit different. But this is what I mean. Like, I think Smeargle is just such an annoying Pokemon to deal with. And yeah, I think it makes sense to maybe shift back to the Zamazenta and then go for a Water Terra with it, specifically to deal with Hirofumi's Koraidon, because Koraidon actually has a really terrible time into Water Terra Zamazenta.
If I had a nickel for every time Smeargle was annoying, do you know how many nickels I would have?
You would be retired, you know,
I would be
like,
rich.
yeah, you would be good.
But as we enter into this game number 3, I think that's a very valuable point to make. If that Smeargle has literally any other Moody boost, I don't know, maybe Victor does win in that situation.
Totally, yeah. And it's like, I think part of it, though, was Koraidon now seeing like, okay, not only do you have to deal with Smeargle, but as soon as you get a Flame Charge boost with the Koraidon, it becomes infinitely larger of a threat. And so that's what's scary, because it's like, not only do you have to deal with Spore, I also do have to deal with Fire Terra, Flare Blitz. And so I think something like going back to Smeargle Zamazenta would be maybe a little bit stronger, because you pressure with Fake On, you can Water Terra immediately. But here we go, running it back with Smeargle Koraidon, and Victor is going to go with Smeargle and Zamazenta.
Okay, so maybe a bit of a better matchup for this Zamazenta into
Let's
the
go,
Koraidon.
game number
And
3.
now it comes down to what these Smeargles are capable of. So, woo, let's see it. Ooh, that's very aggressive.
Going for an immediate Spore here. So I'm nervous here mainly because if the Smeargle speed tie, you're both clicking Spore on turn 1. Whoever gets the Spore off is going to have such a major advantage. This is the adjustment I was talking about, the Water Terra your Zamazenta immediately. That means that at least one slot can hold itself up against the Koraidon.
Terrestrialization.
This is really intense. I really like it. It's really cool to make the players make smooth moves or insane reads under this pressure. And there was a game earlier today where both players were making insane reads.
But
Flame Charge!
Charge!
Flame Charge boosting the speed. Body press. Insane damage. Ah, Hirofumi's Smeargle makes the other Smeargle sleep. That's so funny.
Smeargle, you're often both going to be maximum speed, and it is a big deal because you do get a ton of damage off into the Koraidon. Crucially, no speed boost there on Smeargle. Speed boost would have been a disaster, because then now you can just knock out Smeargle with another Flame Charge and then Spore the Zamazenta. So this turn is interesting. You could theoretically actually go for a Protect with your Koraidon and then Spore into the Smeargle slot. The Smeargle, of course, has Follow Me, so it can redirect a Body Press away as well as you go for another Flame Charge. So Body Press at least did do a lot of damage, but it was absolutely huge for Hirofumi to win the potential speed tie there on turn 1.
I think Victor is trying to make a call, though. Do you think that the Zamazenta is going to protect itself?
And the music in the background makes it intense as well, because it's so cool, but it's very upbeat.
To sleep. But Hirofumi's Smeargle has its Focus Sash intact. I think you're always going to be able to get a second Spore off.
Yeah, I think, like, if you're Hirofumi, you could just go for Follow Me, Flame Charge, basically guarantee a knockout and say Koraidon sticks around for another turn. It ends up just being Flare Blitz here, actually not going for Follow Me. Flare Blitz, of course, covers for Shadow Rider once again switching in, and so you can just potentially knock that out. But
Hirofumi getting the lead.
Body Press not going into Koraidon, you get to stick around for another turn, and let's see this Moody boost. I mean, if it's a speed boost, it's just going to be an absolute disaster right now.
It is going to be a
Special attack boost, not speed boost from the Smeargle. Where is the Smeargle? I can't see the Smeargle. Smeargle, where are you?
But I think, yeah, you have to bring an Incineroar here. If you bring out Calyrex, well, one thing you could do with Calyrex is if you bring out Calyrex, you could protect it, and then Body Press into Smeargle, and then the second turn switch out into Incineroar and basically bait 2 different attacks into it. Victor's like, you know what, I'm just going to bring in the Incineroar. This gives me the Fake Out pressure immediately, so now you have Fake Out plus Body Press available to you. But one of the things you can do when you have Fake Out pressure available is bait out your opponents into protecting, right? And so you can see Victor is hoping right now Hirofumi protects that Koraidon and Smeargle. You bring out Shadow Rider, then Shadow Rider can just Astral Barrage into the Koraidon slot the subsequent turn. Smeargle here does not have Wide Guard on Hirofumi's end. And so this is a classic bait and switch with Fake Out. We'll see if it works out though, because by going for this, you do open yourself up to the opportunity of Hirofumi just attacking this turn.
Yeah, I mean, we will see the Shadow Rider Calyrex at least be able to get a bit of damage down in 2 turns, but it does really depend.
There is the switch, no Fake Out. Hopefully Hirofumi attacks and does not protect.
If Hirofumi is able to call this right and you just get rid of this Calyrex immediately,
You would just win on the spot,
yeah, the game
honestly.
is over.
Yeah, but it's a tough call, yeah.
Protect. Okay, Hirofumi protect. Safe play, safe play.
Because, oh, it's just a spiky shield.
Yeah.
But if there was a spore, like,
Also,
critical.
Total.
Bro, Spo would be crazy for Hirofumi into the Calyrex that just came in. That would be an insane play. It could be actually... It would be very interesting. It would be very risky. But like, you lose the Smeargle, I don't think it's a big deal. And what we could do is... Okay, I'll protect. So that can give tempo to my enemy. So let me try and lower that tempo while keep my legendary safe.
Protect there, Body Press, bring the Smeargle down low, but the Smeargle here is just, once again, such a nuisance. You have access to that Follow Me, so you can redirect that Body Press away from the Koraidon. And I think what Hirofumi's trying to do is, I'm just going to ignore your Zamazenta for now. I'm going to target down what's next to it. And Victor is like, okay, I'm going to try to play a little bit defensively, then I make sure you don't get to just knock that slot out freely.
Calyrex protecting. We already saw the Zamazenta trying to target down this Koraidon so it can finally knock it out. And that's one call correct here for Victor. This Flare Blitz from the Koraidon does get negated by that protect.
Yeah, but nice, bro. Great play from Victor. Hirofumi losing the Koraidon is so bad. Spore comes through into the Zamazenta. That's a good play, though. Hirofumi doesn't seem very down. Maybe he has a plan?
Because if so, you protect your Smeargle or you protect your Koraidon for a turn, but then Victor can just switch the Shadow Rider back out into Incineroar. Do you want to play that prediction more? Here, Hirofumi is saying, look, if you don't protect your Shadow Rider, I knock you out immediately. Even if you go for the protect, I guarantee the sleep on the Zamazenta. And to your point, a fully healthy Smeargle. I think what's a little bit scary now for Hirofumi is you don't have a way to get a one-hit knockout onto the Shadow Rider, so you do have to be a little bit careful, but Smeargle's still sitting at full HP. Landers here, I think, should be able to take a life.
Sport is still a very possible play into the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Is it able to wake up quickly enough?
Was able to get a 1-turn wake up in that game number 2.
Because Smeargle is on the Focus Sash, who is with the Focus Sash, so he can survive any attack. Only one, though.
Okay, maybe go for Astral instead. Yeah, split some damage, but it doesn't actually damage the Smeargle at all.
Exactly, yeah. I think if you're going for Astral, you're hoping for enough damage to knock out the Landers. I don't think it gets the one-hit knockout, but if
The double up with the heavy slam. Oh, that could be crazy.
Oh,
okay.
Does Life Orb Astral Barrage do enough? I don't think it will, but let's see.
This Landers is already going to be taking so much damage, but it hangs on with just enough to fire off an attack on this turn.
Zamazenta is asleep. Let's
It's going
see.
to wake up later, but it has to take this Earth Power first. It brings it down to half
Spore now.
HP, and the Spore now into the Shadow Rider
Spore.
Calyrex. Both Pokemon asleep here for Victor. You don't want them up.
And Calyrex is forced to sleep next turn. Zamazenta might wake up. Landorus is free to Earth Power the Zamazenta slot in case it wakes up. There could be a Incineroar coming in from Victor that can fake out the Landorus next turn. but that should be okay because you have Earth power. Do you make that read? Do you follow me? Oh, that's so good from Hirofumi.
One more turn in case there is a wake up from the Zamazenta. The Calyrex is going to be. And then we will
Zama
see
stays
the
asleep.
Zama still sleeps. Wait, was he faster than Landorus? No way!
But it doesn't.
3 HP.
Opportunity, of course, to get the wake up. It's one turn of sleep on Calyrex.
Because he needs to start targeting the Calyrex now. Because it's going to take a while to kill the Calyrex. You need to start targeting it.
Have done some damage onto a Shadow Rider as well, but I think Hirofumi was like, look, I'm just trying to get the knockout.
On this next turn, though, the Shadow Rider Calyrex has a chance to wake up. The Zamazenta has an even greater chance to do so. And this Landorus wants to try to get as much value out of this next turn as possible. It does not get any more intense than this, Aaron, because the Smeargle could even go for something like a
Follow me is great, though.
We'll see if
Let's see the sleeps. Calyrex sleeps.
Zamazenta actually do it now. Follow it up with some amounts of damage, and it doesn't. What the heck?
Zamazenta still sleeps.
This is what I was saying. If you get 3 turns of sleep on both, I think that's it. Shadow Rider, of course, still has the chance to wake up, but Zamazenta will faint. And if Hirofumi's last Pokemon, of course, is that Incineroar, that is a really nice Pokemon to have into Shadow Rider, especially with Water Terra having already been committed on the Zamazenta. So really, really tough sleep rolls there for Victor. Makes it so scary. And this is what I was saying, come into the match, if you get a crucial Spore off, and it makes such a big difference. Still not over yet, but the Smeargle is still at full HP.
Really has its work cut out for it, but you hopefully can just
Fake out.
get rid of that. You gotta get rid of the
Fake out into Smith. No, you fake out the Landorus. No, you can think about the switch. Right?
Pokemon in the back that you could switch in.
He switched. Nice read from Vitor.
Landorus stays preserved for later,
there it
as we
is.
see it. Is going to be that Incineroar coming to hit.
That's so good. It's so good for the Hirofumi. So hard for the Calyrex to deal with Incineroar. So hard.
Look, my Landorus hung on. I can just one-shot the Incineroar in the end game. Let me make sure it does not go down here. I'm not going to risk the chance of a wake up here from the Shadow Rider. Shadow Rider wakes up, but as you see, the Landorus pivoted out, crucially making sure that you get to preserve that for the Incineroar end game. Astral Barrage now comes out, but Hirofumi's got a huge advantage now. You can feel his second World's Trophy in his hands.
Victor, though, has been so close to a crown before. It would feel devastating to fall short here, but the faith is not gone.
It's not gone yet.
It's not gone yet. You still have Pokemon that are able to battle it out with you. And maybe this Incineroar is able to help squeak out just a bit more damage. And this Protect, can it actually bait out a couple of attacks from these other Pokemon?
Yeah, I think basically what Victor's hoping for is maybe I get the Flare Blitz, get you low enough where then Astral Barrage can finish you off. Flare Blitz here, it can burn the Smeargle. And oh, it actually survives.
How? What? The Smeargle survives. No way.
I thought for a quick second there, yeah. If the burn damage had ticked through.
So now the Smeargle can just follow me again.
But it does stick around and with enough HP.
Maybe it's because of the Moody boosts. The defense rose sharply, yeah. He's +5 special defense. +6, I mean.
Do the job.
No double protect.
Double protect. GG, Hirofumi wins. I was rooting for Hirofumi. I'm happy.
But it's not going to be able to get that. So you see the knockoff.
GG. Let's go, Hirofumi. I love it.
Hirofumi Kimura, one Pokemon left to make another top 4 appearance here at the World Championships. And it doesn't
I survived. But that is the burn.
see the burn damage to it.
Oh, that's adding some insult to injury there. The fact that we saw Smeargle take 2 Flare Blitzes is wild, but of course, we've got Landorus now out from
Smeargle MVP, bro. Smeargle MVP.
Astral Barrage. If Landorus faints there, the game, I think, just ends basically on the spot, but the sleep rolls going in Hirofumi's favor. This was such an intense battle, and this game could have totally gone the other way. I mean, we saw turn 1, Smeargle versus Smeargle going for the spores as well, right? And Victor fought
Third more was insane. Smeargle versus Smeargle.
Out, and that'll be it.
GG.
Wow, and just like that, Hirofumi
Great play from Hirofumi. So good, Hirofumi. So good.
and move on to the top 4 of the 2025 World Championships.
That last game, it truly could have gone either way, right? If you win the speed tie with Victor Smeargle and you move first, that's already a completely different turn 1 of the battle. And then if you look at that end game as well, just one turn earlier with Shadow Rider and Zamazenta.
Yeah, just wake up.
Wake up, exactly.
Just wake up.
Yep. And what's so tough about that one is that you needed the Zamazenta to deal with the Incineroar in the back, right? And so that's why Hirofumi's like, I don't care about your Shadow Rider right now. I'm just gonna aggressively target down the Zamazenta. Crucial survival there on the Zamazenta. So manages to take 2 Earth Powers, but in the end, both Pokemon just sleep for way too long with Shadow Rider eating up 2 turns of sleep, and I think Zamazenta rolled the 3 turns of sleep there. And it's, once again, it's like, if you are able to just get the knockout onto the Smeargle, now suddenly you have Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, both which are faster than Smeargle and Landorus on the opposing side. And so this was a game, in my opinion, decided solely by Smeargle and how the sleep rolls came out.
So close, but yeah, Smeargle is here.
It's here. It's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere either. It wasn't even going to go down to 2 flare blitzes there at the end of it. It is so tough, and I think that's why a lot of players had Smeargle on their radar, because of how volatile it really does to make these matchups. Getting that speed boost in game number 2, and of course being able to have those survivals later.
Bro, great game. Guys, we'll take a break, then we'll take a look at the Pokemon Unite stream while we wait for the next semi-final. Maybe it'll be right next to this one. We'll see. I'll go to the bathroom. I really have to go. See you soon. Hi everybody, I'm back. Welcome, welcome. Let's check the Unite stream. Oh, Luminosity won game number 1. Interesting. Let's see the final moments. Suicune was MVP. That was a crazy knockout.
By Inter, but is it going to be enough though? The goal zone is still standing. They do get the Zoro in the process, but it's just going to be 2 Pokemon left for Nouns. It's the Mewtwo, White, and Gatlu. Oh boy, Luminosity, this aggression, it might not have worked earlier on, but their persistence is really starting to pay off now.
I think that's the thing. They do have that Latios on their side. So early game, they need to focus on getting that Eon energy by just passively being in the back line to get those hits, secure those wild Pokemon. But now that they are online, they're able to go in and rely on that damage to hopefully chip away at Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports, though, they are going to play it safe. They did make an attempt at trying to steal away some of the experience, but so close to this Rayquaza, about to spawn in 30 seconds, they want to focus on all the experience that's on their side instead.
Yeah, you really
Interesting team choice for non-esports, the Charizard and the Drio.
as well. But we do have 5 seconds left on that bottom Reggie. I would be keen to see if Nouns wants to try and go for a quick rip onto this. They are there, they are grouped up, but it looks like they're just kind of looking at it. They don't want to be falling into a potential trap of trying to take that Reggie steal. The buff would have been nice, but positioning going into that Rayquaza, far more important, Kello. And now it's going to be the last 2 minutes. The final stretch has finally arrived. And, well, the game is incredibly close. Luminosity are the ones behind right now. They are behind just by a few points. So either they go for those micro scores or they're going to have to go for that Rayquaza. And because they have that Blaziken, Rayquaza is looking...
His camera is really cool.
Well, that's the thing. We've got the notification that it is a close battle between these two teams. It's just a matter of who's going to make the engage. Gatlu trying to poke out at Overlord with their triple trample, able to get the knockout. And yes, the hit. And now we have Charizard also diving in, trying to breathe fire and wreak havoc on Luminosity. However, because of that Bliss assistance, Latios is managing to...
Bro, Latios didn't die because of Blissey.
Luminosity, they're 3 members down. Only 1 member of Nouns Esports is down. This is their chance to go in for the rip, unless the threat Slash here on the Suicune can bring and maybe get a steal order. Here comes with the edge. Did they get the secure? Was it the edge?
They got the steal.
Oh my goodness, Otter has done it. That is insane. And with the shield as well, and with only 2 Pokemon that can even defend these goal zones, Nouns are in such a...
Bro, the Pokémon Unite's final is going to be crazy tomorrow on the arena. Bro, because the crowd is going wild here. Imagine tomorrow in the arena. It's going to be insane.
With no Pokemon on the field, they're going to have to think, what do we need to do in game number 2? Because I think this match, unsalvageable. You've got to think what changes in the draft, what Pokemon need to be banned. Do they have to get rid of that Zoro in game number 2? Because I don't think Zoro itself was an issue. There were multiple other...
Surging Strikes Urshifu, which we have seen Luminosity play previously, but they do have that Razor Claw, the ESL Bracer, along with that Muscle Band equipped for them.
Yeah, so I wouldn't disagree with the Wicked Blow at all. I kind of feel like that would be a really good move too, because you also have Slash there for the setup. Because you've got Snorlax, assuming that Slash is going to go for block into Wicked Blow is nasty. So we'll have to see if that combo does come out from Luminosity at the end of the day, but really interesting draft so far for Luminosity. Very fast-paced because you've got the Dodrio that's going to be running around.
Luminosity banned the Ninetales, the Galarian Rapidash, I mean, and now it's banned the Latios. I guess it played a big role on last game. And they stole, quote unquote, the Suicune away from Luminosity as well. Nouns, well done.
Do decide to go in for an invade, but really when I think about the matches so far, we haven't really seen any invades. But folks, we are heading on into our second game of the quarterfinals, best of 3. This is Nouns Esports' last tournament lifeline here, because Luminosity do have that one-up advantage against them. Well, let's see how this one fares out, Danalee.
Yep, Nouns are going to have to go for a reverse sweep if they want to keep their tournament dreams alive and slash championships here in Anheim. The competition has been absolutely electrifying so far, and trainers have been giving it their all throughout this competition, and we are down to our final 4, just one match away from finding themselves here again tomorrow for Championship Sunday. I cannot wait to get started with this next one, especially to the caliber of players have been amazing. I'm Sierra Dawn for the last time today here with Lee Provost. World just goes by too fast, but boy, every moment's amazing.
Yeah, every moment is just absolutely incredible, you know, and to be at this stage of the tournament when we're
Worlds does go very fast. I'm live for 4 hours and 20 minutes and it didn't even feel like it. Today I started a bit later though, so I didn't catch all the action, but the games have been amazing. Today there is way less downtime than yesterday, so it just feels way better, and all the games are so good. Just like you just want to see the next game, but then you kind of feel bad, quote unquote, because you don't you wanted to go deeper into the previous game, but this next game is so good as well, you know, it's crazy.
No matter who takes that championship title tomorrow, you know, it's just so well deserved. Looking at this bracket and the journey that these trainers have taken through the later parts of today, these are our semi-finalists.
Irafumi and Giovanni,
just taking that
James
win
Evans,
over
Montana
Victor,
Mott.
finding himself now going up against Giovanni.
Also, they were in the quarterfinals, not semis, so it's gonna be both semifinals now. That's gonna take a while. Let's go. It takes so long. Yesterday was even worse. Yesterday it was even worse. Today's like 10-15 minutes of break. Yesterday it's like an hour. Yesterday was crazy.
They don't want to risk too much diving on in without that.
But it's so good, right? I love Pokemon tournaments. I like a lot of VGC and Unite. I never really got into TCG, but I think it's a cool game to watch. And I don't really like to Pokemon Go competitive. It's not like it's bad. I just don't like it. You know. Nah, Momo.
And I mean, if we look at this shred, Curious does have the shred on the Mewtwo. No backup for Nouns Esports though.
Oh, down bottom, we are having a bit of a skirmish here, and I have to say, I love this pairing coming out from Nouns, this Lapras Suicune fighting combination. They have slows, they have freezes. They are going to have to try and fight for this Regirock though. It's a defense, but an experience on the line, and it's going to go in favor of Nouns. It looks like they will be trying to go for that pick off there, and they do finally get the Lapras.
I love that the crowd is going crazy here on the Unite stream. It's pretty cool.
Urshifu getting a little bit too close there and losing quite a bit of health. But, I mean, you get a Lapras, but you gave away the Reggie. So, I mean, it's a small trade, it seems. Up top, though, we did unfortunately lose that Blissey, thanks to Toon, who was able to secure that final hit. And we're still seeing a bit of a skirmish happening up there. Dodrio trying to fight his way through, but there comes the seismic slam. And I think we see some fried chicken here, Kels.
Yes, a fried chicken, fried Reggie Alecki, as Nouns Esports successfully take that towards Luminosity's Tier 1 goal. But 3 members are here to defend, considering there's still 52 points on this goal. They do not want to let any more dunks go on through. Can they successfully defend it? Otter ends up going down, and it looks like Trainer, LGC, and Curious are needing to retreat back to the Flux Zone. That is no longer.
And by the way, Kels, this is actually Surging Strikes. Urshifu is not the Wicked Blow. So Trainer, instead of trying to go for the Wicked Blow hits, he's decided he wants to try and fight.
We'll keep a night. All Pokemon in Pokemon Unite? No, not even close. And they have a lot, but you have like Cinderace and Italian, no Rillaboom. You have Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur. You have also no second gen starter. You have Blaziken. You have Latios, Mewtwo, Mew, Zacian. For legendaries, you have Zeraora as well. You have like Cramorant, Dodrio, Galarian Rapidash. You have a Greninja as well. Delphox, Machamp, Snorlax, Mimikyu, Lucario, Umbreon, Espeon, Alolan Raichu, Pikachu, not normal Raichu. You have Leafeon, no Flareon, Jolteon, no Vaporeon. You have Glaceon as well, Mr. Mime. Well, like you have quite a lot of Pokemon. You have Phalanx as well. You have a lot of Pokemon to choose from in Pokemon Unite, to be honest. I yesterday bought Alolan Raichu. I'm having a lot of fun playing with it. I kind of want to bring back some Unite streams. I will stream with my girlfriend as well. It'll be pretty cool. The Unite streams. So they were fun. And they now will change a bit the game, change a bit the map, change the main objective in the middle. You have Chansey as well, or Blissey in this case. Alcremie, Eldegoss. Now, Psyduck is pretty fun.
Same for James, but like you mentioned with the Brute Bonnet, another Pokemon.
Yeah, I like James' team. It's not the same team as Irafumi, but it still has the Landorus. The Brute Bonnet, I love the Brute Bonnet. It's like a bit of a offensively stronger. What's going on with the camera there? Offensively stronger Among Us? Or is it the same? It just changes the typing. You have access. No, I think it does a bit more damage. Incineroar is like so common. Yeah, Incineroar is the best Pokemon for VGC. Because of Intimidate, Fake Out, Parting Shot, it's tanky, the typing is great.
But again,
Can do some
Montana's
damage.
such a skilled trainer, regional champion, and when we're talking about powerhouses of teams, I mean, look at this, everybody. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. These were
But I love this combo. I love the Sword of Ruin, which drops the defense of everybody but the Chen Pao with the Dragonite. But the Dragonite has not been very useful because when you go against Shadow Rider, the Dragonite's Choice Band, you want to go to extreme speed into other Pokemon, but against the Calyrex, you can't because it's a Ghost type. Usually they do go for Dark Terra, but then you have to go Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet, maybe it's not great until in other Pokemons. Terra Normal Ice, bro. Terra Normal Extreme Speed has been, like, last year was insane. It was farming a lot of people. Let's check the
with
Unite
the
stream, though.
Dragonite when they are paired next to it, which is really, really something that the opponent wants to kind of cut that line down as soon as possible.
Let's watch the final part of this game.
To do this 2-0 for those fans in the crowd. There we go. Slash is going to start things off for the team, using that block to sort of force out Nouns from that bush, but we still see the Dodrio trying to find that entry point into the central area. Unfortunately, has been scouted out by Toon, who just throws some fire his way, so losing quite a bit of health. Far forward, though, we have that Lapras trying to chip away at the health. Hit the Luminosity. Oh, the Urshifu not looking too good here. Trainer slowly losing his health. Again, the Snorlax just being an absolute nuisance here. Both teams on the Rayquaza, but who's going to be able to get the final hit here? It's going to be Nouns.
Nouns Esports able to get the takedown on Luminosity and the Rayquaza, and now they are going to push towards these pads, balloon these points, and have a chance at securing a spot in that semi-final. But the thing is, there's still a minute left on the clock. 652 to 100.
The crowd is going crazy, bro. I love it.
Push on back, me getting the knockout on Bruv is a great first
To be able to pull the comeback, because yes, there's a tier 1 goal zone down bottom, but there's only so many points you can dunk in there. And then after that, you have to try and go a little bit deeper into Nouns territory. And they still have shields, meaning they're also going to have that attack buff from the Rayquaza shield. So if Luminosity can somehow pull a comeback from here, it'll be an absolute miracle. But Nouns, they're going to sacrifice their early tier 2 goal zone potentially. Nope, they are going to slowly push them away. 25 seconds left to go here for Luminosity, though. They need to score these points somehow, but I think the gap is just too big now, Kels.
there. Luminosity looking for that miracle. Unfortunately, it's not going to go their way. Instead, Nouns Esports are going to get the miracle that they needed to go and take this game, win, and take it to a game 3.
Nah, Luminosity almost did it, but good job from Nouns. The crowd is going crazy.
Nouns winning that. Nouns fans going wild in the crowd.
Let's go, let's go. We started.
To threaten that Calyrex. Like we said, one of the ways that James can kind of get the jump on the Calyrex is with that flame charge, get that speed boost, and then it will pressure the
Never
Calyrex.
mind.
So I think Montana really needs to
Okay, Paul.
protect that as best as possible. At the same time, you can't just leave that Zamazenta kind of alone. So you've got to really...
Yesterday, while I was waiting for matches, I was farming levels in Pokemon Legends, and we defeated an alpha Pokemon yesterday while we farming. It was good. It was good. Good job.
Going after the Zamazenta here, maybe expecting the Calyrex to want to protect that sash for the following turn. Of course, as well, you've got the Raging Bolt that has got the priority with the Thunderclap, and it can put out some big damage as well with that photosynthesis boost that it's got under its belt. But don't underestimate the Calyrex. If it goes for an attack, something like that followed up by a body press into the Koraidon could be enough to just remove it from the field.
Well, right away, it's going to be terrestrialization for the Calyrex.
I think it's Terra Dark. No, it's Terra Ghost, so that's Montana's.
Do the most with an Astral Barrage, so I feel like we know exactly what's about.
Another Terra as well.
For both of the trainers. James Evans as well, that Koraidon, as you talked about, when you're in the sunny conditions.
Ooh, the Koraidon is looking scary.
Terrestrialization can do a lot of damage. Now time to see how
Terrafire Koraidon looks amazing. So reddish.
Raging Bolt with this Assault Vest, it is going to be a bit better on the special defensive end. And yeah, you can definitely see that pay off. Koraidon makes it through as well. Flame Charge, Terrestrialization into the Sun. Calyrex on the opposing end.
That was almost a knockout. Next turn is a knockout, but body press into Raging Bolt survives. No way. No way.
Switch now, Zamazenta. Big survival, and now a pivot from James.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting turn here, and the Raging Bolt being able to barely survive is pretty huge going into that next turn. Seeing the value of that Assault Vest, taking that Astral Barrage there, but the problem now for Montana is haven't dealt with that Koraidon after the Flame Charge coming out, so that Calyrex this next turn is really pressured, especially when you've got this Brood Bonnet that can come out onto the field. It is going to be a little bit more susceptible to those body presses, so you have to be careful around that one there, but the Zamazenta now cannot terrestrialize. It is going to take super effective damage from this Flare Blitz. Which target do you go for if you're James? Do you go after the Calyrex, expecting no Protect there to just get rid of that threat? Or do you go after the Zamazenta, expecting that maybe to be the Pokemon leaned into by Montana to go after that Brood Bonnet, maybe even the Koraidon to remove that threat from the field? It's really difficult, and James is kind of splitting this attention here, making it very difficult for Montana to get any sort of momentum to clear these things off the field. But early on in this,
I mean, for the Zamazenta, it's just going to be the Protect on this turn. So good way to make sure that you're not taking the most from the Koraidon. The Calyrex isn't
Sucker Punch from Brute Bonnet goes insane.
over on Montana's and the first KO of the match.
yeah, big KO here, and getting rid of one of the restrictors is huge. When you've only got one out on the field for yourself, James, taking it and getting rid of it with that Brute Bonnet is pretty huge. The collision course coming into the Zamazenta there, going into that Protect, and everything to do for Montana here, because without any speed control, that Koraidon going to be the fastest thing on the field with the sun up, but one answer to
Ooh, the shiny Dragonite looks cool. I forgot it looked like that. It's so nice.
on the Brood Bonnet that's going to be able to try and drag it in at least one of the attacks from the Zamazenta, maybe not that extreme speed, which will supersede the Rage Powder if we do see it come out.
Yeah, in this Dragonite, this is going to be the Choice Band set, so it is going to be 1-2 that...
Bro, that Choice Band Dragonite is going to do so much damage. Does Montana feel free to go into extreme speeds here?
Dragonite, I'm curious with what it's going to pick into, because of course, going for the extreme speed and trying to take down the Koraidon could seem really tempting, and that's exactly...
The extreme speed comes through. That's insane.
Even the score at 3 Pokemon apiece for these trainers. Looking at the Brute Bonnet on the field now all by itself, and the Zamazenta with the body press. That's going to be a lot of...
Good damage, good damage. Montana coming back into the game.
Dragonite locked into one move, but you won't be able to use it next turn because you're now asleep.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get a little bit of return if you're Montana. Then, yes, okay, if I lose the Calyrex here, I'm going to be able to bring my Dragonite high kicks, so you've got to be really careful here. The Brute Bonnet in a position where it is protected by that Calyrex and can kind of go for whatever it wants. If it wants to go for a Sucker Punch into the Dragonite, if it stays on the field and tries to burn through those sleep turns. And the nice thing about the Calyrex as well, it doesn't really worry about the Dragonite, what it's locked into, so you can pretty much just ignore it this turn. Despite it being asleep, you don't need to worry about it even waking up, and just concentrate all of your efforts down onto that Zamazenta. Montana cannot really go on the defensive here because of the on-call presence with that Calyrex on James's side. So if you go for the protect here to maybe stall out these turns, it's very risky. You're going to put yourself in a position where you're going to have to switch that next turn. You really don't want to get yourself into that position where you can't get that momentum swing you're looking for.
I love that call out, because even just the pressure of having that encore on the Pokemon can really telegraph your plays and what you do going on forward. The Brute Bonnet, it's not going to be one to off-put any pressure though, because Raging Bolt is going to rejoin the battle. Dragonite, that's going to be the first turn of mandatory sleep. Now at any other turn, it can wake up as Calyrex, again, offensive. Astral Barrage into both of these Pokemon. Good amount of damage into the Dragonite, and Zamazenta into a third of its health. Body press into Raging Bolt. It had 4 HP, so no chance. James now 2 Pokemon left.
Yeah, and this is really kind of one of those things where if you are James and you can get rid of that Zamazenta, then the Dragonite for the Calyrex is just not a threat at all. So it will all come down to that last Pokemon that Montana's got in the back. We still haven't seen that here. Another Astral Barrage you feel will be enough to get rid of the Zamazenta. Of course, the Zamazenta does have access to Wide Guard, so can protect its partner and itself for this next turn if you so choose to.
Wide Guard? Zamazenta with Wide Guard, yeah, to protect from Astral Barrage.
Way to check the Wide Guard. You go for the Astral Barrage, Wide Guard comes out, you go for the Spawn to the Zamazenta and completely shut it down. Get some nice damage onto the Dragonite in the meantime as well.
All right, well, Zamazenta, it's down to a third of its health, and with the Dragonite, maybe hopefully he's wake up sooner rather than later. No, just trying to keep safe. Astral Barrage again. Dragonite is asleep. No damage into the Zamazenta. The Dragonite, we saw how much it took last time around, but of course, this time, ooh, so close. Dragonite just on a sliver of HP. Spore into the slot. The Dragonite's already asleep, so it's just going to be the damage. Sunlight gone as well. Photosynthesis defense. At the point you're at, might not matter, but
yeah, it might not matter too much. I think here you might want to be, I don't know, what if the Dragonite stays asleep here, we can see James kind of hovering over that Seed Bomb to just get rid of the Dragonite, go for the single target, expecting maybe a Wide Guard. That is exactly what we see from Montana.
Making sure that you're good up against the Astral Barrage, so no spread damage.
Wide Guard is really good.
Dragonite was going to wake up on this turn too, and that's the extreme speed coming on.
The wake up there is important, but Brute Bonnet survives. Psychic will do so much damage. Oh, yeah, that Zamazenta was already going down.
James, such a strong spot with this Calyrex. That's going to be the Grim Nabus. You get that special attack, you're at full health, you have the Focus Sash, and Seed Bomb is going to take.
Good, bro. Good play from James. 2v1.
And power to come in, and just that survival from the extreme speed. It's the Raging Bolt, so that is, a little bit not as good. Chen Power Field does give you a bit of a better option. Now you've got the Rage Powder on the Brute Bonnet that you can utilize to protect that Calyrex at least one turn, or you could just go for Sucker Punch is a little bit risky because the Thunderclap will probably supersede that, so that would fail. So you really want to just try and protect the Calyrex at all costs here. Astral Barrage go into that. The problem for Montana is it's got the Sash. The Calyrex still got that Sash, and you've got that redirection, which is so pivotal in the situation.
Rage Power OP.
Yeah, so now Brute Bonnet is center of attention.
Astral Barrage, let's see the damage. Ooh, JJ. Maybe Crit Thunderclap can work. Focus Sash. That ain't good, that ain't good.
That is what is going to happen here as the battle is cancelled and James Evans taking a 1-0 lead.
GG, James, he's locked in, bro. He's locked in.
Sunday, after such a strong set from both of these trainers, this Sun team as well. I mean, we got to see James go for the approach where he really just utilized all of those tools, seeing that Brute Bonnet and the Raging Bolt. But again, that Calyrex, the amount of damage and everything else, and even just a heads-up play for those spores. I mean, it was a good match, but James, it just seemed really strong from his end.
Yeah, and I think from the get-go, I think the terrestrialization on the Koraidon was necessary, but the flame charge was key to that because it put so much pressure on and made it very difficult for Montana to get any momentum swing. And I think one thing you need to do if you're Montana going into this next game is if you're going to take the flame charge, I think you need to have the follow-up on your attack. If you're going to go Astral Barrage, you need to go body press into that Pokemon to get rid of it, so it's not a threat the next turn, because it was very difficult to deal with, especially when James was able to bring out that Brute Bonnet, pressure the Calyrex with the Sucker Punch, and it freed up then the Koraidon to chase down the Zamazenta, which made it very difficult to get any kind of swing that we were looking for. So I think some adjustments are needed to see if we are going to see them in this game too.
I mean, if there is an adjustment, now would be the time to see it with Montana back against the wall, heading in.
Game 2 is on. Let's go.
On once against
Mungus, Calyrex, Koraidon, Raging Bolt is really cool lead though.
One of them to deal with the one that's out in front of you and keep the other one preserved in the back to come in that late game might be a better way to deal with things, but we'll have to see how things play out. You've still got the risk of that flame charge here. If it goes into the Calyrex, we know the damage there. If it goes into the Amoonguss, it's going to do a little bit more. Super effective, of course. The Amoonguss probably not the one Pokemon that you want to look to Terrasilize here, because it's got that water terror typing, so the Raging Bolt really keeping check of that. So do you want to go for the Calyrex again, or do you want to save that Terrasilization for later and just try and get damage onto the field now? Use the Amoonguss as the sponge that it is to draw in those single target attacks that both these Pokemon on James' side have, and that'll give you that security that you've got that focus sash going forward in the match, and just say, okay, I'm going to get damage that I need now. Amoonguss goes down and we'll go on from there.
Time for the Terras. Let's see. First, Kali, Ghost. Yeah, that's to boost the Astral Barrage damage. Protect. The Raging Bolt will. I think the Raging Bolt goes down. Rich Powder. That's tough.
Raging Bolt. The Astral Barrage is only going to be into the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, single target, Terra boosted. Life, no, focus sash.
So it's going to be a hit that's taken a little bit better, but still not appreciated with the help of that Terrestrialization. Dropped to about half, but just over.
It was pretty chill. I was like, oh, Raging Bolt dies. No, shut up. It was really good. Volt Switch, James is controlling it.
Pokemon that he had in that first game, yes.
Yes, it looks so, and Brute Bonnet might be the Pokemon coming out onto the field, and there was the threat there as well. You know, you could have seen the Amoonguss go for the Spall, so you can see why the Koraidons may be protecting there, as well as James just want to see what Montana decides to do. Do you want to lock in to that Terrestrialization on the Calyrex to maybe and just use that Amoonguss like we were talking about? Now you've got the Brute Bonnet on the field. That Sucker Punch isn't a threat because you've got the Rage Powder, although the one thing that you would say about that, it's still a threat because the Amoonguss is a grass type, and the Brute Bonnet will ignore that Rage Powder if it comes out. So the Sucker Punch is active, and it will do a lot of damage. It won't take it down because of the sash, but it is going to threaten this turn. So what do we see from the Calyrex here? Do we see it maybe protect this turn and a switch out from Montana, try and change up that board position? The risk is James sees through that, maybe goes for a Spore into that slot, expecting a switch on the Amoonguss. Things could get a little bit dicey, and it's harder to make a comeback from that point.
Yeah, so whether the Calyrex wants to stay around, go for an attack, go for a protect, it's not going for the switch though. It's going to stick around on the field as Koraidon now is going to go ahead and Terrasilize into that fire type. Again, making sure the damage with something like that flame charge is activated, especially when you're eyeing up that juicy threat of the Amoonguss onto the opposing end of the field. Notably, is not going to go for any sort of rage counter, any sort of follow me. Astral Barrage goes first, a lot of damage, but Brute Bonnet is going to soak that up. Now Flame Charge going into the opposing end, but instead into the Amoonguss. James deciding to target that down, get rid of that mushroom. Now
that was an insane knockout for James.
Yeah, when we see just the Calyrex now onto the opposing end of the field, yes, it got a lot of damage out, but it's also going to be a Pokemon that's asleep on this next turn.
Yeah, it's a really good play here from James, making full use of that Flame Charge, knowing that once I Terrasilize in the sun, going to be enough to get rid of that support option in Amoonguss, which is huge. Then that frees up the Brute Bonnet, and I love the option not to go for the Sucker Punch here, to maybe try and not waste a turn. I'm going to go for the Spore and shut down that option, so you don't need to worry about it this next turn because it's got that guaranteed sleep turn. Now the Zamazenta comes out onto the field. Yes, it pressures the Brute Bonnet, but you've got the Koraidon in a position where it can hit for super effective damage. It can go for that collision course into the Zamazenta, and you know, I think it's really difficult. You lose the Koraidon in that situation, you get some good damage onto the field, but then it opens the door for the Calyrex to then come back onto the field.
Yeah, when you're looking at this Koraidon, yeah, you have the speed, but when you're still eyeing up the Zamazenta, if the Koraidon wants to go for an attack, that Zamazenta has a defensive boost.
The players are taking a lot of time to make their choices, or at least one of the players is. James, you can see, is going almost down to timer.
Really got to see.
Zama for Montana protects.
Zamazenta wants to kind of scout things out as well and will protect. This will, of course, if you see a target into that slot, could try and waste some time to allow the Calyrex to wake up.
Yo, insane damage. Koraidon from James is doing so much work.
Boost. Calyrex is nice and fast asleep, of course. That is going to be the first mandatory one. And Spore just covering that slot. See if you can catch the Zamazenta, but now, I mean, Calyrex is a danger at waking up at any point.
Yeah, and this is a really hard decision for Montana because of that additional flame charge there. You can, if you're James, you just go for the flame charge again into the Calyrex and you Spore from the Brute Bonnet into the Zamazenta, and then Zamazenta's got the choice. It will go before the Brute Bonnet, but where do you go? Do you go after the Koraidon, get rid of that threat, or do you go after the Brute Bonnet and shut down that line of support?
Sucker Punch failed. I think he was covering, yeah, it was covering for the wake up. That was really good.
Into the opposing slot.
Insane damage from the collision course.
To the Zamazenta. Body press into the Brute Bonnet, but
no way. The Brute Bonnet survives, bro. Damn.
James now in the position where you can go for that flame charge into the Calyrex or the Zamazenta, or you go the collision course into that slot, pick that up, and you still can pressure the Calyrex each and every turn with that Sucker Punch. There's no way of that option not going into the Calyrex, so it is kind of pinned. Even if it wakes up, you're keeping it in check, and all you need to do with the Koraidon now is just go after that Zamazenta here. Montana has got one Pokemon in the back, so does have an option to switch around. Maybe you could do that with a Calyrex.
Zamazenta protect. Eyeing up the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It is sticking around. Flame charge into that slot. Again, the sash had already been broken, so Calyrex will be taken down on this turn. This Koraidon, it is...
I think Montana knows.
Doing, you don't see the Sucker Punch there. You're kind of almost forcing Montana to make these correct decisions each and every turn. As we see the Spore goes into the protect there, so Zamazenta saved for at least one more turn, but so much pressure coming on to the field. Now the sunlight fades, the photosynthesis wears off, and the boost to those fire type attacks is gone. But a bit of a change up here as the Chen Pao now enters the field.
And Qianpao coming out makes this quite interesting because, of course, this Koraidon has, I mean, a lot of speed. But, of course, Qianpao does have ways to get past that with the
Sucker Punch or Ice Shot from Qianpao.
That Pokemon safe, so it is still a tricky situation here. Brute Bonnet now, Rage Powder, have to eye up what this Qianpao has gone for on this turn. But, of course, it will be the Koraidon that moves forward, Collision Course. And this is where we can see the item choice actually really make the difference.
GG. James goes through.
And that's huge here, being able to get rid of that, get rid of the Sword of Ruin. So it's only the Zamazenta versus the world here. And will it be enough to get rid of this Koraidon that's been so pivotal, so well piloted by James in this game too?
James has been in such a commanding spot throughout this entire set so far. From the get-go, this Koraidon has put in all of the work. James Evans has been a world champion before. He has been one of the top trainers that we've had in the North America region for a long time. And with such a strong, convincing series.
GG. That was really good from James Evans. He played really well. Yeah, he was always in control. It was really good.
Huge congratulations. We will not be seeing the last of James. He will be in Championship Sunday tomorrow, which is just incredible. And I cannot wait to see how he performs in that final.
And you can see how much this means to him. James has been a trainer who puts in so much work every single tournament and a lot of pressure on himself as well. And he has been someone who's pushed through a lot, and to be able to see him it all just come to fruition, be in the World Championship finals. I mean, of course, it just means absolutely everything. So proud of him. And after such a strong set as well, I mean, it's so deserved.
Yeah, so deserved. And I mean, all credit to Montana for the top 4 finish. I mean, that is incredible. And watching their journey get to this stage of the tournament has just been incredible. But you've got to give so much credit to James, because I think James identifying the advantage that he had in this matchup with the Crydon, how pivotal it was, and utilizing the Crydon so well in this game, getting that flame charge off early on, putting itself above the Calyrex in particular, putting on that pressure, and then really flexing the Brute Bonnet at the perfect time to really shut down all of those options that Montana had and make it almost impossible to get any sort of comeback in that game.
I mean, the key word was the pressure. From the get-go in that match, there was just so much. And being able to get the speed boost, but never really just let go of that, well, just go button, right? And one spore was all you really needed to really just dictate the pace. And even then, such a strong position, because the Zamazenta was constantly pressured, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, I mean, if it wakes up, we got to see that James, even not one turn, the Sucker Punch, covering all of these options to really make sure that once he had a lead in the match, that there wasn't really this opportunity for Montana to find a way back into it.
No, definitely not. And I think the one thing that James did so well in that game, and he's probably done it throughout this championship, is splitting the attention of your opponent, where they have to make a choice on one Pokemon, but you go after one Pokemon and the other one's going to punish you. And I think it's really difficult, those board situations, because you go after the Brute Bonnet, right? But you leave the Crydon alone. So the Crydon's going to get an attack off into another Pokemon, pick up a knockout, which could be pivotal, change the game around, flip it on its head, and take it all the way for James. And you don't go after the Brute Bonnet, you go after the Crydon, and you get put to sleep. So what you do, and I think James is a master at using those techniques in battle and making it so hard for an opponent to get any sort of grip on the game.
I mean, he is a former world champion.
Yes,
this has been
very true.
Yeah, in the seniors division, he made waves there, and someone who didn't necessarily slow down when he got to the masters division. We've been able to see him NAIC champion. We've been able to see him take down regional, and just someone who's always been able to consistently go through these tournaments. And yeah, even just his growth as a player to see has been really, really nice. Even just the mentality, how he approaches the game. And I know going into this weekend, he was, I mean, so nervous about everything. It's like the most stacked world championship of all time. And to see the work that he put in really pay off. I mean, you saw the expression on his face after, how much it meant. And it's really nice to be able to see the journey of a trainer and really be able to see where that journey has taken them.
Well, they've got an opportunity now. They put themselves in the best place possible to be already a seniors world champion. They can now take the crown in the Masters division, which is just, it sounds crazy to say, it's an incredible achievement, but to just be there in the finals tomorrow and be up on the center stage, James deserves it. He's done everything so well, and when we've been able to see him this weekend and look at his team, the concept, the way he's played, it's just been so well executed. And yeah, like I say, I cannot wait. I'm very excited to see how James performs tomorrow in the finals.
And I'm excited to see who else is going to be making the way to the finals
that's it.
as
You
well.
know, we've got another top 4 to come, which is even more exciting, right?
Yeah, we have our one finalist now, and we still have an amazing match ahead to be able to figure that out. And you know, no matter who he's against, it is going to be an amazing match. But I am ready to hear from none other than James Evans, our world finalist, who's over on the stage now for an interview.
Thank you so much. I have the pleasure of introducing you to your first 2025 Worlds finalist, James Evans. Let's get a round of applause. James, the last time you were a Worlds finalist, it was back in 2018, and you ended up winning in the seniors division. How does it feel to be one of the first people to have the opportunity to get a seniors division win and a masters division win?
I say that it's not like I'm even acting either. This is all genuine. I just have no clue what to say. It's just one of those things that I never thought in my life would happen. I literally, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. It's unreal.
Well, maybe a little noise from the crowd will help wake you up. I mean, if you think about it, it's been a very long weekend. What were the challenges? I mean, what has been your toughest battle so far to get here?
Genuinely, probably before the tournament, just the battle with myself, funnily enough. I did not have a team for this tournament until 1:30 in the morning, the day of day one. I made the last change, and I was fully accepting I was gonna go 2-3 drop. I did not expect to make day 2. I did not expect to make top cut. I did not expect to make it this far at all. But I've been wanting this performance for a very, very long time. And you know, I had a lot of frustration. I would say I was just angry that I wasn't performing up to my expectations in practice. But that's never stopped me before from going to the tournament and clearing my head. And when I sat down for round 1 of day 1, I just said, you're gonna play good Pokemon today. Don't worry about whether you win or lose. You're here. And I just don't know how to describe it. I haven't been stressed about anything. I keep going into every match with a smile on my face, knowing that I'm gonna play good Pokemon. And I keep playing good Pokemon, and all my opponents have played good Pokemon. And I'm very happy that it's all been good Pokemon.
I mean, we just saw some incredible Pokemon in that last match against Montana. Walk us through your game plan when you started out, game 1. What was the strategy?
So, oh my goodness. It's so hard to talk about things live. Let's say, like, my brain feels very fried right now, so I apologize. But I kind of just knew, I haven't been overthinking, I haven't been overstressing. I just kind of knew I'm gonna make plays that I know and feel comfortable with. If they don't work out, they don't work out, but I'm gonna trust my gut on this one. Just approach the matchup knowing that Brute Bonnet's very good into it. A lot of his team is physical attackers, and the one special attacker that he has that really wants to come to the matchup can't really do a lot to it. Spore's very effective into the rest of his team, so that means, you know, Crydon's probably going to be a bring, and if I can get Bonnet and Crydon in the right spots, then they can clear the matchup.
Well, James, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me here and for sharing your thoughts. I know that you feel like you're at a loss for words, but I think this is one of the most genuine interviews I've got to do with you. So thank you so much for that. And before we wrap things up, do you want to give any shout outs to anybody in the crowd or watching at home?
Of course. Shout outs to all my friends at school, my parents. I love you guys so much. Shout outs to my friends Kareem, Brady, Kylie, Zach, Joe, everyone else that I'm forgetting right now. I'm so tired, but NJ, Vishy, Beck, everyone that helped me construct the team, I couldn't be any more grateful. I couldn't be any more grateful to the people that have helped me become the person who I am today. And I'm able to stand here and just tell everyone that I'm in Worlds Finals again. But I would say, to reiterate, a special shout outs to my family, my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandmother, my dog at home, my grandfather. I love you all very much.
Thank you so much, James. Let's get one more round of applause for our first Worlds finalist.
GG's. Good words, good words. Playing some good Pokemon today. That's it. Focus on playing. Don't focus on winning. Don't focus on losing. Focus on playing. That's it. That's how you win.
Year of 2025. We'll have to figure out who that will be, though. So we're going to take a quick break while we set up our next top 4 match. So please stay tuned, everybody.
Okay, let's go for a break as well. Or we could check the Unite stream.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
It's the next.
A doubt. I am Wonder Chef, and Zoinks is here with me, and we are the cool guys.
Two cool guys, two great plushes as well, joining us in the booth today. And we are entering, like you said, top 4 territory. Our semifinals are going to be transitioning into best of 5s now, as we are down to the final 4 teams. 2 more matches on broadcast today, as we are going to conclude those semifinals, and grand finals happening on Sunday. We'll be opening the day in the arena here at the Anheim Convention
They
Center.
opened the day.
Making history. And I would be remiss to not say to you at this moment, my friend, what did we just watch?
What did we just watch is absolutely correct. We were losing our minds. The crowd was losing their minds, I think, everywhere around the world.
The crowd was going crazy. It was a crazy game. It was a crazy game.
Comp might just qualify a team for top 4, and now Luminosity Gaming has done just that.
Yes, no longer a question, now simply a fact that will be written in the history books of Pokemon Unite forever.
Yes.
I don't know how it happened, but we're not even close to done yet. Like you mentioned, we are going to be moving into longer sets for the last two matches of today. It is the semifinals. It is the top four, so it will be 3 out of 5, which I know we are both a big fan of seeing the 3 out of 5s. The level of adaptation that you can make while having that many more games, it means that you just get to show off so much more of like how smart of a team you are.
Yeah, and I think our top 4 teams, and specifically these next two matching up against each other in Zeta Division and Santos Laguna, are very stylistically similar. We have some extremely aggressive teams qualified for our top 4. I think you could put Peru in that category, but those other 3 teams, I think, have made it a defining point of their gameplay strategy. If they're getting 1 KO, I think that is not up to snuff for them. They're looking for 3, 4 KO streaks, and they're trying to score in your tier 2. We are going to be looking at an absolute smashing of a best of.
Excited for some Pokemon Unite games. Let's go. Best of 5. It's gonna be very long. Maybe we can like watch the VGC match. And I think these Pokemon Unite matches will be going. Best of 5 is minimum half an hour. Each game is 30 minutes. So Unite stream is gonna be long. And they're gonna open the day in Arena tomorrow. Arena is gonna be crazy tomorrow.
A lot of our emotions,
Yes.
so I think that it's totally correct to do. But for this next one,
go to the
I have
bathroom
to
real
admit,
quick,
this
guys.
is one of my most. But I'm going to be totally honest, maybe of my casting career of Pokemon Unite. One, casting Zeta Division is such an honor. A storied team for these last 2 years are so remarkable. And this Santos Laguna squad has made such a splash here at the World Championships. By far the best performance of a Latin America North team at any of these World Championships in years prior. And now they are going for even higher heights, having the chance to play against truly one of the world's best to qualify for that exact spot.
Right, and we're down to, I mean, the last of the specific regions for every single team. I mean, we were down to the last one in top 8, but now in top 4, we're going to see more and more eliminated. I know, of course, all the Japanese fans are very excited for this one. We actually have a ton of Japanese fans out there this weekend. Also, of course, shout outs to our Japanese co-casters who are here doing their own broadcast, which we always love them so freaking much.
Yeah, they're the best. We always get to feel their energy and their passion for the teams that they are going to be rooting for, which, of course, is those at-home squads for them. And I got to admit, there's going to be a little bit of that passion for me sometimes, too, with some of these North American squads. But I'm so excited to be commentating for this next matchup. We talked about how their styles are similar. When I want to get into the nitty-gritty, I want to start talking about some players. We're talking about kind of the players that can make that style happen, make that magic happen in terms of the knockout streaks. I think it's going to be Zeta Vision's Vitopo versus Anisus on Santos Laguna. Like, I mean, what a lights-out fireworks show. And you mentioned how similar Zeta can seem to Luminosity Gaming in terms of style. That is so true. It also shows up in Pokemon selection. I mean, Vitopo and Trainer both really like the Leafeon play. We see a lot of Zoroark Comfey from both those squads. But Santos Laguna does kind of delve into other Pokemon selections for those heavy damage carries. We talked a lot about their Scyther play in particular, but then of course the backup with things like Asia Slash being a very important part of this team's kit. We're going to see a spectacular showcase, and I think the aggression will be found even with their own team being able to protect their style during the drafting phase.
Right, and I think one of the biggest differences between these teams that we've seen so far is that Zeta has had a really unique draft history this weekend, where we've seen them really only need to go to one like strategy to dominate a lot of different opponents, and they've only really been put on that back foot a few times.
True,
and
that's so true.
At that point, we get to see like a little bit of an adjustment, but it hasn't necessarily always worked. Now, on the other side, I feel like we've seen from Santos Laguna quite a lot, right? They've flexed around a whole lot. They do have a really wide pool, but obviously we know Zeta as players. We've seen them for a very long time, and we know that they do have a wide pool as well, but in the current meta, we just haven't had a chance to see, I think, quite as much of it. So I am going to be interested to see how they're going to...
We are back. Let's go. Everything is on a break. God damn it. But we don't have enough time to go and play something, so I guess I'll take a bit of a longer break and I'll be right back. Hi everybody, I am back. Welcome, welcome.
Match between Hirofumi and Victor Medina. Do check that out if you haven't already, trainers. And it's got Ruination. I love this tech because it means that Smeargle can deal significant damage, but you don't have to invest in its offensive prowess. Ruination, of course, just halving the HP bar as long as it connects.
Smeargle with Ruination is crazy.
So having the Smeargle next to another Pokemon doesn't cause the same amount of difficulty for his opponents in like, well, does it fake out? Does it go for a wide guard? Does it go for a follow me? Because actually Hirofumi has taken those options away from the Smeargle. But I do think that it could be one of the keys in this matchup for Hirofumi in an otherwise a pretty tough state of affairs. The Koraidon Calyrex Ice Rider really doesn't necessarily love sitting in front of a Lunala. Certainly not a Lunala with a Power Herb Meteor Beam, and not only boosting up the Moongeist beams, but a Terra Fire on the Koraidon would take super effective damage. You've got the boosted up Meteor Beams to try to deal damage into the Lunala, and as you said before, Charlie, the Incineroar doesn't love to see that on the other side of the field. So I really do feel that Hirofumi has to leverage that as he did in his top 8 match against Victor Medina.
I want to expand a little bit more on this Lunala because we have seen before the wrong call and the Meteor Beam going into a Protect, and then of course that Power Herb has been burnt, and that means that Meteor Beam is going to take 2 turns to activate. On future ones, you do still at least get your special attack boost to your Lunala, whether the Meteor Beam connects or not, but it's something Giovanni or Gio has to be very, very careful about indeed. Smeargle could absolutely Ruination Gio's day here, but let's hope that Gio can just get the jump on that.
I think like this is one of those situations where we'd be really happy for either of these players to make it to the finals. They've had such good seasons. There's such good feelings towards all of these players that have made it all this way. And I think they've shown that in one of the hardest worlds ever, they still have what it's got.
Are you ready, trainers? It's our second top 4. Is it going to be Gio Sisuke or Hirofumi Kimura joining James Evans in the grand final tomorrow on Championship Sunday? We want to hear you for Koraidon and Chiyu, Smeargle and Koraidon for Hirofumi.
Immediately, we're off to a really aggressive start from both of these players. The Koraidons staring each.
Let's go. This is Worlds 2025 Finals between Hirofumi Kimura and Giovanni Chisque. The leads are good. Smeargle Koraidon, Chiyu Koraidon. It's only Chiyu we sing here. Let's see what can it do.
Decided against it. Chiyu is remaining with that dark typing. And just the double protect over from Hirofumi's side. Seeing what Giovanni is going to lock into, especially with Chiyu holding the choice scarf. Now Chiyu can only go for Heat Wave as long as it remains on the field.
Yeah, it's like this is a pretty nice situation to have to go for the want to go for the Heat Wave over and over again, but it all comes down to whether or not this Smeargle gets a Moody boost in its speed. If it does, Hirofumi can take the advantage.
No, just the special defense boost and the special attack drop. It's a good thing that Koraidon wasn't targeting into the Smeargle with the Spiker Shield, because a little bit of chip here, a little bit of chip there from the Life Orb recoil as well, and that Koraidon will be much shorter for this match than Gio would have liked otherwise.
Just think, like, looking at this situation as well, the Chiyu, if it goes down in this spot for a little bit of extra damage on Hirofumi's side, I think Gio would probably be pretty happy with that, especially if he's hovering over the flame charge, gets that speed boost, and does in fact outspeed Hirofumi's Koraidon. The Life Orb really starts to come into its own.
The withdrawal of the Smeargle. There's not going to be any spore pressure on this turn. What is Hirofumi switching in from the back in its place is going to be Incineroar, reducing the physical attack of this Koraidon with the Life Orb, not the clear amulet, so very much vulnerable to that. time for our terrestrialization, which is going to be the target of choice. New type, new me. One of these Koraidon has gone for its Terra Fire type, embracing that Orichalcum Pulse of the past, that Chandelier, hopefully lighting the way for one of these trainers through to the grand finals. Hirafumi's has gone for that, taking this heat wave, not very effective before Terra, not very effective after. The flame charge now.
Good play from Hirafumi, really good play.
And it's whether or not this is a flare blitz or a fighting type move, a low kick into the GU. But instead of flame charge, so these Koraidons matching each other's speed.
That was insane damage into the Shiyu.
Remains on the board. Now the question is whether or not that Koraidon on the Hirafumi side has been trained to be faster than Chiyu without a choice scarf item. I'd kind of like to think that it probably is, and that puts a lot of pressure onto Giovanni's side of the field. But I feel like Gio can actually play this a little bit defensively as well. There's no other boosting options for this Koraidon, and I think if Gio wants to just go for the protect, play a little bit defensively, then he can come back in the next turn.
So much damage being threatened down all around here. Of course, the fire type move boosted by the sun, not going to be the best option into either of these resisted hit Pokemon, but switching up with the fighting type move is why Chiyu is going to be withdrawing for Gio. Lunala joining the fray.
I don't think Hirafumi locked in a fighting type attack into Lunala, but Shiny Lunala is the prettiest Pokemon ever.
Keeping itself safe. Now we turn our attention over to Hirafumi's side. What did they go for? Attempted fake out into the Koraidon for Gio. Not going to be flinching here. It's just safe and sound. Now the Koraidon for another flame charge, another speed boost into the Lunala. Not only meaning that they have...
Now Hirafumi's Koraidon is faster than Giovanni's Koraidon.
And certainly the fact that it cannot protect itself really does.
And it did indeed broke the Shadow Shield. So Lunala will be taking full damage from the next, from all of the moves coming in forward.
And we've had a sneak peek that the Brute Bonnet is the last Pokemon on Gio's side in the back, and so a Flare Blitz definitely wouldn't be something that the Brute Bonnet would appreciate. So I think Gio's in a little bit of a sticky situation, but if Hirafumi goes on the offensive this turn, he might need to trade that Koraidon for some extra damage, and that may lead Gio to have a little bit of a more safe endgame.
Coming into the Incineroar's place now, the Smeargle once more. Will it be brought down to its focus ash here? Will it be removed from contention as soon as it joins the field? Hirafumi's Koraidon won't be taking any damage, and it was the close combat into that slot. So Smeargle is at least hanging around for this turn. Lunala, on the other hand, the Meteor Beam, but where did it target? Has this Meteor Beam gone for naught? It's going to be...
It will be attacking now because of the Power Herb.
It gets the Power Herb activation.
Into Koraidon. It misses. Speedo! Hirafumi is so lucky. He's been doing some great spiritual work, some great shadow work. He dodges the Meteor Beam and he gets the speed boost, and now he can do some crazy Sportex.
Thing on Gio's side of the field that at the moment can take a Spore, and of course, if the Smeargle is going to outspeed the Koraidon, then a Spore into the Koraidon slot means that Hirafumi can take advantage of those speed boosts on his own Koraidon, take a big KO into Lunala, and really set the stage for something special.
Something special indeed, and we'd expect nothing less at the Pokémon World Championships. The time is ticking for Gio here. This is exactly the momentum swing that Hirafumi needed, exactly the rolls that Hirafumi needed, not in Gio's favor. The Flare Blitz now boosted by the sun, the Lunala so vulnerable.
Knockout! That's a great knockout. Hirafumi, with the right plays and the right luck, pushing through.
A huge amount of recoil damage though from that oh so powerful move. Koraidon at least has the opportunity to go toe for toe with Hirafumi's own here, but at what cost? The Smeargle responding with a Spore now, and that's going to be Koraidon snoozing all the way back to Area 0.
I like what Gio's thinking in the sense that they're actually trying to take down the Smeargle a little bit sooner, or at least set it up to be knocked out, and certainly if the Moody boosts go in Gio's favor, then that could really set things up. But also, now Gio's so much under pressure, and I think that there was an opportunity to try to knock out the Koraidon that turn instead. If the Smeargle goes for a follow me to protect the Koraidon, then you still get the same effect overall, but the Koraidon going down would actually be pretty important in this spot for Geo.
Crucially, Geo does still have their terrestrialization option available here, so Brute Bonnet is looking mighty vulnerable right about now, but going for its Terra Water would mean it could soak up some damage that otherwise it would have been oh so prey to, and that maybe Geo can give Hirofumi a taste of their own medicine here if they're able to get a Spore off themselves.
Yeah, one of the things that Hirofumi has chosen to lock in this time round is a low kick, which usually is pretty similar power to a close combat, but on a Brute Bonnet, it's way, way less powerful. So Flare Blitz, one of the ways that the Brute Bonnet really does take a lot of damage in this spot, but Geo making a call yet again not to go for his terrestrialization.
Hanging on through the low kick there. The Ruination, and it's just going to halve what already was such a low HP number for the Koraidon, just halving whatever HP it's at. But there it is, Geo responding with the Spore. Now Hirofumi. Koraidon.
That Ruination into the Koraidon was a bit weird. I don't know why we did that. It was a bit weird. Right, from Hirofumi.
Geo has just held their ground in what is quite an adverse field where this Koraidon has just been able to just carry on attacking turn after turn. But the good thing for Geo here is that Hirofumi's Ruination is not going to be taking a KO anytime soon.
And that Brute Bonnet was so vulnerable, but holding their nerve and preserving the Terror, and it could be that option in the late game that Geo needs. Chi-Yu switching back in, reducing the special defense of everything around it, and it's getting in relatively for free with Smeargle going for its Spiker Shield, but what has the Koraidon locked into? Being asleep here, Sucker Punch not going to be able to...
Sucker Punch went to the Koraidon, so was he wait? Oh, speed again? No way. 3 speed boosts from the Smeargle. That's insane.
The field. I like what Geo's conditioning here, though, trying to catch the Smeargle off balance by going for, if it goes for another Ruination into the Brute Bonnet, then the Sucker Punch knocks it out. But again, leaving the Koraidon to burn through its sleep turns, and I think Hirofumi is doing a really good job here of not falling foul of what Geo's trying to do, keeping their Pokemon as healthy as possible for as long as possible to try and maintain the advantage that they've created here, and with all of the damage that this Koraidon has been able to sink onto the field.
Chi-Yu has Dark Pulse, and where there's a Dark Pulse, there could be a way going for all of those flinches, but Smeargle is outspeeding everything right now. Koraidon will be remaining asleep. It could wake up next turn. Brute Bonnet has become the center of attention. Any incoming moves from Smeargle will be redirected there. Ruination now into the Brute Bonnet here. Is a Dark type, but it's taking that Dark...
I see. I think Hirofumi was expecting a Rage Powder. On the turn that he previously used Ruination into the Koraidon. Oof! Koraidon very low HP. Smeargle goes down. We have, I think, Shadow Rider and Incineroar in the back.
To be aware of in this situation. Really like how Hirofumi was able to get that Ruination damage off onto the Brute Bonnet, and to be able to put it just that little bit closer to being KO'd. Certainly, if the Calyrex is the last Pokemon on Hirofumi's side, this Brute Bonnet could prove to be a little bit of an uphill battle.
A thorn in Hirofumi's side indeed. Turning the table, Geo now threatening down that Spore, and Hirofumi taking all the time they need to try and lock in. Everything on the line. This determines who will progress through tomorrow to Championship Sunday. The attack drop onto the Brute Bonnet, but it's still able to get up to its pesky shenanigans.
And Incineroar holding the safety goggles here does avoid any shenanigans from this Brute Bonnet. It really can't hit it that hard. Nor can the Chi-Yu, especially where the sun is not remaining on the field. And we see the ability for, I think, Incineroar and Hirofumi to target down that Chi-Yu, put pressure onto that side of the board, especially since Koraidon in the back for Giovanni is sitting pretty low at the moment. I think Incineroar actually is one of those offensive Pokemon that really does make a difference.
Incineroar, we don't often call it defensive, but certainly in this situation it can. The Brute Bonnet really threatened here. A lot being asked of the Koraidon in the back here for Geo, and of course Hirofumi still has one Pokemon as of yet unrevealed. The Wake Up now.
Koraidon wakes up. Protecto. Chilling.
this turn from behind that shield, the Heat Wave. Not going to be doing anything into Koraidon, of course, with the connect onto the Incineroar. Good for a decent amount of damage, what with Beads of Ruin, reducing the special defense of everything, but the Flare Blitz into the Chiyu, able to...
Chiyu hangs on, but it's a lot of HP. A lot of damage from the Incineroar, though.
And for all, and make it a thing of the past.
So, like trying to get around those Sucker Punch mind games. I think Hirofumi plays...
Because the Koraidon is faster. He got 2 speed boosts, no? I know Chiyu has the Stray Scarf, but still.
To go for a switch out, but actually a Protect blocks the Sucker Punch at the same time that it stops the Heat Wave from picking up the KO. And now this is a really difficult spot. Now that Hirofumi has lost the Smeargle, they've lost their redirection as well, and this Brute Bonnet starts to really come into its own with the ability to Sucker Punch, but also to Rage Powder away whatever the last Pokemon is in the back.
And still no terastallization. This could be the moment that Geo decides that the Brute vulnerable. You have to lock it in soon, Geo. There's still no Terror. Attempted double protect here on what looks like that Koraidon for Hirofumi. The Sucker Punch also failing thanks to that protect lock-in, only doing damage into a damaging move. The Heat Wave double connect. That will be Koraidon down, but Hirofumi's...
Correct. Hirofumi's celebrating. Or it's like, he's okay with the result. Ah, I see, okay.
Clever knockoff there from Hirofumi, just making sure that the Flare Blitz, which recoil damage would have probably knocked out the Incineroar there, was really, really well judged. Now, Koraidon, asleep in the back, comes in, and here's that Calyrex that's been waiting in the wings. Now I think is the time that Geo has to commit their Terror. Really just try to not take super effective damage from a Glacial Lance, even with his Photosynthesis boost in defense. Now there is an opportunity for the Sucker Punch to knock out the Incineroar in this spot, but the question is can you do that while a Calyrex is on the field and you really want to put that Pokemon to sleep?
Such fine margins for this Incineroar, and the Koraidon, of course, snoozing away. It's going to have to wake up to be able to deal with this Calyrex. There's not a huge amount that, well, I mean, with the Sucker Punch on the board state, there are mind games aplenty here, but if Koraidon doesn't wake up on this turn, this could well be Hirofumi stamping their ticket.
Yeah, the question is...
Koraidon is asleep from Giovanni, I forgot about that. Brute Bonnet? Terra Water? Interesting.
Defensive terastallization, we've mated turn after turn for this. Geo now getting it
right. It's time.
That was kind of good for Giovanni. It wake ups, no way. Flare Blitz, is it enough? It is. No way. The wake up and the Sucker Punch. Insane.
Incredible end game there. I thought that Koraidon was going to have to stay asleep for a little bit longer, but Geo, just knowing that that was an opportunity for him, going for it, whether or not the Brute Bonnet would have won in that end game on its own is something that we will never know. And what a well-played game to both of our players. Hirofumi with the speedy Smeargle just putting a lot of pressure onto Geo's side, but Geo remaining so calm in that situation, knowing not to commit the Terror too early, and that was the key to victory for him.
Oh my goodness gracious me, Ben. If Koraidon doesn't wake up that turn, then the battle is probably going in Hirofumi's direction. These are the fine margins that can come into contention here. It's a good thing that Geo's Koraidon had already burnt some turns of sleep and previously in the game, because switching in on 17 HP, I believe it was, and just able to wake up in the nick of time. Oh my, I'm not sure my heart can take much more of this here. Look at this, Hirofumi is just so frustrated at that moment that the Koraidon wakes up. But listen, that's all in the past. Hirofumi has to find a way to put that behind them as Geo celebrates with their fans. One game stands between Geo and Championship Sunday tomorrow. Potentially 2 more games stand between Hirofumi and that hallowed World Championship title tomorrow as well. With that Nashville t-shirt, let's see if Hirofumi can turn things around, get themselves to another World's final.
Hirofumi doesn't look very confident. I think he's doubtful.
Smeargle as much as possible, and he got everything that he needed to set up that board state. But this is what I was talking about in the early game, where, well, in the team preview, where Gio kind of has that little bit of a matchup advantage. It looks like Hirofumi wants to play the faster, aggressive early game, but I'm wondering whether or not Gio will be switching things up for game 2.
It could all come down to this, trainers. Potentially our final game of top 4. Here's Gio Sisuke. Here's Hirofumi Kimura. It's going to be Koraidon and Chiyu. It's going to be Koraidon and Smeargle once more. Let's hear it for our incredible trainers up there on the stage.
And immediately we're off to this really aggressive start again with Koraidon and Chiyu just putting a lot of pressure onto the Smeargle. Whether or not it gets its Moody boost or not, the question is, and still is, from game 1, whether or not the Koraidon and Hirofumi side can actually deal effectively with this Chiyu. This might be another situation where low kick actually comes back to bite Hirofumi in this position, because actually onto a Chiyu, that's a pretty low base power move. Maybe the reason that Gio is content not to go for the Terra here.
Is it going to be another double tech just like we saw in game 1? Yes, it certainly is. So now Hirofumi will have the advantage of knowing what Gio is locked into with their Chiyu. The Heat Wave, the move of choice, spread damage, even more damage in the sun, and with the Beads of Ruin reducing the special defense of everything around it. And now we turn our attention to Gio's Koraidon, just attempting close combat, wanting to remove that Koraidon as quickly as they possibly can.
This is a really nice game plan from Gio as well, is trying to knock out the Koraidon there as quickly as possible, because that's the main damage dealer that Gio is worried about, and Hirofumi's going to have to be mindful of that. But if you go for the follow me, you're not going for the Spore in these sort of scenarios, so you have to trade your Smeargle for the ability for your Koraidon to attack. Otherwise, Gio's Koraidon, which looks like it's going to be the speedier one in this situation, in combination with the Heat Wave from the Chiyu, would easily be able to pick up the KO on Hirofumi's Koraidon.
Will it be the move of choice for Gio here? One game stands between them and making it to Championship Sunday tomorrow, and they're going to have to lock in to be able to secure it, because one thing's for certain, Hirofumi is not going to be able to give them an easy time of it. The Heat Wave, there's going to be a miss.
It miss? Okay, it's okay. That's good. That's good. Oh! That's very important for Hirofumi. Very important. The Heat Wave miss.
Smeargle been responding with, well, first of all, after the Koraidon for Gio softens itself up, the recoil of that close combat, and indeed the Life Orb, we're going to see the Koraidon go for low kick.
That's insane damage, the low kick, insane read from Hirofumi.
Close combat, and now the Smeargle, the boost to the speed.
The speed boost again! Hirofumi is going crazy here.
Right between game, but it's certainly getting all the rolls that it needs.
And this is the point where you've got to make a decision if you're Gio. That speed boost happening again, but we know the Brute Bonnet can redirect any spores away from this Chiyu, and maybe the Chiyu is the thing that Gio needs to rely on in this match. Just keep on attacking over and over again with a Heat Wave, and eventually you do enough damage to be able to carve through your opponent. If Gio can maintain that Lunala with a Meteor Beam as well, and a likely Incineroar that's in the back, a likely Calyrex Ice Rider, if game 1 is any indication, that would be in the back. Lunala is that Pokemon that you really do want in the end game, rather than the Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Shadow Shield intact, it could just be the ace card that Gio needs in this situation. But Brute Bonnet is making an earlier appearance this game. The Protosynth is giving him that all-important defense boost. Oh, that Smeargle is still staring down Gio's team from the other side of the field when it could have been down and out on the previous turn.
And it's so difficult as well, because
the Smeargle, bro. The Smeargle with the speed boost and dodging the Heat Wave. That's insane, bro.
Turn. It might be one of those situations where the extra recoil coming out from Flare Blitz, Brute Bonnet with the really high HP is enough to put the Koraidon into range of the Heat Wave from Chiyu. Maybe that could be the difference maker in this match.
Okay, considering the Sucker Punch into the Smeargle here, predicting a damaging move. Koraidon's going to be switching out and coming in its place. Going to have to be careful what's coming in, because Chiyu could really threaten it down, but Incineroar, the perfect switch in. Fire Dark versus Fire Dark. The attack drop onto the Brute Bonnet crucially. Smeargle just protecting itself. Has Hirofumi got their Incineroar in for free here? The Sucker Punch attempted, so Smeargle, really good call there. And now, of course, we know that Chi-Yu locked into Heat Wave, which in the sun and with the Beads of Ruin is not going to do insignificant damage to this Incineroar by any means.
No, it's like this is a really clever set of plays from both of our players, right? Because
the speed fell on the on the Smeargle. That's sad.
actually, that is a big deal in this scenario, actually, because the Smeargle now being at 1+ speed is likely slower than the Chi-Yu on Geo's side. So a Terra Ghost could be one of the ways that Geo can get around this fake out and still go for a Heat Wave. But if you do that, you open yourself up to a knockoff from this Incineroar, and so Hirofumi still looks to be on the upper end of this this scenario.
The fake out into the
Fake out, very, very important. Critical hit. Did some good damage there.
The center of attention. We know GU isn't dishing out any damage. This means that Brute Bonnet could be really taking one for the team here, but of course the Spore, Brute Bonnet, a grass type, is not going to be put to sleep. Now, what's going to be the drop? The attack. Smeargle still at +1 to its speed.
But now Chi-Yu is likely going to be outspeeding it and putting pressure on with a Heat Wave. We've seen Hirofumi really be quite
Welcome back, Paul. Welcome back.
hedge their bets as to whether or not the Moody is going to activate in their favor or not. I wouldn't be surprised to see that again from Hirofumi. And the Chi-Yu is doing a great job of just whittling down Hirofumi's team, and that's something that Hirofumi's definitely going to need to be mindful of, because you can't switch a Calyrex in on one of those Heat Waves. The only way to have that taking front and center would be to have a Pokemon like Smeargle knocked out on this turn and try to bring it in. Most notably as well, Hirofumi not committed to Terra yet, so a Terra on the Calyrex that's likely in the back could be a route.
True, because Calyrex being weak to Koraidon's attacks last turn was the problem. Or one of the problems.
All trainers. That gleaming shiny Lunala in the face of another spiky shield from the Smeargle here. Just trying to preserve it as long as Hirofumi possibly can. Heat Wave once more, and again, it's all going to rack up against this Incineroar, but actually it's going to be the miss here. So Incineroar is all the safer now.
Paul asking, why did the Smeargle go for Spore? He was expecting a switch from the Brute Bonnet.
Okay, so now this Smeargle with the Choice Scarf removed from the Chi-Yu, one stage of increased speed will be the fastest Pokemon on the field. But now it can only target one Pokemon at a time, right? So Lunala gets the opportunity to try to attack, and if not, Chi-Yu, if Chi-Yu is the target of a Spore from Hirofumi.
Shiny Lunala is beautiful, right? Beautiful.
Choice Scarf on the Chi-Yu, because it means you can switch up the move you lock into. He could actually come back to bite Hirofumi later in the game.
It all comes down to the switches as well, with that Brute Bonnet in the back. If Hirofumi can make the right call here, then maybe this could put him in a really nice scenario to be able to clinch this game 2 here. Come back in the...
Lunala switches out.
Loses here, they are out of the tournament. They don't get a second try at getting a win in the World Finals.
Speaking of comeback, that's Lunala come back and...
The Spore into the Mungus.
Stick calls left, right, and center, and finally that Smeargle.
Hirofumi being too predictable with the Spore, I guess. Giovanni just knows when the Spore comes in.
Been locked into the parting shot. Chi-Yu now hitting less hard, and Incineroar going all the way to the back for Hirofumi, able to switch something else in fresh for the next turn.
Well, this has done two things for Geo, but both the Brute Bonnet coming in and the Smeargle going down puts a lot less pressure on this Brute Bonnet again, just like in game 1, to stay in its grass type form, and that's...
Giovanni is reading Hirofumi like a book in this second game. First game it was really good, but in the second game, Giovanni is reading Hirofumi like super well.
our Chiyu special attacker shrugs off that attack drop.
I think the route here for Hirofumi could be to try to go for a leech seed onto that brute bonnet, start trying to recover away. It's not the fastest way to win a match, but it's certainly keeping that Calyrex as healthy as possible could be something that's very important.
Because I'm rooting for Hirofumi, but he had a lot of luck. He generated a lot of luck, but still wasn't able to win game 1. Now here on game 2, he was, I think, preserved too much, the Smeargle. And then he was trying to go too hard to the Spore. Didn't work 2 turns in a row.
Your Terra Water in this spot, but the Calyrex is going for a Terra of its own. That Terra Fairy gives it a great matchup in this scenario.
An incredible match between these two fantastic trainers. The Terra Fairy, but the Bonnet is staying as a grass type. Has this been...
The parting shot through. Oh! Oh my lord. Oh my god. Knockoff is good though. But the parting shot did a lot of good work here. But the Spore was so good into the Calyrex. God damn.
Is looking even more devastating in this spot where the Brute Bonnet is a little bit faster than I think maybe Hirofumi was expecting, and that's certainly something that has put the advantage squarely in Geo's favor. With the Calyrex asleep, yes, it could wake up at any point, but the Glacial Lances would have to start connecting and getting those boosts up so that the Calyrex could try to deal with this Lunala in the back. Let's not forget as well, the Lunala in the back is also a Terra Water, just like this Brute Bonnet, so there is 2 ways that Geo can utilize a very nice defensive Terra Water against his opponent Hirofumi.
Terra Water is coming in now though, we've seen that.
It's possible to make your Lunala all the safer. Now it is time for that terrestrialization. Geo called the timing perfectly in the last games. Let's see if it works out just as well in this one. Brute Bonnet is now a water-type Pokemon. Is not taking half as much damage from fire. Is not taking half as much damage from ice. The overheat, fire-type move into the Incineroar, not going to be enough.
Incineroar still goes on, strong.
The special attack drop harshly of that Chiyu to boot, and the backup Flare Blitz as well. There will be some recoil, but it looks like this Incineroar might just be hanging on the field for Hirofumi here. Yeah, that looks...
Incineroar stays on, he's a stubborn cat.
The Seed Bomb though, that's going to be enough to remove...
Bro, Giovanni really wants to get the Incineroar out of the field, that's crazy.
Koraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider.
A really nice play from Hirofumi there to try to take a knockout. Oh, and the Trick Room as well, okay.
My goodness me, this means that Calyrex is going to be moving first, the slowest...
The Trick Room! But then you have the Koraidon though. Right? Lunala is going to be faster than Koraidon.
Is still very much a threat for Hirofumi to be able to deal with, and so you can see where Hirofumi's trying to go in this match, trying to really leverage the power of Calyrex Ice Rider in this endgame scenario, but reversing the dimensions looks like it's helping Geo more at the moment.
You've got to love that defense boost on the Brute Bonnet as well in the face of these 2 physical attackers. That could make the difference between Geo losing this game and winning it. 1 HP is infinitely more than 0.
And now the decision as to where you target. I think you've got to be really accurate here, but I think there's no reason for Geo not to play this just nice and straight.
The Leech Seed reveals that Hirofumi kind of wants to play this long. Lunala is going for a... Yeah, exactly. There is no grassy terrain on this match, triple source of healing for Hirofumi. Will be double source of healing. That goes into the Koraidon. No, into the Calyrex. That's alright actually for Hirofumi. That's because that special attack boosted already. Hirofumi is chilling with that, I think.
Both the Brute Bonnet and the Lunala are really high HP Pokemon, but it might be so difficult if Hirofumi isn't able to protect every other turn to deal with the fact that to get the extra turns of recovery, especially as Koraidon's asleep. The Moongeist beam from the Lunala is almost certainly a KO into that slot, and now here it is, the Calyrex protecting, just wanting to get as much HP recovery as possible.
The Sport attempted down into that slot just to try and make this even cleaner for Geo, but now the Moongeist beam Koraidon for Hirofumi. Will it be returning to Area 0 on this turn? Yes, it certainly will with that special attack boost. Geo already
I think it's over for Hirofumi.
collected the leftovers recovery though, the Leech Seed recovery to boot. If there's one Pokemon that might be able to turn this around for Hirofumi, it is this oh so bulky, oh so healthy Calyrex Ice Rider.
The Leech Seed has done a lot of work in this Shadow Shield. The Calyrex
Because
is keeping itself relatively healthy and getting
the Terra Water. The Terra Water was making it super difficult anyway. GG for Hirofumi, though. It was good, it was good. Game 1 was so good for Hirofumi, but he wasn't able to win, though.
The moon is shining bright. Calyrex looks like it might just be able to hang on through one more of those, especially with leftovers, especially with Leech Seed. All of a sudden, it looks like this horse might have...
Also, actually, if Hirofumi gets the Leech Seed here into the Brute Bonnet, maybe it was possible. It would be insanely difficult, but maybe it was possible, you know? But Hirofumi got a lot of luck in the first game, early in the second game. Balance, bro.
come back, but here's the Seed Bomb, and it's going to be the Moongeist.
Seed Bomb does no damage!
Could be able to get the KO unless there's any kind of critical hit here.
Oh, it does it! The crit! GG, Giovanni. Hirofumi was really unsure in the second game. I think the first game took a mental toll on Hirofumi.
California.
All NA final. All NA final.
And yes, it's all for you. Hirofumi, huge congratulations as well. It's wonderful to see a little smile on Hirofumi's face there. My goodness, Ben. Gio Siski, the trainer who has had an absolutely breakout season, the trainer who has capitalized on all of those fantastic regulation set I results with this team that they've barely changed over the course of the entire format. It just goes to show, stick with what you know.
That is the message here. I think the way that Gio played, that was absolute testament to knowing your team through and through. This team that Hirofumi was running and the many other teams that Gio has faced over this weekend. Gio just has that advantage of not only understanding his team so well, but also having a team that most players haven't necessarily played every single day of the week. It's no Calyrex Samazenta composition that we see so many times on these top tables. And I love to see that these slightly different, slightly more interesting or intricate combinations of Pokemon that don't look like they're necessarily the strongest thing in the format on the surface are making it all the way here at Worlds.
I gotta say, I can't say I'm entirely surprised to see that Calyrex Shadow Rider hasn't and Zamazenta have not had the greatest performance in our top cut at the World Championships because, of course, exactly as you say, everyone's prepared against that strategy. Being caught off guard by a team that I'm not sure I've really seen anyone pilot this team to the same success that Gio Siski has here just means that comfort goes such a long way in Pokemon. Yes, you can pick up the team that's just won the most recent championship, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to the quality of the pilot behind it. And trainers, Gio is just one such high-quality pilot.
Especially seeing the way that Chi-Yu just stuck on the field and kept attacking turn after turn after turn. I think the amount of poise that Gio showed in that match really shone through. The way that he was able to just hold on to his endgame scenarios. There were a couple of calls there that could have made things a little bit easier for Hirofumi along the way, but there's where the familiarity comes in. There's where the flexibility comes in, and that's how you get these results in the moment, where we've got a format where you've got to make the reads, you've got to make the calls, you've got to try to position yourselves as best as possible.
It's impossible not to smile along with Gio there as they saw that victory to their...
Gio was using the same restricted duo as Wolfie, Kuraidon Lunala, and I said before that that was my favorite Rooster 3 duo, and it's on the final.
Lines being made all around here. James Evans, a previous international champion. Now Geosiski, this is by far the biggest achievement to their name. Will they go all the way tomorrow? Ben, this is a trainer that we've been discussing for the past few weeks, saying, could he do it? Do you reckon Gio could do it? There's a chance.
Every time we come back to Gio's name, we're like, oh look, Gio's done really well again. I think this is something I've play tested with Gio in past formats, and is certainly a very intelligent player with the way that he approaches the game. But also, it feels like this has been quite a long time coming. I feel like over the last few seasons, Gio's been knocking on the door, and finally that door is just creeping open for him to take that world champion title. And certainly with the amount of work that I know that Gio has put in over the last few weeks, few months working on this team, I couldn't say that which of our finalists that we have here, Gio or James, is going to be able to take it all. It's going to be just a fantastic day tomorrow.
The common trait between James and Gio, they are very calm. They are in the moment, they're playing Pokemon, they're locked in and having fun at the same time.
Hours, because soon we will no longer have Regulations That and we'll be into a brand new season in 2026. But let's keep our eyes on the present for now and celebrate Geosiski in a matchup that, you know, you and I were talking before the match, Ben, and saying that...
Bro, you don't look tired at all. Yeah, actually, I'm hanging up really nicely. I'm pretty chill. I look less tired than the caster. Than the caster with the orange tie. He looks super tired. I'm a bit tired. I want to go relax. I'm like for 6 hours almost.
Of the field, and oh goodness, they tried everything they possibly could, both trainers, and ultimately it came up Gio.
I think so. It's like, you never know how a game 3 could have gone. I think a Leech Seed connection there into the...
Through the Leech Seed connection could have been really good.
For Hirofumi could have taken us into a game 3, but you never know how that's going to go. Whether Smeargle gets the shenanigans of 3 games in a row is really anyone's guess. And yeah, I think you've got to give props to Hirofumi for both their tournament run at large, but also understanding what their win condition is so clearly and playing to it. I mean, it's something that you always really have to recognize here.
Well, the door...
I really like Hirofumi as a player. He's a really good player, but he kind of mentally choked. Before game 2, he was really like making those I'm doubting faces, you know.
I'm so proud to introduce to you your second 2025 World Championships finalist, Giovanni Siski. Let's hear some noise. Gio, earlier when you were talking to Sierra, you mentioned you've never won a medal, but you just locked in winning a trophy. So how does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like indescribable. I've been going at this for a long time. I've lost 3 top 8 sets at regionals in the past and top cut North American internationals this year, but I've fallen short at every point of getting some sort of hardware, and finally that's come to fruition with this. And I've gone one step further, and it feels amazing.
I can imagine. And going into just the weekend, I mean, how did it feel? You mentioned that in the past World Championships, you just haven't quite found your footing, but it seems like here you're just absolutely smashing it.
I really like the presenter's nails. It combines really well with her outfit. Shout out to Gabi.
I felt like I was quite a strong player in the field, but my team was not up to par with the rest of the field. And then for Honolulu, I was able to make it to the second day of competition, but I fell flat after that. And for the entire year, ever since then, I had been constantly thinking in my mind that I can get back to that point and I can go further. And it's been a long process, lots of ups and downs, and I'm glad to represent the USA in finals along with James Evans this year.
For sure. I imagine part of that process as well has been the fact that you've used a very similar team basically throughout Regulation I. Have you ever been tempted to change your strategy or just try something completely new, or did you want to just fall back on comfort for the World Championships?
In terms of the World Championships,
I would say no. Earlier this season in May with Portland Regionals, I was trying my hardest to avoid playing this team and use literally anything else. I thought it was perhaps a bit outdated at the time, and a lot of other players, particularly Europeans, found the team to be pretty outdated. But I ended up saying, like, I'm not gonna find anything that I feel better with. And I was able to make it to the top 8 there and prove why it still is a viable team. And from there, I just kept on going at it. A lot of other people kind of dropped off the team. It was an early meta team, but I kept on pushing with it and trying to really maximize my value with the team in all the games. And I feel like it really shows that, you know, of course, with James running Calyrex, Shadow, Koraidon for the entire format, and mine now, that the GS Cup formats particularly reward experience.
100%. Let's talk about your top.
Good analysis, bro. Good analysis. Both finalists are with the team for a very long time.
Well, first of all, Hirofumi is an incredible player, quite possibly considered to be the best Japanese player of all time who hasn't won a world championship. So there was a lot on the line, of course, being in top 4 against him, and a lot going through my mind in that aspect. But I wanted to lead off with Koraidon Chiyu just to deal a lot of damage. And Lunala Bonnet was able to kind of anchor the Trick Room mode, be able to slow down the game, and help minimize the value of Smeargle, although that wasn't exactly what happened. But it ended up working out in the end, and I'm proud of how I played.
For sure. Now, Giovanni, we'll next see you tomorrow in the arena, but until then, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home, or maybe your fans in the crowd? I certainly see a lot of them out there.
First of all, I want to give a massive thank you to my family. They have been extremely supportive, and the only reason that I'm here today is because they took me to my first regional championship back in seniors, and it's been a long time since then. Even driving as far as like 26 hours to get to North American Internationals in 2018 when I was in seniors. My parents have been there the whole way. My brother has been pushing me to be the best that I can be, and I'm incredibly thankful for their support. On top of that, I want to thank everyone who has supported me along the way, both at home and here in the venue, as you can see. I've met a fantastic number of players and other people across the weekend here at the World Championships, and it's been a pleasure meeting every single one of you, and I hope to give you guys a good show tomorrow.
All right, well.
Nice, like Gio, I like Gio. Good words, bro, good words, that's it. Good speech, man.
To the stage in the arena tomorrow for...
Tomorrow the finals is gonna be in an arena for the first time ever. That's gonna be awesome.
Sure to stay tuned for that. That's it for us here on stage, though, for day 2 of the competition. Let's go ahead to the lounge to wrap up the show.
I want to remember the team of James.
Thank you very much,
Also
Gabby,
Koraidon.
and welcome back here to the lounge as we close out day 2. We started today with, I believe, just around 50 competitors in day 2. We are down to the final 2. The United States of America, folks, has won another world championship. Koraidon gets its first world championship, and it's been 9 long years since Wolfglick won in 2016. But James and Gio, one of them will be the brand new world champion tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I don't know if I thought that it was going to happen this year. But
Yeah,
nice to see the
Calyrex, Shadow,
players of this
Koraidon.
era doing so well.
So Ghost type plus Koraidon.
now, Lee.
So the two final teams is a Ghost type and Koraidon. Ghost is a Ghost Psychic type and Koraidon, by the way. Interesting pattern.
Players kind of put on a show. Can they maybe clinch the World Championships? Then, well, I mean, they couldn't have done it in better fashion, right? I mean, the 2 finalists are so deserving, and what an incredible route to the finals as well. And tomorrow is undoubtedly going to be an absolutely blockbusting show.
The entire top 8, I think, was absolutely phenomenal. Gio kind of on a tear, 2-0, 2-0. He got his revenge against Mao, who defeated him in Swiss yesterday. And I think both of the semifinals, the winners looked really, really good. Like, I felt like all the odds were against Geo in that last set where Smeargle was getting moody boosts, speed boosts, and there's a meteor beam miss as well, but it was Geo that ends up winning 2-0, and it's going to be undoubtedly a great show with two very different Koraidon teams, Koraidon Shadow Rider and Koraidon Lunala on the other side.
I think it's kind of a lot of fun, right? You kind of get like the early meta version of Koraidon, but upgraded, and now the late meta version. And shout out to Koraidon as well, right? I think there were points throughout this season where there was a Pokemon that people had really written off, winds up in a position where it's going to win the World Championship, also won the Europe International Championship. So, hey, you know, sorry, Koraidon, a lot of us doubted you, and we should not have.
It's like the second time this season that Koraidon's kind of come out of nowhere and won one of the biggest events that we've had this season.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look and...
Yeah, and then the other time was when Wolfie won with Koraidon and very strong. Top four restricted pairs. Calyrex, Shadow, Zamazenta was very common. Calyrex, Ice, and Miraidon. And then the two least used the same percentage. Oh no, wait. Oh, Miraidon, Koraidon Lunala, it's not even here. Because this one is in the finals from James' perspective. I'm kind of feeling James a bit more confident and sure. That's right now. Tomorrow it's going to be very different. Then I didn't really enjoy Calyrex Miraidon. Ice Rider Miraidon was a bit off, I believe. I really enjoyed this pair, Lunala Miraidon, but it's actually Lunala Koraidon in the final.
Both in day 1 and day 2 were one of those two. Miraidon was very hyped coming into this tournament, but maybe also kind of had a targeted on SPAC. Didn't do super well. You see the Calyrex Koraidon, which of course is represented in the finals, and then Miraidon Lunala. But what I thought was interesting was Koraidon in the top 4 was being paired with all kinds of restricted. You had the Shadow Rider, you had the Ice Rider, you had the Lunala as well.
Yeah, it's like this different way that you can run this Koraidon, the different supportive pieces, and I think it's quite important to note that where Miraidon is on a lot of teams just by its own virtues, Koraidon really does support those photosynthesis Pokemon that are typically more strong than the iron-based Pokemon that are from the future. And I really like the different flexibility that you get when you're building and coming into an event like this. We talked about it so much. You either take a swing at the metagame with using Pokemon that are slightly different in a slightly different way, or you take the tried and tested. And yeah, it's worth noting here that Calyrex Zamazenta has actually converted very well, gone up from 25% of the field to 32% of the field in day 2. So it's clearly working for a lot of our players, but it's those different combinations that are making it all the way.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like as we take a quick look at the restricted, Calyrex, by the way, 47% usage rate.
Wow.
It's really difficult, I think, to win Worlds in a dual restricted format with one of the top 2 duos coming in because everyone's going to be targeting it.
But when it's insane that so many people are using Calyrex. Very funny is Groudon, 3.8% poor Groudon. Lunala and Koraidon on the final. And Koraidon and Calyrex on the final. Kyogre, Zamazenta, 34% Zamazenta is insane.
Calyrex get close where it's kind of easy even a couple hours ago to imagine a way where maybe we're talking about a different narrative here, but I don't know, that Koraidon team looked pretty good, and I think it's maybe not so much Shadow Rider itself, but the Ice Rider Calyrex and the Zamazenta. I feel like I saw Koraidon fry an awful lot of both of those Pokemon over the course of this weekend, and maybe it just makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, Koraidon there, by the way, 20% usage rate as we quickly take a look at the top 12 from day 2. I don't think
Top 12. Incineroar, 54%. Bruh. Ogerpon, only 11%. Ursaluna, 13%. Chiyu, 13% as well. Whimsy caught with 17%. Chenpao surprised me. But it makes sense because Calyrex Shadow is weak to Chenpao. Calyrex Ice is weak to Chenpao. Miraidon is weak to Chenpao. Urshifu 32%. Smeargle 15%. Urshifu 32%. I didn't expect that.
In the sport is a status condition, sleep condition, so strong. Yeah. But with how popular Miraidon is and, you know, the prevalence of electric terrain, it's kind of interesting that players still had that emphasis on that status condition as being the one that they really thought could be the one to carry them forward in matches, especially when a lot of the teams that had it don't have a way of kind of getting rid of changing the terrain too much as well.
I think a lot of players really rely on that. The electric terrain is not on the field forever, right?
No.
It goes away, and especially if you've got that defensive core or you have the offensive core that you need to knock out a Miraidon, then eventually the electric terrain goes away. And certainly I think a lot of the teams that are being successful here this weekend actually don't even have a Miraidon to start with, and if you want to be able to play into those matchups, Spore is a really critical tool.
Absolutely. Of course, tomorrow will be Championship Sunday, where we will be watching the finals, not just here in the video game, but also across all of the different games. And it starts right at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. UTC. So you'll definitely want to tune in. It's going to be our very first arena finals, and it's going to be an absolute banger. And of course, we have other broadcasts going on as well. And so you'll want to check out all the social media. We're on X, we're on Instagram, we're on YouTube. Play Pokemon is going to be the official channel that you'll want to check out. And Pokemon.com/broadcast is the official hub for all the good action. And I know I'm personally elated to see all the other games in the finals as well. There have been some incredible storylines building up.
Yeah, Championship Sunday is always a spectacle, and this year round, I think we can all agree that it's going to be the biggest spectacle yet for all of our competitors that have made it in Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, to the TCG, as well as our video game. And that's going to be the order that the games are played, roughly speaking. I think I may have got the middle ones in the wrong order there. But either way, we're going to have our champions crowned in all of our games tomorrow, and it's just going to be a great watch seeing all their stories unfold.
Absolutely. And before the weekend ends, of course, you can get your very own Farigiraf, which won the World Championships last year. You can use the code World's Armor Tail to redeem Luca Cherrybelly's World Championship winning Farigiraf. There won't be a Farigiraf tomorrow in the finals, but of course, we're going to go back to an old...
Yeah, not a lot of...
Farigiraf's not a terrible Pokemon in that one, and so use...
Not a lot of Farigirafs this tournament, really not.
I thought Farigiraf would have a better performance this weekend. We did see a bunch of it on stream, but it's an awesome Pokemon.
Yeah, with how I think how much emphasis there was on Shadow Rider Calyrex in particular, and you look at the support options with the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, you think there's a lot of fake out, and then you've got the threat of a number of different priority attacks that could come in and cause a lot of issues. I think you look at Farigiraf and think Armatil is so strong against all of those options to really just prevent your opponent from being able to stall out a turn here and there, protect and fake out, and then get the opportunity to attack. So I was kind of surprised to not see more of it, but obviously I think it struggles a little bit more in this double restricted format than I probably think it maybe doesn't.
Absolutely. Well, that is going to be it from us here today. Thank you so much for joining us at Day 2 at the Video Game World Championships. On behalf of myself, all these lovely gentlemen, all our lovely casters and staff, it's been an incredible tournament, but tomorrow is going to be the grand finale. It's going to be an incredible conclusion, and so we'll see you bright and early in the arena tomorrow. So thanks so much as always for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
All right, everybody. Same for us. We'll finish the stream today. Tomorrow we'll be back. It'll be 4 p.m. or 4:30 p.m. my time. So we'll be here to watch the finals of all games. First time in Pokemon tournament history that will be on an arena. The environment's going to be crazy. Will they be able to fit all the people that want to watch in the arena? I hope so. Because that could be really, really crazy. The environment, the people screaming, the crowd going crazy can be very good. And bro, there's been like the time is passing so fast. You know? Like yesterday was a bit more annoying because there was a lot of downtime. But today, you know, bro, 6 hours have gone by really, really quickly. And I hope you guys have enjoyed as well. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings, and emotions. A whole bunch of individuality, creativity, and responsibility as well. And until the next time, I wish you the best. Believe in yourself and other possibilities, and I see you soon.